Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Hello, everyone. I hope all of you are well. It's been a long week, but I figured I'd do a stream. It's a late evening. I get to relax a little bit. I spent all day making tamales from scratch, which I really love cooking. If you don't know, not everyone here knows me, even slightly really, but I love cooking. It's one of my favorite things, probably my favorite job I ever had. Working in kitchens is a unique thing, and I've been fortunate to lead a few kitchens, and I really love it. I love complicated cooking. I love molecular gastronomy. I will spend days or weeks researching recipes. And sometimes you make a recipe that about 80% through you realize that you will never make again. Tamales are one of those things that if you don't have a large enough family to justify it, making tamales from scratch is just, it's a lot of work, and it's repetitive. I didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy making tamales from scratch. But we'll find out if they're good. Who fucking knows? I don't fucking have the slightest clue. So who knows? I don't fucking know. I don't know how anything works anymore. My brain just was like, you know what? I need to get away from this. I was trying to listen to various podcasts while I was doing it because it is, time intensive work. And I just listened to the worst fucking podcast I've heard about Baudrillard in a very long time. And I went, all right, that's it. I can't do this anymore. I am going to go on. We're going to watch some dumb shit. Just make a ton for protesters. The amount of effort, there's not a lot of foods that this is true with. If I make a burger, the burger I make, all parts, all pieces, everything put together, and time, even if I'm paying myself generously, a burger is still cheaper to make at home than basically anything else. It's that perfect ratio. A lot of things are that. Sandwiches, that. Most foods, actually. Lasagna, like things that are generally complicated. Tamales, like we have, there's a bunch of tamale places around where it's like $1.50 or $2 for like these big fuck tamales, and 2 of them will fill you up. I spend hours making these fucking little guys. It's a fucking nightmare. So no, it doesn't really work the same way. It's not quite as enjoyable. It's not quite as good. And it's, If I told Heather, I was like, here's what we'll do. We'll do it as a family sometime. That I think would be really fun. Like the kids putting their filling in, like wrapping it, but like doing it alone, my body hurts. It's so much. And you could just it's so expensive for what it is in comparison. I could just go buy them. And it's like, it's less to buy them. And then it's just very frustrating. So what can I say? I want to go through a bunch of different videos today. There's chat right there. We've got a bunch of options. I'm going to do a handful of videos that in the mix today are a handful of videos that are, kryptonite for probably white creators, but they're about race and about how race functions in media and works. And they've been recommended to me by various people, some of color, some of not of color in my server. And I find these discussions always fascinating. So usually to my own detriment, but what can I say? I find the systems of oppression that exist and the lived experiences of people endlessly worth understanding and spending time with. We're not reacting to Felix or Bad Empanada at all. Like I don't care. My simple reaction is, hey, good for you. Do something. Like shitting on people who do something, all it does is make people who need to feel better about doing nothing, feel better about doing nothing. And YouTube audiences are that. So I won't be doing any of that. Most of these videos are not necessarily from the weird pile. This first one, Price of Self-Respect. We're not going to do 100% of these videos. I may jump around. I haven't pre-watched almost any of these. We'll get to it. But it's an hour on race, media, and how they work together. I am not sure, but Pillboys has some decent content I've watched before, so I'm excited. In the mix is this guy who's, clearly a prime example of the master race. The methed up worst Delusian, Nick Land, who apparently explains the body without organs. And hint, it's like 9 minutes long. It's the worst explanation of the BWO I've heard in a long time. And it's hilarious that it's Nick Land doing it. That makes me smile, to be honest, that it's Nick Land. I kind of get a kick out of that. This video was something else. Why do philosophers hate women? Let me see if I can expand this a little bit. No, I don't want to do that for all of them. The Epstein files were wild today. By the way, if you missed them, we basically have a society run by the worst human beings alive, and has been run by the worst human beings alive, and not in the way we thought. I watched about 2 minutes of this and went, this is in the pile. This is horrifying. This is one of the worst fucking videos. This is awful. And yes, it gets to Ayn Rand, and it gets to Ayn Rand and a whole bunch of really dumb fucking people. And it's a person who doesn't understand philosophy and just wants to make a point and sucks. So I like being able to lean into it. I have no idea why someone gave me this video, but I am kind of jazzed because it's about reading critical thought, and I have my essay that I'm finally finishing. Tomorrow I should be recording all 9 essays. I may have gone overboard. Why does the new genre of romantasy inspire so much disdain? I'm interested in these things. I'm interested. I'm curious. Someone said it was good. Cory Doctorow gave another speech on acidification, and he sucks. I didn't watch all of it. We're not going to watch all of it, but we will skip around because he sucks. Hey, look who it is. Oh, wait, what happened? Oh, she jumped out. Look who it is. Revolutionary thought. Another video out that sucks. Stop blaming human nature for capitalism. I watched the first 30 seconds and went, this is in the list. We'll move that back. Non-Zero, which is a pretty terrible podcast, actually. This is two idiots who have Emily Bender on. Emily Bender helped write the stochastic parrot paper. If you don't know the paper, it's basically, hey, AI is a stochastic parrot. It doesn't have any concept of the sounds or things it's saying, and that we've built them to seem like it does is actually the end of humanity, basically. I adore this. And I haven't watched it, but I skipped to, like, right about here. Someone posted a tweet from Emily who went, I love going on AI podcast and discussing and blah, blah. This was not one I loved. Like, it's apparently awful. I love it. Then there's this 8 minutes. Tyler Perry's films are blackface without paint. I'm sure there's no problem with me watching that. And then if we end up getting in a somber mood, Gavin Young, who I've done criticisms of, posted a really interesting video that I think is worth watching and talking through how non-normativity and mental states and how, because he's a younger person than I am. Most of you are probably younger than Gavin. The difficulty that exists with having those in the real world and dealing with them and having the understanding that changes over time of them. I watched just a few minutes and I really adored how vulnerable and thoughtful and interesting it was. I hope it continues that. I'm assuming it continues that. And so I thought it'd be really great to, be good. As we go. So, I'm going to be here for 4 or 5 hours. This is primarily going to be us fucking around. I may take a break and play some Dota. I'm just going to be around doing this. The idea being pretty simple. If you have any questions about Anti-Oedipus, if you're from our reading or not, any of these things, you are absolutely worth taking a second and going, hey, I have a question. And you can ask anything across anything. I'm here for that. You don't have to donate money for it. I won't turn down donating money. But if you just at DGQC, when you ask a question, don't do this unless you have a question about Anti-Oedipus, because I don't have a lot of ways to fucking deal with those things. So let's do a poll. We're going to do, I'm definitely not doing Gavin's up front. Let's do self-respect. It's a tokenization of black people, I think, in media and how black people create their own representation. Then we'll do BWO shit, which is always fun. We're going to do the Ayn Rand. We're going to do the bad. We're going to do one good and a couple bad ones. We're going to do philosophers hate women. And then we're going to do thought, because thought sucks. There you go. There's the poll. Get going. Vote. For those of you who aren't aware, the Ayn Rand one might be, if I could pick, I'd lean that way myself. I was quite the Randian in high school, which again, suburban white guy who spent too much time reading from a middle-class white neighborhood in middle America. I know you're shocked. I've read everything Ayn Rand's ever written. I've memorized multiple pieces of hers. I cannot tell you how embarrassing it is. It's I joke because I have Insane Clown Posse tattoos all over me, and a bunch of other bands too. Some that I'm less ashamed about, but ICP is in one of those camps of like, but I will happily talk about all of the shit with Insane Clown Posse proudly in comparison to reading and loving Ayn Rand at one point. Good Lord. How would Deleuze and Guattari define the word materialism? Fuck. I mean, that's not really a question about Anti-Oedipus, you dick. I didn't specify though. This is what I fucking get. God damn it. Let me see if I can find something. I know I have papers on this. Because because it's complicated. Because one of the things that happens when you have a materialist bent at all, people tend to think that you have like this crude materialism that really is more physicalism. It's this idea that you're only marbles knocking into each other. And I don't think that works. And I don't think that's the way the world works. And Deleuze and Guattari absolutely never had that either. The challenge becomes when you talk about like, what is the base stuff, or is matter the thing? Like, what is matter? And if you're doing the physicalist thing, you're going to be like, oh, it's atoms, or it's quanta, or whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter. Instead, all of those things are elements that we measure in physics, a physicalist-based system that is referential and very particular in how it goes about what it sort of does. For Deleuze and Guattari, they would lean much more towards this idea of the material being the processes and the impulses, and how they sort of deal with things and run into things. So, for example, I tend to think of it the way that Nietzsche talked about the waves of water. We in our Klosowski readings, if you haven't joined us, Klosowski really leans heavily on the time that Nietzsche looked out at the ocean and said, waves, you and I are of the same kind. And he doesn't mean that like he's like surfing or any shit like that. It's that the reality of a wave, an ocean wave crashing, is it's not actually the water. The wave isn't made of the water. The wave is made of all of the energies and processes that sort of gathered to produce a wave in that particular configuration. And along it goes. It's made of different things. The fish in it aren't the same time. You may see 50 waves in a row. Those aren't the same waves, but they're the same waves. So what it is instead the differences of these intensities and how they sort of play and come together in ways that have capacities to affect and change things. Fundamentally creative and not negated up front. It is in line with the sort of, if you're looking for like background on how to sort of find the hierarchy of it or trace it back, it would be the Spinozist or the Duns Scotus shit that they teach in like philosophy classes as like a thing. Because it's a dynamic production of things, right? So that's probably closer. I'd have to find, I found 4 or 5 things. I'd have to go through and see. They've all done talks. Guattari and Deleuze both did talks on materialism and all of that. And AO has light parts of that, but it doesn't explicitly state like, here's our definition of materialism. So it's kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot. All right. Did you read Rand in depth? Oh, fuck. I don't believe they were even aware she existed. Not meaningfully more than like a pop culture type thing. I don't believe they met. If they did, please someone find me this. Please, dear God. Please, dear God. Please. Why did Deleuze use the word desire? Well, he wasn't describing desire, but an ontological productive process. Well, he was describing desire. You are understanding desire in the personal sense, like I desire a thing. But desire, which is, desire is the English word. He didn't use the English word. He used a désir, which is sort of libidinal desire, passions, impulses that are pre-personal. So desire in this sense is in the tradition of Nietzsche's will, for example, or Freud's desire. It's Freud. Libido is desire. It's it doesn't want a thing. It just wants. Desire is that. So He is using the correct term, and he's doing that. One of the challenges we have is that we believe we exist in a way that creates desire. That's a Freud. Good job, Freud. But he's talking about pre-personal desire, very much. And so that's why he used the term desire. It's why he uses throughout Anti-Oedipus, he and Guattari both go out of their way to use the secondary sort of terms for different types of desire. For example, there's voluptus, which is sensual desire, not sexual, sensual, enjoyment desire. Or libido, which is that sort of fount desire, the fount of desire. These things are great, and it's absolutely desire in that basic sense. Will I go over Jeffrey Epstein discussing Leibniz with Steve Bannon? I, honest to God, I just, money buys so many things. And when we talk about, as I talk about, I spent time in the crypto gaming, whatever world. And I was always stunned, all of the crypto bros and the way that they would talk about specifically outright. One said to me, I have more money. Why shouldn't I be able to buy better weapons than other people in video games? And it was a really interesting, overwhelming admission of this dude. And what he was saying is, and it's an interesting, again, think about it differently. He's like, I don't have time to spend all day, but if I can spend $5 or $10 or $100, so that way it can put me on par with the kids who do spend all day, why can't I do that? And it's a really interesting thing to consider, because the amount of time that we can spend or we're able to spend or we do spend doing anything, capital is how we represent that. That is what happens. Things are labor. Labor is turned into stuff. It's sold. It's dead. Dead labor is capital, and capital accumulates. And as it accumulates, this really weird thing happens where we allow people who to buy their way into having skill. And this is across the board. His argument is no different than Nepo baby syndrome, is no different than the way that wealthy people somehow are able to sit with the world's greatest scientists and philosophers on a pedo island because they have money, because money buys you that. Money buys you that. Elon Musk is that. Yeah, Mark, exactly. Elon Musk is that. They do this and they're able to spend that money to do this thing because capital is what we need to just do anything. So the logical extension of capitalism is that it's pay to win, and capitalism's pay to win. Video games should be too, and all of these things. It's really interesting. It's really interesting. Reason as the faculty of desire. No. Definitely not. Is there any material you need to read or know to understand? Anti-Oedipus is one of those that I could give you, and President Sunday has a list that is hardly exhaustive, but it's a good place to start if you feel you need to prepare going into it. I tend to not enjoy that type of reading myself. I like to go in and if you do so from a critical perspective, aware of your own shortcomings, you need to be aware that you do not, if a thing is confusing, do not try to understand it. You are not ready for that. Things make sense in Anti-Oedipus just like they make sense in Harry Potter. Like, they're books with sentences, and if you don't understand a thing, it'll either be explained or you're not ready for it. And when you have that thing that's like, oh, I don't get it, fucking ask someone and go read the books that support that. For example, someone here is asking, hey, well, wait, what does it mean for desire to be pre-personal? What would a personal desire be? Well, desire, again, we're not talking about a desire, we're talking about desire. This difference, I would point pretty much right at Nietzsche. I would point directly at Spinoza. I would point directly at Freud, Lacan, Zizek, I could give you like dozens of books that really go through and explain the difference between personal and pre-personal desire, the impulses that form us. I think Klosowski's Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle does an astonishing job of explaining a huge amount of this. Guattari's work absolutely does the same thing. Deleuze's other works also do the same thing. They're really amazing. All of that is complicated. Some asshole on YouTube or on a podcast is not going to be able to explain it to you. So go read those things and then go read it again and see if you understand it. And if you do, cool, move to the next thing and then find the stuff that interests you as you go. Anti-Oedipus is so filled with references and secondary commentary. If you were in our reading this last week, we got to the 4th paragraph, and at the very end, I was trying to figure out this fucked up translation about consumption and consummation and consuming. And at rereading the French, I realized they're commenting on Bataille, and they're bringing Bataille back into it. Thus, it changes the meaning, but it's literally Bataille's language for the way that he liked to play with the terms consummation, consuming, consuming. That's the English version. Didn't work. And so there's issues there. Like that reference, I'm chasing down. Go do that. I said Lacan. I literally said Lacan. Shaky. I literally said Lacan. During the other stream, we talked about there being no sequence of events. This throws me off because it seems like everything should be constrained by time. Okay, I'm not going to say I didn't say that, but I am going to say that that's probably not as I said it or the context of what I said. Everything is a sequence of events. It's a series of heterogeneous elements that we coalesce into a homogeneous singular that allows us to build out of that series a singular meaning, and this makes sense of it. I wholly ascribe to this. This is one of my favorite understandings of semiotics and meaning. When I probably said this is that when we start talking about there being an A, then B, then C, therefore D, the logical order of things that necessitates or builds, we can talk about things in terms of the necessity of it or the destiny of it. Are things having to end up in that place, or are they there by necessity? This is a worthwhile conversation in and of itself to sort of chase down, and I would recommend it just generally. Logic of Sense is really, really great. It was crazy. Read the first section, chase down 15 different books. Absolutely. Go read the whole body of philosophy. Yes. Yes, it's... if I were to say, hey, I saw a video on black holes, I was going to read a book on it. Is there anything you'd recommend before I did that? If you don't say, well, you should have a basic understanding of theoretical physics. I don't know what that is. Oh, well, you just have to go study and read up on all the basics of theoretical physics. Why would philosophy be fucking different? It's not. When I was younger, I used to think this. It was like, oh, I'm just going to read Deleuze and I really like his philosophy. If you read Deleuze and you don't at any point intend to go read Kant, you don't understand Deleuze. If you don't read Plato, you're never going to get Deleuze. Like these things build on each other. All these things build on each other. Every major discipline builds on the rest of the discipline. You are not anyone else who is special enough to be able to go, oh, I'm just going to dive in and get it. You can go see all of the embarrassing people on YouTube who think that they can do that and fail constantly. Constantly. And they fail because they go, well, Kant's stupid. I don't think he's right. I don't give a fuck if you think he's right. Like, there's amazing shit there that absolutely needs to be built off of. If you don't think you need to read Hegel to understand Marx, to understand Deleuze, you're failing. Now, you don't have to do that up front. There's layers to this. If you want to just get in and really get a grasp of like, oh, here's what Deleuze is doing and how does that work? Done. We can do that. He's got some really, really a nice book. His book on Hume, his book on Spinoza, his book on Bergson, really nice, light, solid reads that you can make your way through and get a good grasp of. But then, if you really want to understand it, you're going to have to realize it's a network of meaning across all of these different works that he's bringing in. And any modern philosopher is doing that, by the way. There's no modern philosopher who's like, oh, I invented something that stands on its own. Yeah, sure you did, bud. Sure you did. Did y'all restart AO recently? We did 2 weeks ago, I think, 2-ish weeks ago. We're 4 paragraphs in. And I've got so much work to do. I may push this reading out another week because I'm trying to get caught up in a whole bunch of ways, but we'll see. I didn't understand what Deleuze meant by resentment in Nietzsche and philosophy. I looked at each video, understood it good enough. Yay! That's exactly, it's enough to connect it, and there's work to do. Nietzsche's work on resentment has, like, depending on the translator, depending on who is doing the analysis, don't do Kaufman. There's a lot of people doing amazing shit. All of these things can be built out. All of these things can be built out. And it looks like philosophers hate women, followed by self-respect. So we'll do that order, and then we'll figure it out as we go.
What's up? Do you want to be a philosophy major? Are you considering it? Let's have a chat. I am one at UCLA.
What if I told you that all of our favorite philosophers are men, and all of them are extremely sexist?
Women are not made of the higher sciences. They may be educated, but they cannot reach the depths of philosophy.
And this is all of your favorite philosophers. Even the recent ones that are female are equally just as sexist.
Okay. Did you know all of the greatest physicists are all men, and they have terrible views on women? Probably race too, by the way. Hey, did you know all of the great literary figures, generally of the last 500 or 600 years, are men? I mean, hey, did you know that we lived in a society that didn't value half of everyone? More than half, obviously. So it's anyone who wasn't a white male, really not that valued. And so as such, weren't put in positions to enable that. But right now, there's actually an extraordinary number of amazing women philosophers who don't hate women, and actually men philosophers who don't hate women. So great start. Great start.
Do you believe that there is going to be a day where there's going to be a female in the White House as president? And how do you feel about that?
I wouldn't vote for her.
It's Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand believed that the core thing of being a woman was hero male worship. That the thing that made femininity its thing was the need to be owned and controlled by a man that you respect and love and worship. This is why all of her books have a lot of rape. And I say rape it's rape, but it's totally cool after the fact. Because, she wanted it. Didn't you see what she was thinking? She wanted it.
You would or wouldn't?
Would not.
You would not.
No.
But what does this mean? Because this is never mentioned in your philosophy course's favorite YouTubers, the professionals that study this, because deep down, they agree.
Who is this? These are the philosophers, the professionals? This guy sucks.
But why? Does this mean the
It's just tits. Just tits. That's the next shot.
philosophers are still correct, or have times changed?
Hello, those are my teeth marks. The human being is spirit, but what is spirit? Spirit is a self, but what is a self? The self is a relation which relates to itself, or that in the relation which is its relating to itself. The self is not the relation, but the relation's relating to itself. A human being is a synthesis of the infinite and of the finite, of the temporal and the eternal.
Did you guys understand that? Well, the point was, you were not supposed to, because there was nothing of substance that was said.
I mean, other than some of the more profound statements by one of the better philosophers, who I don't necessarily agree with, but what? It's what's wrong with hot girl quoting Kierkegaard? What's wrong with that? Like, what the aesthetics of a video are fascinating to me.
What
does this mean? Because
Like he shows Ayn Rand's ugly. I don't give a fuck. Sorry. Ayn Rand is an incredibly unattractive woman and hateful and shitty, who had occasionally really funny lines. I do have to give her occasional credit. Winston Churchill had great comebacks too. So like, then they're awful people. But, then he shows all these women and a couple guys in a course, Philosophy Equals Sexism.
Because this is never mentioned in your philosophy courses.
And is this what college looks like? Man, I should have gone. I didn't know there was that much mahogany. See, I would have gone if I had known there was this much mahogany.
Favorite YouTubers.
They show Idiot. We know Idiot, right? Who doesn't understand anything. He's like Alex O'Connor's like brother.
Professionals that study this because deep.
And then I am flat. I don't know who this person is. His vest is not flattering. Just as a quick drip check, his vest is not flattering. His hands look too big because he's got a really bad lens on the camera that's refocusing in the wrong directions. It looks like he has gigantism, right? Like his hand is the size of his face. Like I can do that too, right? Like that's not Dugan. That's Cowboy Dugan. Cowboy Dugan. That's
deep down. They agree.
And he's like sitting there with the pipe. He's just some asshole. Unreal.
But why? This is me.
And then he goes straight to an ASMR video. We know why people watch this. It's porn for 11-year-olds. 15 minutes
The
of her
philosophers
writing
are still
notes.
correct, or have times changed?
And so it's like, why is this the edit? Yeah, I genuinely am. I'm genuinely like, why is this the edit? Why is this the edit?
Those are my.
And then like, again, I mean, is it because he doesn't like pixie cuts? I'm a pixie cut guy. Is it like, what is this? Why is he shitting on her? She's quoting Kierkegaard, and it's a really profound passage. It's not easy. It's complicated, and the words seem to mean very little, but again, it's contextual.
My teeth marks. The human being is spirit, but what is spirit? Spirit is a self, but what is a self? The self is a relation which relates to itself, or that in the relation which is its relating to itself.
I think this guy's really stupid. He's getting horny and it makes brain not good. I don't get why the other video's in there. Like why like the tits are there and then showing her, because all I can think is like, I can't imagine what he's doing.
Self. The self is not the relation, but the relation's relating to itself. A human being is a synthesis of the infinite and of the finite, of the temporal and the eternal.
Did you guys understand that? Well, the point was, you were not supposed to, because there was nothing of substance that was said. There's a lot of performatism in today's world in terms of how intelligent I am, because I can speak in a way so eloquently you cannot understand. But
I can agree with this. I think the overuse of jargon and the ivory towerness of philosophy gives it a mystique that has enabled grifters to run wild. Because philosophy is not that difficult, no more difficult than like, well, I guess science YouTubers have also had the same thing happen. Book YouTubers, writing YouTubers, science fiction YouTubers, comic YouTubers, video game YouTubers, card collecting YouTube. Okay, so the internet is the problem.
quite simply, that is just a sign of memorization and lack of ability to communicate.
This is why there are a lot of people who are really smart. They use a lot of jargon, and you can't quite follow their reasoning. You don't know how they're putting things together, and you have this deep down suspicion they don't even really understand. So if you look at the most powerful thinkers, especially the ones where money or life is on the line, they have to understand the basics really, really well. Richard Feynman, the famous physicist, he had this piece in one of his lectures where he takes you from counting numbers on your hand all the way to calculus in 4 pages. And it's a complete unbroken logical chain that takes you through pre-calculus, analytic geometry, graphs, everything.
It is cool. I prefer Gödel Escher Bach, where he goes through the literal beginning from the beginning of mathematics. I really adore that book. But I don't understand. Jargon is necessary. Jargon is also a con man's game. That's the nature of the beast. I'm reminded of let me date myself. One of my favorite Star Trek episodes, and when I say Star Trek, I don't mean I mean Star Trek, not, I would say, whatever. I mean Star Trek, Kirk and Spock. They need to play a card game to get out of it. And as they do, they're making up the rules live in order to completely destroy it. It's one of my favorite little con moments. It's really funny. It's really fast. I really enjoy it. But the mentality behind that is what jargon does. It's people don't know stuff. They presume that you have an intelligence around it. That thing is the drive. That thing is what it's pushing for. And I dislike jargon. I genuinely do, except when it's necessary. And it is, because when you actually work in anything that is a significantly complex high-level skill, jargon becomes second nature to it. And again, that's not saying all jargon is this, but jargon becomes second nature because everyone needs shorthand for the complexities of the real world. That's how it works. The way that you end up having to have shorthands is the nature of expertise within anything. This expertise, which has jargon, can be simulated and faked by people who need to take advantage of you. So I'm not disagreeing with the point, but it's overstating it, I think.
Everything, all the way to calculus. He understood numbers at a core level. He didn't have...
Angela Collier has a great video on Feynman. He was very good at PR. I do like his, I'll just say I like the things he wrote. I don't think idolizing any of these people is very smart but yeah, Feynman had some really great interviews I liked.
Have to memorize anything. When you're memorizing, it's an indication that you don't understand. You should be able to rederive anything on the spot. And if you can't, you don't know it.
Warning, this...
That's absolutely the opposite of my understanding of how smart people actually work with each other. In my experience, it's much more the Einstein line. Never memorize that which you can easily look up. And in today's world, that means there's not really a lot of reason to memorize most things. So I don't know this is the case.
Video is not meant to hate women. I love women, specifically Latinas, but truth.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, my dude, you should absolutely, not to go Oedipal, but your dad needs to sit you down and have a conversation about what it means to give a shout out to your girlfriend. Someone needs to sit you down, my friend, and just be like, hey, I love pound my butthole brown. Shout out girlfriend. Is this your girlfriend? I don't know. What the fuck is wrong with you? I mean, I always have Mexican. So yes, anytime anyone says, I love that race, especially, it's gross to me. It's just gross. It's gross. People have a preference. So you might as well be a sexpat who's like, oh, I really like Asian girls. That's why I go to Thailand. It's like, come on. Brooks, pound my butthole brown. Yep, that is. Yeah.
Women cannot shut the fuck up about how they live longer, how they're more mature, more intelligent.
Oh, good Christ.
video is not meant to hate women. I love women, specifically Latinas. But truthfully, women cannot shut the fuck up about how they live longer, how they're more mature, more intelligent than men, which by
If he's got a girlfriend, she has no self-respect. Period. After this video, like, can you imagine, like, this is from the 5th. It's been weeks. This is sad. And that's bad. What have you missed, George? Nothing good.
the way, is actually factually correct.
Women are literally smarter than men because toxic masculinity holds men back from becoming emotionally mature.
I think one issue with modern dating that I haven't seen a lot of women talk about is the number of women who are disproportionately more educated than men.
But all of this is true, by the way. All of this is true.
Between the ages of 25 and 34, women outnumber men in bachelor's degrees by 10%.
But you see,
if you want to go find some smart ladies, get a doctorate, get a master's. It is not a man's game right now.
in the real world, how men.
I mean, why wouldn't you? That'd be great. Hey, I'm going to go study the thing I love. And also there's a bunch of people I'm interested in having sex with who are also doing that. Great. I don't
dominate every single field. Why are all the wisest people dead and now only preferring men?
This is so fucking, this is embarrassing. That's a question you're going to ask, buddy? That's a question you're going to ask? Is this a question you're going to actually ask? That's amazing. Oh my God. Hey, why when we used to, stone a woman to death for touching us while she's having her menstrual cycle, the demons that visit her because she was impure. Why did those women not end up being at the top of science and philosophy? A dumb motherfucker.
All the wisest people dead.
Women outnumber men in bachelor's degrees by 10%.
But you see in the real world how men dominate every single field.
See, that's fun. You show clips from like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. You talk about things that are 100 years ago. She was just talking about the fact that domination is ending. That domination is going to be over. 30, 40, 50 years from now, that domination is not going to be what it is anymore because time passes. Some people are too stupid to understand that, but
why are all the wisest people dead and now only preferring men? 100 million AI contracts with the G, how, who, you. Why is there not more women? Where's my diversity?
Why are there not more women in engineering? I've been around engineers. It is a safe bet that every one of these guys is actually garbage as a person. And I don't know any of them, but it's a very safe bet that they are not fun to be around. And if you have a vagina, less fun, much less fun. They're the kind of engineers are the kinds of guys who will ask you every day if you'd like to go on a date, even when you've said no. Like, are you kidding me? Men in engineering are the worst.
Diversity.
In a short synthesis, a synthesis is a relation between two terms. Looked at in this way, the human being is not yet a self.
Yes, hot girl describing complicated thing. That's why it's got 1 million views, 127,000 likes. Because men are pathetic losers. I don't know what you want from me. Doug Stanhope has a new bit he does that I really like. Is a white supremacist used to be like really cool. What he means is like they used to talk about how amazing being white is. Now they talk about how they're all, I'm going to be taken over. We're being replaced. Everyone's destroying me. I'm getting fired from my job. I don't know what I'm doing. Like white supremacist, male supremacy, any of these things are all the biggest loser fuck crybabies who are just bitching about how sad and pathetic they are. Like, as he says, go back to telling me all the things you invented at least. That was interesting. This is This is so sad to watch. Like, he's doing the thing that he doesn't realize he's the reason for. Like, this is like Andy Kaufman style meta self-commentary thing. The guy who edited in tits and Latina ass bouncing in his video is like, why is this girl getting so many votes? I'm going to go look at Latina butts again. Like, fucking unbelievable. I love these people. Fuck, I love these people. Fuck, I love these fucking people, man. So pathetic.
Soren Kierkegaard, The Sickness Unto Death. This book is very well loved and hated.
Banana butthole.
It's very, very good. I'm not a Kierkegaard guy. We have a bunch of them in the Deleuze, in the DGQC. I like Kierkegaard. Do not get me wrong. I actually think his writing is lovely. And generally, I mean, I don't disagree with him. Just not my jam.
The third clenched his cheeks, awaiting the tip of a real man. Is anything she is saying making any
Oh, I'm kind of angry that he looks kind of like what I thought. Oh, I can't believe he put himself in the video.
his cheeks, awaiting the tip of a real man. Is any...
So he went, you know, when I'm going to show up in this video, right after I do an AI generated video, I'm going to do an AI generated image of a banana king getting anally fucked by another banana, because that's the wrecking line. Killer. Then I step into the scene to make a real entrance. The only problem with that woman is she destroyed the Kierkegaard book. If you don't realize, there's a reason. She opened by biting on it. Yet look, signifiers are a thing, and if you don't get to 1 million. There's someone posted a tweet about this woman who did this experiment where she had 2 accounts on TikTok, and they would have the exact same content except one of them. She's pretty because she's conventionally attractive, like 8 or 9, a very attractive brunette. And she would do this in one and talk. And then in the other video on the other account, she'd do this and show her armpits. Armpit videos, 30, 40, 50 times the number of fucking views, and like insane things, just showing her armpits. Now, is it that people are seeking out the armpits? I'm sure there are some, but it's the signifier of it. The stretch. Oh, it's forbidden. I can't see that. Ooh, it's naughty. The same kind of thing with her. It's like she's biting this phallic object. Come on. Like this is the same thing she's playing with. She's playing with all of it. That's all these people do. That's all these people do. Was it erudite? No. Maybe. I mean, it's maybe someone who learned from erudite, but it's genuinely like, he is just, boy, why is she doing this? It's like, holy fuck.
Anything she is saying making any actual sense?
It is. You're just too stupid and uneducated in the thing she's talking about to understand it. That's the problem. You have incredibly unearned arrogance and self-image that is absolutely at a gross fucking level that is horrifying. You should have humility. Hey, I don't understand that thing. Maybe you can Google it for 2 seconds. What are the words she's using? It's not hard. She was quoting from one of the more famous books. This isn't like obscure Kierkegaard. It's just put into Google and you'd be like, oh, this is from that. And then you can spend time on it. But instead, you presume you have the base of knowledge to be able to say that it's stupid and nonsensical because you're an arrogant fuck and also dumb. So don't do that. Stop being that way. Have humility for your own stupidity.
Obviously not. And again, that is not the point. It's just...
Obviously not. You stupid shit. What a stupid shit. What a stupid fucking asshole. I got to spend time thinking about how to comment on this one. This is a worthwhile for some comment etiquette.
To pretend that you are intelligent. And I don't want to slam dunk on this girl, but the theme of the...
I don't want to slam dunk on this girl. So instead, I'll just show my ass to anyone who has a, minor understanding of philosophy. I'll just show my ass to them completely. I like Latina ass.
Video is that philosophers never respected women, especially when it came to philosophy and advanced sciences.
When the laws gave women equal rights with man,
What an asshole.
they ought to have also endowed her with a masculine intellect.
So the question is, were they correct? Because we're now in the future where women are the most educated in terms of college. They are the ones that...
And he's just showing thirst trap streams. Like this is sad. This is what he thinks women are. I think he thinks women are thirst trap streams.
that are the most enrolled, men are actually becoming less educated.
I don't see the juxtaposition. That's a thirst trap for 7 people, but it's still a thirst trap video.
But statistically, men have a higher ceiling for IQ. Equally, men also have the lowest ceiling for IQ. And
That's not the lowest ceiling for IQ. This is someone who doesn't understand math. Good job. Like, I just keep showing your ass, man. Just keep showing your ass.
you can see this explained in a lot of statistics where men
Thirst trap video of men. See again.
live the most diverse lives, as in they're the richest and equally they are the most poor. You can
See, and again, the stats are always interesting. It's true. Men are on average mostly the homeless people. Big reason for that is because they don't generally have the ability to utilize their bodies to exchange for rent. So women don't go homeless because they're basically exploited sexually. The stats on that are really depressing. Really depressing. Really depressing.
see this pattern occur in everything. And to preface, this is very important to know, but all of these
Most people are men.
studies of men having larger variabilities in terms of IQ is also extremely old. This is where the argument comes up that, well, maybe it's because men had an education and women didn't, so it skewed the statistics. But remember, statistically, IQ is heritable, as in it is biological, as in it is something.
You're fucking, I almost used a, I'm sorry. I almost went 90s on that. He is not someone who should be talking about these things. Heritability doesn't work like that, you fucking weirdo. And again, the unearned self-confidence is astonishing. Is that a wig? It might be. It might be.
Something you were born with. That is why men are taller. That is why men are stronger. And it also equates to why they can be dumber and smarter. Also, I lied. There are a bunch of new studies, 2024, 2025, that proves the exact point of IQ variability, meaning the philosopher saying women cannot reach the depths of advanced sciences is actually correct.
Oh, Brandon, would you be down to kiss?
I got to tell you, it's wild. It's hey, look, the test that men developed to test men out for things that men wanted, men do better on. We don't even have to go to like obscure people, by the way. Stephen Jay Gould has his book on IQ and the truth of IQ and all of that, and fully wrecks it, and did that when I was, I think, 1. So if you're still talking about IQ today, you're really dumb. And it's kind of a sting operation IQ test. Do you think this guy has his hand in his pants constantly? He edited this with one hand.
Yeah, I'll be down. Come here.
Sorry, that was the wrong clip, but here is Anne Ride, a female philosopher.
You know, if I said, I'm going to write a video and I'm going to do this thing and I'm going to make a guy who is so fucking stupid that he's going to make all the points that I fucking hate. And he's going to be so bad at it that I'm actually going to make him not be able to pronounce Ayn Rand, which is, if you say Ayn Rand, you know what? That's fine. That's a phonetic thing. He can't read. Do you understand this means he can't read? Rand is her last name. R-A-N-D. Rand. R-A-N-D. He doesn't even say Rand.
Sorry, that was the wrong clip, but here is Anne Ride,
Anne Ride. Anne Ride. Even Google caught it. Do you know how fucking dumb you have to be to not? You can't pronounce Rand. You should not be making a video about how anyone else does anything. Go do things. Like, that's horrifying that you're this person. This is horrifying. This is YouTube today. Anne Ride.
female philosopher.
He did not make the captions. That's Google trying to figure out how he's doing this.
Other than Jesus, no other figure has influenced more Americans than this woman right here.
That's just not true, by the way. I love Randians. They're fucking out of their minds, though. Like, it's just stupid. It's just stupid shit.
Ayn Rand. And I'm not kidding. There was literally a Library of Congress study that showed exactly that.
It's not true.
Maybe that's a win for feminism? I don't know. Anyway, I'm sure you assume that Ayn Rand is this sort of like conservative American philosopher, but she wasn't.
She is.
She was really a Russian playwright who was obsessed.
Yeah. She was really a Russian playwright. All them plays she made.
Obsessed with a Hollywood who would not accept her. And right today, there are senators named after her.
Because she wrote like shit.
Like my good friend right here, Rand Paul.
Rand Paul, so he put together a video. Realize this. In his video, he put in a clip of someone correctly pronouncing Rand, and he still didn't get it right. Do you get that? Like, he put this video in, and he didn't go, all right, cool, let me check. Okay, Ayn Ride. Okay, and then, oh, it's Rand. Rand. Oh, interesting. Rand. Oh, I should probably fix that. No one cares because everyone knows I'm a stupid piece of shit.
But the most bizarre legacy of her influence, and this is something you probably won't hear most places, is her devout following in Hollywood. For instance, shortly before dying, Farrah...
This is a very big extra... This is not... it's so stupid.
Fawcett called Ayn Rand a literary genius. Angelina Jolie called her philosophy very, very interesting. Rob said that
very interesting, said one time in an interview.
Her novel Atlas Shrugged is a stupendous achievement and that he just adores it. And this one killed me a little bit, but Eva Mendes said that anybody she dates has to be a fan of Ayn Rand.
Oh, she's got a big... It's wild.
So we're going to get into her beliefs and ideologies, but before we even do that...
Farrah Fawcett, tits, again, that's this guy's thing.
You can tell by the comments, a lot of...
Sylvia Brown, by the way, has been around for a long time, it turns out. That's all I can think whenever I see Ayn Rand now is like that she just basically went, I'm just going to fake my death and become a psychic who tells people that their kids are dead. That's all I can think.
A lot of people don't like her.
Ayn Rand sucks. You
she
should
does.
Respect her. Let me tell you why.
She does. There's a lot of women that are in philosophy you can respect. She didn't do philosophy at all. She did philosophy like how Jordan Peterson does philosophy.
I wouldn't read this book again if I was stranded on a desert island for the rest of my life, and this was my only reading material.
Ayn Rand seemed profound when I was in the 8th grade, but as I got older, she seemed childish.
And why is that? She's like one of the most popular female philosophers, and they hate her. I will say, though, it's a little ironic that there isn't a...
You can't name modern philosophers who are men. So let's be very fair. He would name Jordan Peterson and the guys he showed. He wouldn't show Zizek even, let alone like Serres, Rancière, and the guys I like who are alive, Julien, Jean-Claude Martin. No, none of these guys, because he has no idea what philosophy is. Again, he's showing he's an idiot. That's all he's doing. I'm sad he didn't use my favorite. I brought it up just because it's my favorite line about there are two novels that can change a 14-year-old man's life. Lord of the Rings and Atlas Shrugged. One is a childish fantasy that engenders a lifelong obsession with unbelievable heroes, leading to emotionally stunted, socially crippled adulthoods, unable to deal with the real world. The other one has orcs.
A lot of female philosophers, and the philosophers that do hate women, which is all of them, also nobody likes the one that is the only one that's very popular. What does that say? What does that say? You guys actually think about that. But here's the truth. She's really good.
Ayn Rand is a writer and philosopher. Her philosophy is most dramatically expressed.
I love the music.
Through the heroic characters in her 4 novels, of which The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged are the most famous.
Miss Rand, you have said that your primary purpose in writing is to project the ideal man. For those who may not have read Atlas Shrugged and have not yet met Hank Rearden or John Galt, how would you describe the ideal man?
Ayn Rand and her main philosophy is...
He's still getting it wrong. He's watched this video where everyone has said her name out loud. How do you... This is like this is embarrassing as shit. Like, that's so fucking, like, I've fucked up pronouncing things, but literally in this video, he's multiple times shown clips otherwise. It's fucking crazy. I've
something called objectivism. The core idea is that reality exists independently of anyone's feelings or wishes. I could tell that the girl from the TikTok is someone who takes a lot of pride in being better than men, more intelligent, and
I think this
projection much?
Gap in education becomes very apparent in dating because you don't really want to text somebody who's constantly speaking with grammatical errors, who can't keep up with you,
who can't pronounce shit that they're talking about and makes an ass of themselves constantly. Absolutely.
Intellectually, who's not good at like communicating their thoughts and like putting them into words and really concisely, effectively communicating them to you.
Guess what? Again, statistically, that is true. But people also forget that men are objectively, statistically better.
The pathetic world of people, man. Yeah, exactly, Queen of Swords. That bitch thinks she's smarter than me. She wouldn't fuck me at all. I hate her.
And that sounds very rage baity, provocative, but that's entirely...
Hey, look, in a world made by men, for men, and about men, run by men, where men have all the power, men are the thing. I don't understand how that happened. It must be that it's just true.
The point of Ayn Rand, which is why...
His fucking... I don't know if you can hear it. He doesn't know how to mix music either. His fucking bass is like popping. Like he's hitting like, you know, this guy thinks he's in the top 1%. He does. He certainly does. He certainly does. He certainly does. We're going to take a look at the rest of the videos on his channel after this, but this is a fucking riot.
So many people hate her. It's because she is an OG rage baiter, which people forget that a lot of philosophers at the time, no one liked whatsoever. They would kill all the Greek philosophers because they did so much change. It's the same idea. Every philosopher is hated when they are alive, but after they die, they are revered, they are loved. Friedrich Nietzsche died irrelevant, so, you know, hated, forgotten, not cared about. Ayn Rand is exactly the same.
What Rand offers is an inversion of the golden rule. Instead of love your neighbor as yourself, Rand instructs us to cut the middleman and just love yourself instead. To Rand, altruism is evil, and selfishness should be rewarded.
The problem with philosophy content is that a bunch of them believe they are more intelligent than they actually are. What people don't understand about the biblical quote is, love thy neighbor as thyself. Thyself is the measuring stick, not an afterthought. It assumes there's already a baseline of care, dignity, and mercy you give yourself because, think about it, how can you love someone more if you can't even love yourself first?
That's a thing, man. That's a fucking wild statement.
To cut the middleman and just love yourself instead. To Rand, altruism is evil, and selfishness should be rewarded.
It's more complicated than that. Again, Ayn Rand is an idiot, and her philosophy is terrible. But it was more complicated than just that.
The problem with philosophy content is that a bunch of them believe they are more intelligent than they actually are. What people don't understand,
like your video,
about the biblical quote is, love thy neighbor as thyself. Thyself is the measuring stick, not an afterthought. It assumes there's already a baseline of care, dignity, and mercy you give yourself because, think about it, how can you love someone more if you can't?
There isn't a future with businessmen. We need to vote inside work and feminism in the unions. Oh, it's your, what the fuck are you doing? I'm the wrong channel. If you think you're in a channel that isn't already, yeah, you're weird. Fucking hate these people.
Can't even love yourself first. That's what Anne Ride is talking about, because you need to be selfish for yourself if you actually want to contribute for society. How could you provide to the world if you're a homeless man trying to constantly help everyone else? You have no resources.
That's fucking amazing. Like the myopic worldview and lack of understanding of how anything operates is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And again, showing his ass constantly. Got to get that Ayn Rand in there all the time, though. He said Ayn Rand earlier. He did. And he went back because he's an idiot.
You have no leverage, and it's quite simple to understand, but people get caught up in this game of I'm intelligent. I use the word altruism.
For many people, religion is a
Ayn Rand used the word altruism. You just used the word altruism. What are you doing?
way of explaining the mysteries of life, the unknown things. Do you recognize no mysteries?
I don't believe that lack of knowledge is a license to start inventing fantasies.
Mm-hmm.
And because everyone hates...
Oh, God, Christ. Yeah, serious. Ayn Rand would think this guy is the worst for talking about Jesus or the love thy neighbor thing or how that works or trying to re-rationalize it. She would mock the fuck out of him. And she is, again, stupid. She's smarter than him. She's smarter than this guy. Like, this guy's, again, terrible.
It's on the female philosopher that is purposefully being antagonistic, being very controversial. It's easy to feel smart and take the free win. But I think people need to understand her philosophy has existed forever. Rarely will a new thought ever be generated.
Yeah, you're a fucking moron, dude. Rarely a new thought will be generated. Well, then how does anything change? Or are there not new thoughts all the fucking time and you just don't understand it? And again, you think you're smart enough to be able to grasp it. You're not. It's cute. You're cute. He has a giant stuffed animal in his bed behind him. And he's making comments like this about women and being us is fucking weird.
Never fill. You can't fill a cup or something from an empty cup. You get the idea, right? You need to help yourself first. You need to love yourself.
Or something. I'm just going to pretend that's the saying and generate an AI image and just put that in. So that way people think I didn't just make up some dumb shit. Sarah's is having a fucking meltdown. This is one of those videos that I think will just kill somebody. This is the worst. It's the worst. This is embarrassing shit. I love it. I love it. When we talk about like like and I'm still working on it. I'm trying to figure out how to get it done because I just don't have enough hours in the day. But the Kintsugi theory, the thing we did with Michael Burns, who sucks too, it's better than this, dear God. It's about talking about like that distance where it's like they're wrong, obviously, but it's they're wrong. And then that distance between that and what they could be saying and why they're not, where their social investments exist, how they're invested in their own sort of existence in various ways. It's really fascinating. And this is one of those videos I love for that, because the distance between him and what he thinks he is, and then what he really, really is awesome. It's awesome. Feeding starving children wouldn't feel the same if you didn't exploit them. I mean, every year for the last like 4 or 5 years, we've made more than enough food for everyone on Earth. That's it. So, but we are too stupid to get it to everyone because capitalism. Poor thing has self-esteem issues and it's like therapy. Well, that's basically, and that's welcome to conservatism. You have self-esteem issues, so you overproject and you react how you think people need you to, and you view the world from a conservative, paranoid angle, and lo and behold, you fit into their silliness. And it's the same thing. It's the reason that Bitcoin and meme stocks and the stock market and all these things that are very vibe coded. And I don't mean that in the AI sense, but like it's about the vibes. It's about not saying, oh, these people, the emperor has no clothes. The moment that happens, everything falls apart in conservative circles over and over and over because they need everyone to agree. I'm also completely straight and cool and smart and desirable by women. And it's everyone else who's wrong. I agree with you. I also am that way.
Yourself first before you can help other people. And the main idea with Anne Ride is that you don't want
How do you do it again, dude?
To be someone who feels obligated to help other people because of societal pressures. You need to do it for your own self, for your own reason, which is to be selfish.
Needed is a year of clean water for someone in need. And, we're trying to raise money to get people clean water all around the world. It's, a big thing.
Two of the worst people in the world right here.
People die from it. And we're just curious. Your friends here were saying you're a very generous soul.
Are you really gonna do this shit? I fucking at the McDonald's drive-thru, man. Is this gonna happen to me?
If you guys don't get it, Mr. Beast is guilt tripping a lot of celebrities doing on a live stream to donate money for his charity. But the problem is they don't want to donate the money. They're being forced to via obligation and social pressure into doing it. This is important to know because
100% of these people knew beforehand what it was going to be. If you didn't realize, like, none of these people were really taken by surprise. Hey, Mr. Beast is doing a live stream and he's been doing it. The whole thing was live. It was on his channel. The whole thing was live. And hey, Mr. Beast is doing a live stream that he's calling up various people to try to get them to donate money. Oh, look, Mr. Beast's team hit me up. I wonder what that's about. I'm going to go talk to him. Surprise. Like, are you fucking dumb? That's how fucking dumb this is so pathetic.
That is a real thing. There are studies, even a Vsauce experimental video.
What we learn from moral psychology experiments doesn't always make humans look good. For example, today we're going to look at moral licensing. The theory that when you do something good, you subconsciously feel you've earned a license to then do something bad.
It's again, these studies have been debunked. These are terrible studies. If you just look at them, they're just awful.
Surprise, surprise, it is not a theory, and that is why it is so important to love yourself first and not live under obligations doing things.
Vsauce is actually a pretty good channel generally. Vsauce, Michael here. I have my kid, I have Dexter watch it because he does really good science videos that like are exploratory. And it's very they're videos that reward curiosity and asking questions. I like it. It's good. It's not bad. But again, it's just YouTube slop content mostly.
Things other people want you to do rather than you yourself wanting it to do. Because
yeah, just welcome to. So okay, You're doing things because other people want you to rather than what you want. And I'm a big boy. I can do things because I want to. Mom, I don't need you to approve of everything I do. I'm going to make a video and I'm going to shit on women because I want to, not because of social pressures that make me look like a fucking weird little twink. I want to be a big man. I'm going to make it about big Latina butts and boobs. There you go. This is fucking the video. It's terrible.
If you're forced to do something good like donating money to a charity you don't give a fuck about, then maybe you will justify doing that good.
Self-licensing is a thing that hasn't been debunked. It's definitely a thing to some extent. It's not. It exists. To talk about it as he did, in the sense of it's how people are, is bullshit. Straight up. It exists. Yes, so does everything else. But it's not just like the nature of it.
For the sake of doing something bad. AKA Ayn Rand is correct. Selfishness should be rewarded because
no,
it benefits society overall. Thank you for my TED Talk.
I can make a very good argument on how selfishness necessarily needs to work because, one, what he just described is not Ayn Rand's selfishness. Just so you know. It's not. Her version of selfishness is actually paradoxically broken into itself to the point where one of her really, really excitable little students, you might have heard of, his name's Alan Greenspan. How he would pronounce it. Alan Greenspan said, the 2008 crash basically proved that his entire worldview, which was rational selfishness, didn't work. So, yeah, kind of self-paradoxical. But I can make a very good argument for selfishness is a fascinating concept, what people regard as their self and other things and how it operates. Advocating for oneself and one's own position, I believe wholly in. But what does it mean to be selfish? What is the self? How does it work? Oh, you mean like that fucking girl was talking earlier with the Kierkegaard book, you stupid cock?
Subscribe.
If a man's ever rude to you, just be an inconvenience.
Women and children. Yeah, it's good. That's funny shit, by the way. There's some really good videos about that.
Their lives. They always see only what is near, think only of the present, and are incapable of looking far ahead. Their judgment is like that of a child. It lacks depth and is determined.
The number of AI images he's using in here are hilarious. And again, kind of self-reporty. Little bit self-reporty.
By immediate impressions.
Yeah, that was fucking sick. Nah, I'll be 100% honest. That was a cool edit, but I think people forget that these philosophers do not hate women. They're making generalizations, which is factually correct.
And once again, we learn you don't have to be white to be a racist, hegemonic piece of shit. If you didn't know. There is a huge issue with racism of people of Southeast Asia, Central Asia, China, Japan, for people in the Indian subcontinent. Huge racism problem. Huge. Also in tech circles, which this guy's part of, so fuck him. Everyone smells. I hate to break it to him. Everyone smells. You're just, what a fucking loser. Everyone smells. Everyone smells. I had a colonoscopy last week. You want to know what I smelled like right before that? I smelled. That's how it works. People smell. Our bodily functions and the way we work and the food we eat that comes out our pores changes us. And the aromatics used throughout Indian food, which is delicious, by the way, he's going to be the kind of guy who likes, he unironically probably chicken tenders. Like, that's going to be him.
right? Does that make sense?
That's like, I'm talking about his nose. It's, my dog had his nose cut off the other day. My God, how does he smell? Terrible.
There will be outliers, and those outliers will be the exception to the rule. That does not mean every type of woman you meet will be beneath you because they're a little bit less intelligent statistically. But I think a lot of people forget that there is an average narcissism bias.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Wait. We're experiencing art. Everyone, we're experiencing art. Do you realize this? We're experiencing art. This is art.
Beneath you because they're a little bit less intelligent statistically. But I think a lot of people forget that there is an average narcissism bias. If you look at the stats, ask a driver, the majority of drivers will believe they are better than the others. So when I present the fact that a lot of men could be more intelligent by, genetics, they assume, yeah, I'm the intelligent one.
You are not. You are, I just am. That made the video worth it. That made the video worth it, actually. That made the video worth it. That made the video worth it.
Probably not the one at the very bottom, but,
he probably has a perfectly average IQ.
Take this information as you will, but here's the truth. That doesn't mean you discriminate against women. That doesn't mean you discriminate against men.
I also am going to point out that he hasn't featured a single Latina in this video. So I hope his girlfriend realizes that. Just saying. He keeps showing fair-skinned women over and over and over.
Because they could be more intelligent or they could be dumber. The main idea is these guys were extremely ahead of their time. They don't have studies. A lot of their ideas came from just pure observation and interpretation. But here's the truth. The more we consume and use social media.
Men are also all the pedophiles. Men are super good at being pedophiles. Rapists. Rapists. Murderers. Murderers. Really good fucking murderers. War starters. Exploiters. Baby killers. Baby fuckers. There's all men. Men are super good at all that. So you know what? He might have a point. Look, women, to be taken seriously, you just have to get into your game. Ghislaine Maxwell, is that really going to be your attempt? We had Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. Okay. Maxwell, pass. Distant third place in terms of being the kid fucker. Okay. Women. Come on. Did you not see Bill Gates? Melinda Gates didn't know she had an STD, and Bill Gates and Epstein conspired to get her antibiotics secretly to cure an STD that Bill Gates got from an underage prostitute in Russia. Women can't even compete with that level of thinking. That's why men have higher IQs.
You're degrading the part of your brain where you were thinking for yourself. I never went or enjoyed philosophy in college.
No one is shocked. Literally, no one is shocked to hear you say this. I never enjoyed philosophy. I am just, I can't believe that. That's amazing to me.
College, high school, I never liked any of it because everything they taught were things I've already thought of myself.
Oh God. The Dunning-Kruger effect is so beautiful when it happens this hard. That's the most Dunning-Kruger I've ever heard. That's fantastic. Let's do it again, because that's hard. That's like, so there's like Dunning-Kruger, where it's like plastic pills. Or Michael Burns, I read philosophy and I really understand this. There's that level. That's fine. That's like a spray paint in a bag and huffing it. Dunning-Kruger. I need the main line. I need the crushed up, boiled on a spoon, put in a syringe, stabbed in the eye at full fucking force. I need to mainline my Dunning-Kruger.
For yourself. I never went or enjoyed philosophy in college, high school. I never liked any of it because everything they taught were things I've already thought of myself. And this is very important because this is also the main philosophy towards the content you watch.
This is, look, part of my my thing I'm doing on literacy, which literacy affects this. I genuinely believe so. I spent a long time working in circles, the numeracy and literacy with New Jersey Institute of Technology, or Innovation Institute, NJII, I think was the name at the time. Trying to build technology and software to do things and help kids learn. And the studies were incredible. But the biggest thing was the way that people who read slower, and because there's two types of reading. People don't understand this. They think that if they read slower, it's the same thing as someone who reads faster, just slower, because it feels like, oh, if I run faster, I get to that position sooner. But if I run slower, I get there after the other guy. But effectively, it's just running. But that's not how reading works. Reading is fundamentally different based on how it actually happens. The inner experience of reading is incredibly complicated, but it is not broken up into literate or illiterate, but instead, the terms I use for it, and again, there's not a lot of, it's a whole thing, is constant speed versus differential. Someone who reads at a constant speed reads at a level that they basically always read at. They read 1 or 2 words, 3 words, and then they conceptualize them and move on to the next group, because your brain can only handle 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 things before you kind of need to collapse them to move on. You need to put things together because you can't hold 19 thoughts at once. You can hold 3, like stuff. It's fungible, but that's the basics. So someone who reads, like for example, take Sirius's comment. As I said earlier, what no phonics does to someone. That sentence, as I said earlier, Sirius, you take that, break it into your own. What no phonics. Okay. So as he said earlier, that type of reading is fundamentally different than someone who reads at a differential speed. Fundamentally different. And the reason is because they're making their own sense of every part of it and then stringing together large conceptual ideas within a single thought that's intended to be communicated. Someone who reads at a differential speed reads the entire sentence at once. This difference is so fucking absolutely the reason that we have these problems. At this point, I literally have no other way to describe it other than this is the thing. The studies are showing it across the board, the crime statistics, prison populations, everything. It's insane how absolutely important all of these things are. And when someone can't read at that proper level, they think they can read and they think they're literate. They assume they can read, and not to be a dick, they think they read like I do. Or like probably most of you. I know people in my audience are weirdos. You're in a unique category, but not everyone. And if they think they're reading the same, they think differently, and it fucks everything up. And this is 100% this shit. I'm with you 100% serious, like 100%. This is the thing. You can't pronounce Ayn Rand because you can't associate letters with sounds, and you can't put them together with the conceptual things. This is wild. But it's a perfect example. If you believe when you're reading literally any philosopher that you had that thought before you read them, and I don't care if it's Plato, like I don't care if it's Aristotle, and you think, I think ideas are different than things. That's basically Plato. You're a fucking danger to other people, and you need to understand you are a danger to your own education. Fundamentally. You've never had any thoughts that any of these people have had unless you've read it, because you're not that smart. You're not that fucking smart.
fuck? Do you think I watch YouTube videos about some British guy talking about philosophy? That's dumb as fuck. I'm being so serious. That is the dumbest thing you could possibly do, because modern day philosophers no longer exist. You know what?
What the shit? Like, this is one of those, like, punk's dead, dude.
They don't exist because they're using all the actual teachings and learnings from philosophy in their real life, and they're all of the successful people.
No, absolutely not. It's just absolutely not true in any capacity. Nothing of what he's saying. These people get it because they're successful. Therefore, they understand philosophy. Hey, do you want to talk about quasi-cause for about 2 seconds, or just continue to display it for everyone, you fucking jackass?
Does that make sense? It is a genuine trap to be stuck in this echo chamber of believing you are more intelligent based off of...
Not more intelligent. I know more about these things than you do. He knows more about those things than you do. It's not about more intelligent. You're a jackass, and you can't help but put people into these categories of being better or worse than other people, because you are a bad person, because you want to rate yourself against other people, and you are literally demeaning them as you talk about these things, saying that they are unable to, half of the population, unable to do these things because fundamentally they don't have a cock. And I bet you don't really either. So fuck off for that for a second, pull back, realize, hey, these people know more than you. That's it.
I know philosophy. I know what altruism is. Oh, do you know?
If you're bragging about, if you think he was bragging because he knows what altruism is, if you think that's why the guy used the word altruism and not because that was, Ayn Rand's primary thing, if you think altruism is a big word, it explains a lot. It explains a lot. It explains a lot. That actually explains so fucking much. Altruism is not actually an interesting philosophical word, and it's not primarily a word used in philosophy. It's mostly out of like Christian apologetics and a sort of theological, political backing, but it's not a philosophy system or anything like that. It's not really used like that. So if you think that's what he's doing, it's a huge fucking depressing self-report for how fucking dumb you are. Very, very depressing. Are those terms I came up with? They are terms I came up with. I've been working on this literacy thing for, again, I worked in the space for a long time. The studies were really fascinating. You'd sit there and my favorite was, and I was really upset because I have my fucking Tobii eye tracker still. I dug it all the way up and I had it attached, and the old ones don't fucking work with Windows 10 or 11. Eat shit, Tobii, you fucking assholes. $500 fucking thing that you just don't support anymore. Assholes. But you could sit with an eye tracker and you can see how people's eyes move. Now, we used to use this when I was doing marketing. We would use this all the time in like studies and everything. We'd have people play games, we'd have people watch trailers, and you would watch their eyes. Horrifying things you can learn about people based on where their eyes sit, where their eyes and pupils dilate, where they become mentally and physically aroused, based on what they're looking at. You can tell people are in the closet or not. Like, it's insane. It's insane how deep you can go into these things. And the challenge is when you watch someone read, the way that people's eyes move can't be faked. You can read a sentence or not. And it was really wild for me to understand, because again, I think everyone does, you assume you have a universal experience. So reading a sentence like this at about this speed through a book, very fast, that thing I was capable of. I read a fuck ton. I've been reading since I was very little. My parents read to me. I read. It's reading's an important part of my life. I love it, and I read complicated shit. So when I read something simple, I'm able to do it very quickly. It's not that wild. Other people, as I would watch their eyes, they'd go word, 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 word. They would build it, but dancing around a sentence to get to the end of the sentence. I didn't know that was a thing. It didn't occur to me. This was when I was starting in VR. So 10 years ago, because with VR, we started doing a lot of work in eye tracking because we were doing stuff with foveated rendering. But alongside that, there were education grants and all kinds of stuff. Starbreeze had their fingers in fucking everything. And so we were always playing with different things to see what we could do or how we could build things. And it was a wild journey. And I have the essays finally finished. So I'll probably be editing tomorrow and recording tomorrow. I'm hoping to get them out this next week. But this is depressing.
I know how to pronounce. I know philosophy. I know what altruism is. Oh, do you know how to pronounce Friedrich Nietzsche? I do. You Nietzsche?
I mean, you can't even pronounce Ayn Rand consistently in your own video. That's embarrassing. You make content for other people to watch and learn things. One of the signs of an autodidact, someone who learns on their own, is that they often don't know how to pronounce things. I don't ever fault someone for not pronouncing things correctly, unless they've shown it's out of incuriosity. When I was younger, I thought it was Michael Foucault. You show me one fucking person in Littleton who ever says that goddamn word out loud, and someone on anything besides the internet in 2005 and on, where I would have ever heard someone say that on any television. It wouldn't have. Michael Foucault. Why not? I never fault people for that shit. It's fine. But if in the video you say it multiple ways and you don't correct it, you fuck up. And when you're mocking people and you fuck up like that, it's embarrassing. Yeah. Elder, I will also cop to this. Elderon and I had a review of Hermes. The lovely people republishing a new translation that's very good of Hermes 1, which is Sarah's new work. And for 3 hours, we loved this book. We love this book. I've just never heard anyone really talk about him out loud. And we really did not pronounce his name very well. And I'm not sure I'm more, it's one of the reasons I have my next piece in the How to Philosophy series is on Michel Serres' his book Genesis. And I have rewritten it 50 times and I've asked people to look at it. I've had people rewrite it. I'm so terrified because this isn't like getting Nietzsche wrong. No one gives a fuck. Who cares? This is like, these people are alive and I was just an asshole. This feels bad.
This guy. And I think it's very important to know that modern day philosophers are the ones that are
It's the sports person, you fucking idiot.
actually applying the lessons.
Actually applying the lessons? What a fucking loser.
The fakes and fake intelligent people are the ones who pretend they are smart because they talk about it all the time rather than actually applying and putting.
I mean, I've applied. We can talk about that, stupid bitch. You're like, this is what you do. You're terrible. You make terrible videos about terrible things and show the world your ass, and it's embarrassing. God damn.
Themselves in situations where they fail.
And you think altruism is a fancy word.
Learn from it and become even smart.
Tom Brady's smart. He throw a ball. He know how cheat. He know how cheat and get away with it.
Harder. Okay.
What's with the model fucking trains? What the fuck is this? What are you doing?
So here's a very clear theme in this video. People pretend to be intelligent by memorization, but interpretation.
She's writing notes for thirst traps. This other person is reading Kierkegaard.
and the ability to break it down into fundamentals is extremely important.
She's a student studying Kierkegaard actively, and it's difficult to break it down. You want me to do it? I can break down a lot of these fuckers. I have literally in videos here. I spend most of my time explaining these things in ways that are very graspable, but they're complicated. And by the way, this same guy will say how smart and clearly smart Elon Musk is because he's designing rockets and no one else understands that. And he uses jargon. The literal things that he's shitting on philosophers for here, it's just because he hates women and he hates people who are smarter than him. That's all it is. It's like resentment built into this pathetic little twink ball.
Important. This is why my videos are not targeted towards philosophy idiots, but people who haven't even been introduced to it. Because if your goal is to teach and leave a real impact, you wouldn't go to those who speak and think like you.
This is the fucking unbelievable brain rot. What a fucking loser. Jesus.
But those who have never even considered to do so, check out my IShowSpeed video, check out my Kanye West video, Kodak Black is a Clash Royale Goblin. Who thinks of that? A real philosopher. But yeah, women are cool.
All right, we're gonna take a look at some of this.
Cool. I like women.
What are the comments? Okay. My coworker losing his fucking mind dog. This video is constructed like a maze. I love women, especially Latinas. Oh my God. Philosophers got killed because they were asking the question, wait a minute, aren't we being scammed? Philosophy major here. What I learned is if you are not hated or killed, you didn't make it in the craft. An idiot admires complexity. A genius admires simplicity. That's not true. That's one of those things really stupid people say to each other. Lack of knowledge is not a license to start writing fantasies. I don't. Why did he change pronunciation of Ayn Rand? That's the question we care about. That's a joke to trigger you. Who is Anne and why is she writing? Every mistake like this on YouTube is engagement bait. Sorry, bro. You proved his point. Steve Brule moment. Boy, I wonder how we ended up in the country we are with the fucking morons we have everywhere. Wild. Why addiction creates success? Oh, he is just a clickbait whore. That's all he is. He's just a clickbait whore. That's all this is. That's wild. Why do Gen Z women hate men? I think we just watched a video explaining it. IShowSpeed might be a philosophy genius. No, by the way, he's not.
Philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche.
Sometimes people don't want to hear the truth because they don't want their illusions destroyed.
Yeah, this video has 325,000 views.
People see IShowSpeed as young, lucky, stupid, racist, but I can see through the facade. He is Friedrich Nietzsche.
To me right now. It's a fucking female prostitute. Get off the fucking game and do your husband dishes, bitch.
You might think that was intense, but it is literally one of the reasons why he became so successful, and it's that he has low inhibition. His ability to make decisions and do things without thinking is extremely low. Luck, maybe because he's wacky and crazy, willing to hit. Because
I mean, this
it
is
turns life into risk avoidance instead of creation.
No, she told me to quit.
Yeah.
Or I'm leaving. Like, you know, are you? Or
This is so pathetic. It's wild. That's wild. That's pathetic as shit. What a fucking loser. Wow. All right. I need something that is not the worst thing ever. All right, let's do clip us. We're out. Moving on to the next thing. Let's watch this 8-minute video about how Tyler Perry is blackface.
Gentlemen, ladies.
I'm sure as a white guy in America, there's never going to be an issue or any reason that this would bite me in the ass.
Ladies nuts across my chin. You may not believe this, people, but I grew up in a black household. That's right. I know I appear to be Caucasian with a credit score of 800 with blue eyes and American hot-blooded and actively stopping all abortions that happen within my vicinity, but I grew up in a black household. Yes, we said...
I just can't. The jerk. I wasn't always a rich white man. I was born a poor black child. I was one of the great Steve Martin moments. Sorry.
The N-word. Oh. We said that to each other as friends. Oh. We ate ramen noodles. Oh. And one thing we did as a family sometimes was watch Tyler Perry movies. Now, every Tyler Perry movie I've...
If I may up front, Tyler Perry movies are hallmark for minorities. And his specific power is because they're safe, fundable capitalist vehicles for cash that the studio system can take part in, can use to grow, can invest in. And he's able to take the money and sort of, he can, to his credit, make exceptionally larger productions than probably he should be able to with his cash and be able to pocket a good amount of that. And it's able to be safe, family fun garbage, which, by the way, if you didn't know, white America's addicted to as well. And that safe, family fun bullshit that Tyler Perry does that is basically the white version. I would almost even say it's whiteface because it's the weirdest, confusing, not blackness. I've watched a lot of Tyler Perry. Weirdly, I find it fascinating because it's what I think, like, people I grew up around in the neighborhoods and things like that. It's what they wanted the black neighbors to be like. It's kind of like that fantasy from the white side, and I think. I find it fascinating. But it's like, Medea is good. It's not my sense of humor. I grew up though with like Ernest P. Worrell, and Ernest had some fucking funny moments. I was fucking 7. Like, what are you going to do? I find racial stuff extremely fascinating, especially like when you section off content for different people and it's like, oh, this is great for black people. They would love this. This is going to be on BET. And then it's like, there's nothing interesting there. And it's like, it's just black facing white content. And it's really fascinating that way because it's the way that for a long time, content for minorities was built by white people. Because white people were in charge. The studio system's historically not been very friendly to people of color or women or really anyone. I mean, to be frank, but as they started to do more shows that had race as a thing, I think back to All in the Family and the Jeffersons, for example, which is like a really interesting time where race started getting really picked up and made a part of a thing. MASH, great example of like, how they sort of started trying to integrate politics or racial issues. The war they were in is kind of a central theme. It's always interesting, but when they started like going, oh, we're going to now make content for, and some of the early attempts, I think of Red Fox, and I just think of like the popularity of that with who it was popular with. It's confusingly fascinating. I'm always fascinated. Also, this guy brags about being a master manipulator in the past, playing it off like a preacher who mourns the sins he does not commit again after seeing this legit. What the fuck? How did this? What the fuck? He asked for money with approval. Well, I'm not going to tell anyone to donate to him. I don't really care about any of that. Hustle for your money. We all need money. We all got to survive.
Ever seen?
He has 230K subscribers. Give me money. Give Brooks money. Brooks needs money to survive.
It has primarily a bit of the same premise. Black woman struggling. Oh, I can't raise these kids. Oh my God, I can't raise these kids. It's so bad. And then the husband's like, I'm going to beat on you and not take care of my son. And then he leaves to go cheat on her with either a light skin or a white woman. That's essentially what the entirety of the Tyler Perry movie is. And then there's 3 factors in a lot of Tyler.
It's a Christian too. I'm fascinated he didn't mention that. It's one of those things that sticks out like a really sore thumb, is like the underlying Christianization of the value system in it. It's very interesting he didn't mention that.
Tyler Perry movies. There's Medea, who's almost an ever-present, omnipotent, eldritch being in most Tyler Perry movies, who is invincible, has a million felonies, and can do anything. There's the...
He should turn this into a stand-up. That's not a bad opening bit. Brooks, pretend you got in a car crash and asked for medical bills, money on GoFundMe, and pocket it. Well, I see, I'm not a piece of shit, so no.
Older black man that has wisdom. Now, what you should do is you should be a woman. But be a woman, you got to care about yourself. And then there's the better light-skinned guy that comes up and pops in out of nowhere. That's how he operates. That's the whole thing. And I used to love these movies. I used to love the symbolism of church. I used to love the beauty of it.
See, he doesn't mention it as a negative. The religious thing in Tyler Perry is like hard to fucking swallow. It's hard to swallow. It's like forced down your throat constantly.
At all, how God was the ever-present figure that got families through to everything, until I realized that was pretty much every movie. Evil, darker black man. And then out of nowhere would come in some lighter skinned savior, some hero, and...
Well, this is actually now not interesting.
Tyler Perry doing drag is essentially what would happen. The black man humiliation ritual, as some people call it.
I mean, it's... Dressing in drag's funny. I mean, it's a good comedy bit. Monty Python fucking did it. And Nutty Professor is fucking hilarious. Sorry. Shit's funny. Also, I don't see Martin Lawrence up there. How do you do this without Martin Lawrence? Like, I won't say the neighbor's name, but I used to watch Martin religiously because it was insane and it was wild. And he did that too. I'm very confused. None of these films were in my life. Oh my God.
Call it. I don't think it's a humiliation.
Oh wait, I think the behind his ass is going to be Martin.
Ritual, despite the fact that, look behind me, there's like a collage at the current moment of a bunch of black men.
I think.
Look, just look. You see, you see that?
Hold it.
Look at that. This is a bunch of black men.
Genuinely also offensive name for the character.
And dressing up as women. And people said that was a humiliation ritual, but Tyler Perry took that to the next step and said, I'm just going to dress like a woman. I'm Medea. Hello, how you doing? Hello.
Again, Tyler Perry is the black man's Ernest P. Worrell. I've made this, I think about this because it's really interesting. If you haven't seen Ernest,
or like, you can't do this in my house. So
no, stop that. Ernest goes to Africa. This age grade is fantastic. The entire movie's on YouTube. It is hard for me to tell you if it is exceptionally racist and also not. It's confusing more than anything else. But Ernest did all of, like, Ernest is great.
Jake.
My kids fucking love it. Like, if you're a little kid, Ernest is great. There is so much blackface in this movie. It's confusing.
Advance. Lunch money.
It's like they end up going to and running into a tribe. There's so much confusing racism here. It's its own thing. One sec.
Hey, homies, what's happening? What it is, bro?
Kwenziwanjani lokhu? Unqanyula imilenze noma? Masimphiliseni ikhanda. Ushayitolo.
Shibab, shib.
This did not age well, by the way. This did not age well. The entire era. But it's like, this is mocking and it's its own thing. One sec. There's a scene where Ernest dresses as, when he dresses as, here it is. Guys in drag are funny. This is the Sheik that she's being auctioned to. So Ernest goes in and the Sheik really likes Ernest. The whole thing is fucking just, it's just free on YouTube. I probably won't even get copyright struck by showing the scenes. It's confusing. But again, the same beats. If you haven't watched an Ernest film, this is why I mention it. Tyler Perry kind of does all of this shit. Like that's kind of his thing. And I find it, the crossing over of the semiotics of these things, I think is fascinating. Was country more healthy when this racist ribbing was tolerated or no? Oh no. No, I'm not doing the, it used to be better. This shit did not age well. But what makes it really weird is like Ernest is doing, the whole show is everyone else doing outright racist shit and then getting a comeuppance. Well, Ernest grows as a person and actually becomes friends with the tribe and helps them get their artifacts back. And it's again, really wild. It's fascinating how the lessons are taught and all of those things. I find it really weird. Changing the title of the video. Good.
This in black society.
Are they in South Africa? I don't know. They go to the country Africa. This is okay. Look, I'm not saying that this is a good movie. It's literally horrifying throughout it. There are so many things in it that are just genuinely objectionable.
Society was viewed as peak.
It's The Girl in the Red Truck, Charlie Brown is an amazingly confused 80 movie. Oh, fuck. Yes, there's a guy as a jerk, objectively just a responsible, well-adjusted dude. Very common trope in the 80s too, by the way.
Content. This inspired many people such as King Bach. This inspired people such as Day Storm. This inspired the blackish comedy and how it operates. The big loud, how y'all doing, crowd tonight? How y'all doing? Y'all ever had fried chicken and jukelope? White people don't know about stork ankles. My mama used to beat me within an inch of my life. Oh, let me tell you something. Now, that was the style of black comedy before Tyler Perry, but this made it a lot more prevalent.
I am not going to put that on Tyler Perry. I think there is to say it's Tyler Perry is, to me, it's fundamentally, I don't think how culture works. It's South Africa. They're speaking. I'm sure it is. Like, I'm sure they went somewhere. Like they did this for, like the story of Ernest as a human being is actually really interesting. And it's worthwhile sort of reading up on. There's an entire documentary about him that was really fascinating. And I think it's a safe bet you might run into that same thing with like, because I don't think Tyler Perry's like an awful person. I think he makes really terrible shit. And I think he's kind of doing a disservice culturally. But to say that Tyler Perry is responsible for like this really weird, the blackish comedy, the stereotype, the jokey, loud, bullshit. That shit was around, and Tyler Perry figured out how to monetize it in a particular way. But again, its popularity with him was also just part and parcel of sort of the larger capitalist sort of setup. Culture doesn't follow individuals doing a thing. Like, it doesn't work. It's the production and distribution of culture doesn't work in this way.
And a lot more outspoken and going out. Tyler Perry is the worst thing to happen to black people ever.
As long as Brooks doesn't start singing as the kids watch. I made a cut down version of Song of the South because I think Brer Rabbit Burr Bear. I think the stories are actually pretty great, and there's actually a really interesting sort of history to them. But no, I don't make my kids watch. Song of the South is crazy, confusing, racist. Like, it's a great one to like show people who are like, I don't understand how blah 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 is racist, because Song of the South at no point like says black people are bad or white people are good. It is so clear how much it's saying that, though. Song of the South is fantastic for that. I also like the music. I do. Sorry.
Let me explain why. I don't like Tyler Perry because he hyper-emphasized the negation of trauma and the uplifting of religious backing and pushing and mitigating your trauma as long as you have God as a backing force. That is not healthy. It is not healthy to push all your problems to an ever-present force and just get through it and grit your teeth and bear with it. It's not healthy to do that. It hyper-stylized and caricaturized the idea of being black and made it stupid in some aspects. And
it's one of the things that, I mean, this would be the BET thing. Like, if you want to go back to like some of my favorite critiques of BET were always the Boondocks. I think Aaron did a really great job with that. Not just him, but a lot of people around that. When you make a singular identity the entire consumption point, it's actually, BET is a phenomenal example of sort of how that becomes its own self-reinforcing thing and creates a culture unto itself of proper consumption in every way. BET did an amazing job of this. It really did. And you can see as that's kind of become a thing, and then, you know, the type of content and who gets made by what, and some channels make black content more than others and how it works. It's really interesting.
when people see this, they think, oh, this is a one-off instance. Nope. Black people cross-confirm it because it fits within a bunch of common stereotypes. It is insane. Now, there are standout examples of amazing Tyler Perry works that he's done. Diary of a Mad Black Woman is one of them. Hell, even Medea Goes to Jail.
I'm an Ernest Goes to Jail guy, but I think that's, if we want to talk about the true racial divide in the country, who goes to jail? I just don't think I'd ever associate Medea with going to jail. I would associate Ernest. I would say Ernest goes to jail. Just saying. And Diary of a Mad Black Woman's actually really great. It's pretty great.
Is one of the most amazing things that I've seen in terms of the black comedy space. It's beautiful.
Ernest Goes to Jail is the best Ernest movie. And I actually could fucking argue that and fight that. Really fantastic. Yeah, the world's not ready for Ernest versus Medea discourse. I feel like I should make a fucking like lib-focused ContraPoint style thing about how Ernest goes to jail being the focus of things and how we see ourselves going to jail. But I would never say Medea. She's black. I would never, you could do the most lib commentary bullshit thing. Oh God. Ernest is great.
I love it. It's a great boat of nostalgia for me. But upon rewatching the Medea movies more so, I've begun to realize something. This is like a minstrel show, it feels.
I love when captions.
Begun to realize something. This is.
I just love when, like, just retype the caption, man. Like, take 2 seconds, Just take 2 seconds and you can retype it. This is DaVinci Resolve, has an auto caption thing, and most people don't go back through and read it or compare it or like do that. And so minstrel is a word almost nobody uses. Minstrel is a word a lot more people use. So it probability based does it. And so a minstrel show. And I got to tell you, it's very forward thinking to say a drag queen has a minstrel show. That Tyler Perry and drag is a minstrel show. It's gender theory beyond what we understand.
Like a minstrel show, it feels. This feels somehow stupid. It's as if it's taking a single aspect of a stereotype and making it the entire movie. It feels dumb. And they think they can get away with it because they added these deeper, more pivotal messages of nonsense. It does take a stab at hypermasculinity, which is cool. But Tyler Perry in himself, I don't like him. I don't like him because he makes the lighter skinned person the savior. And for the majority bulk of his films, he has...
I say things all the time that are on the edge of getting canceled doesn't happen. People disagree with you and they disagree in large numbers or not, but being canceled isn't a fucking thing. It's made up garbage. So I'm fine with it. I would love to actually have a really interesting dialogue on this at some point. No one will do it because it's fucking touching third rail shit constantly. But this is the interesting stuff of the human experience that I think is worth talking through.
Has made the darker skinned antagonist. That's what he's done. He's made the men be very evil and messed up, and that may be bore out of trauma. A lot of black people can relate to that, and I'm pretty like he's making it for the blacker audience, but he's also pushing the narrative that to be better you have to get with the light-skinned savior. He's also pushing...
So there's more to this. I don't think I'm not going to say he's wrong in the sense of like his critique being this is what people see at the end of the thing. So you have this light-skinned savior, which is really tropey, not just in Tyler Perry, though. This is very common. Like, the darker the skin, the less chance that person is your savior in every one of the movies that exist. Like, it's very rare to see otherwise. That's less Tyler Perry, though. There is a reality in terms of, like, the colorism that Perry is pushing or enacting being part of that larger studio system and the way actors are pushed forward and the way that dark-skinned actors have talked about that they have a harder time getting roles. I'll never forget, it was this weird things that click in your brain. When I was on Oprah, it's a long story. One of the things I got to talk to her for a while, and one of the things that I was really, I don't know, it was so interesting because here's this absolutely one of the most powerful media figures who may have ever existed and may ever exist. It's hard to even talk about how big Oprah was. And she talked about how lighting could never be done right because her skin was just darker than it needed to be. That was kind of the conversation. And it stuck with me forever because the way lighting works on shows, if you haven't done them a lot, you may not know, but like this lighting I have right now, I'm easy. This is easy. This is a flat single softbox light. Nothing exciting. You can see that it's casting a simple shadow, nothing wild, but the way that people register faces, the way that light reflects is very different for people with different complexions. Conversely, as you can go see stories talking about how, they're going to be shooting an action scene. They're going to be doing this. They're going to be having this hero do the thing. The darker skin is literally just more difficult to light. So how fucked up is that? Like, just think about that for a second. Like, how fucked up. This is when I was at Starbreeze, shortly afterwards, we started working. I was going to be possibly trying to figure out if VR could help with police trainers because I don't know, I'm trying to make money. And so one of the things I did is I went around and I was lucky. A few major police orgs let me go through their training, like the stuff that they used to train, their virtual systems. And most of them use this system that's like Mad Dog McCree on a projector. So you go in the room, you've got like this fake gun that's got like these CO2 cartridge type things that go click, click. And you go through the things and then they've got it on a DVD basically, and someone hits a button who's watching you and one of two things happens, and then you give orders and they hit the button, they do this. And the weirdest thing I noticed is everywhere I went, the projectors were improperly lit. I play a lot of video games. I was perfect. Everywhere I went, they would always make jokes like, shit, did you get trained? Because I knew the things to do. I watched way too much TV. I had the gun in the right place. But 100% of the time I died, it was a black guy. Because I couldn't see him. Because the lighting in the room and the projector was just at that fucked up way that you can't see movement if it's too dark. The contrast just isn't there. And I asked everywhere, all three places, this was the LAPD's like one police plaza, their major thing. And I'm sitting there with their trainers and all those things. And I'm like, hey, what the fuck? Is this normal? Oh yeah, everyone dies there. And I'm like, do you think maybe every cop losing and being shot, because they have like physical, they have like responsive things. Like, do you think maybe everyone realizing that the black guy kills everyone, do you think that changes people over time? And it was like this moment where they went, oh, they didn't change the system though. They didn't change the system, but that type of thing is crazy. And Lance, God damn it. We worked with him when I did the John Wick VR thing. He's not as dark as other black, but he's not like super light skinned. Lance, fuck me, god damn it. Lance Reddick, very dark, not as dark, but definitely up there. Genuinely one of the nicest people before he had a heart attack. I'm gone too soon. One of the nicest fucking people I've ever worked with. Genuinely stunning, like, sense of humor. If you haven't seen his appearance on Eric Andre, do it. It's worthwhile. When I brought it up, he and his wife thought they both cracked up because no one mentions it because no one watches that shit. But he's amazing dude. That 3D scanning him was difficult. This is one of those things that casting people and the machine of things wants lighter skinned people in all of these roles for all of these reasons. I met Lance Reddick more than a few times. We worked with him on the John Wick VR. He was in the fucking hotel lobby, of course. Good dude. Really nice guy. I've met a lot of weird people. I've done a lot of weird work, but like this specific thing is a thing that is across film, it's across TV, it's across talk shows, it's everything. The people who work on these shows are aware of this difficulty, and it's not, again, it's an inherent racism, not an outward. Yeah, I wish I was LeVar Burton is exactly the line. He fucking died laughing. What a nice dude. God damn it. Too soon. Wonderful actor. Crazy gravitas in everything he did. And just like the nicest motherfucker, like genuinely, I think he could beat the shit out of me without thinking about it. Just fucking ripped, like crazy ripped, scary ripped. Like he is pure fucking like tone muscle. It was wild. But just like calm and kind and really cool. Yeah. People are amazing. He was an amazing dude. We blacks started the beef with photons first. Well, this is when the Kinect came out. Shitty fucking motion controlling thing. There was a black reporter who was at the event, and it didn't work for him because it tried to take a photo and recognize, and it didn't work because it was built for white people. Like this shit's all the time. These things are built in. This is like, when you're talking about systemic racism, before we even start talking about how people like think about color, you're talking about like, this is a systemic racism thing baked into entertainment across the board. Fuck. So I don't blame Tyler Perry for it. I think he just went with the same thing as everyone else. He probably early on didn't choose everyone who's with him. It's who would work with him. It's who would do this, who people wanted to work with, who casting directors told him to take, who a writer wanted to work with. Like the pressures of all this. He's not one man. Don't do the one man thing at all. Which of the Drake brothers is this? That is that's good bait.
A race war narrative on people, because a large majority of what the black antagonist does outside of cheating with another black woman, they'll always go to some whiter woman or some lighter skinned woman, thus invoking colorism between people, saying, oh, the light skins are better, oh, the dark skin.
This is a troublesome thing, but it's not just him. It's across a lot of these medias, because you also have the opposite, which is the colorism that works where the black women are the darker women, more authentic. The white women are there for fun. One of my favorite depictions of like this that I thought really did a good upturn on it was Godfather of Harlem. If you haven't watched Godfather of Harlem, the first 2 seasons are exceptional, I think. But I'm a sucker for like half the people who are in that show, and it's written very well, and it's really wildly done. But there's a major point for like 2 seasons is this interracial relationship between the Italian mob boss's daughter and this black kid who's a singer. And his mom hates the white devil, blah, blah. It's Malcolm X time, all of that. And the way they handle it, where it's like authentically going through this very interesting character arc of this white girl trying to understand, is she there because she loves him? She did. She really was in love with him. His voice really wanted, like they cared about each other, but the racial side of it, what does that mean for everyone, both for him and for her, and how it worked? And they did a really amazing job with that show. I really do recommend the first 2 seasons. 3rd season, they had to replace the actor for Malcolm X because the guy had scheduling conflicts. He was great. I really liked who they had for the first 2 seasons. I liked his portrayal. Less so season 3.
Skins are better, you're beautiful and dark skin, thus creating a race war within a small class in America. We make up about 14 to 13% of America, and there's this weird colorism war, and Tyler Perry is doing no benefits and no justice by pushing it further. That's what he does, and it's so strange.
He does. Well, it's not just him, because the whole point of like when you write these characters, when you do these things, is about insular groups and outside groups. So when you write a family, or a guy's going to cheat outside of his insular group, you necessarily are going to pick people who are different, and they have to be markedly different for the average audience maker. So you'll see this in, you'll see this actually across media for race across the board, for the very authentic, fresh immigrant in the Asian sort of dramas, and how they're more authentic. But then I can go for that, but that's in my in group. But I'm going to go over here and be led astray. That led astray fantasy of things pushes towards, someone outside of it. That's why you see the same thing in reverse with white culture. They're like, oh, I'm going to go out with this person who's outside of my normal group. Can't be someone who looks like you, because again, it has to be representationally different. It's interesting. I find it interesting. It's just me, maybe. It's wrong to lump it on Tyler Perry, but I will say Tyler Perry is, if he had done he is a fucking powerful nightmare now. Tyler Perry is a master of his own future at this point. He has fuck you money to no end. So he could stop doing those movies. He actually could choose to start infusing the other way and pushing the other way, and he hasn't done that. So that's where it's like you can basically say, it's I won't blame him that it went that way, but I'll blame that he's basically reinforcing it to the worst fucking degree still, because he doesn't have to. He really doesn't have to. He could change all of this.
It's odd. It's silly. It's stupid. I don't like Tyler Perry.
Fair.
I don't think anything in my body could possibly make me enjoy this
West Side Story. Such good music, though.
person. Mostly because...
1 second, I have a monster here. Do you want to come show everyone? Do you want, can I show everyone what you've got? What you bought me for Christmas? This is my daughter Violet bought this for me for Christmas. Well, what is this guy's name? Who is this? Is it the avocado? Yeah, it's the avocado. And can I start him? Is it okay, Vi?
Yeah.
He's not moving anymore. There he is. You like it? She loves this song.
What's your friends?
My friends are in the camera. They're watching right now.
What camera?
Camera's over there. And they're watching and they're listening and we're watching stuff together. I know it's hiding. Secret.
Where are they?
Well, they're around the world. They're not here.
Hey, a stuffy.
It is a stuffy.
A stuffy yours.
It is my special stuffy.
Can it break?
It might, but I think it's okay. I'll take the tags off. Does anyone know what this is? Why this is cool? Anyone have an idea about why I think this is cool? Anyone?
I don't know.
This is Guybrush, the voodoo doll. So go give Guybrush love. It's 307 out of 500. I have 2 more. Thank God. It's Guybrush, voodoo doll. When we did the remake, we made 500 of the dolls. I grabbed a couple.
The Boondocks had an episode. You may not remember the Boondocks episode, and behind me,
I love Boondocks.
I'm going to show a little smidgen of it here. There was a Boondocks episode where they made fun of Tyler Perry.
I think there's a few episodes where they made fun of Tyler Perry. I think one of my favorites was when MLK went off on, like, just out of nowhere, like he's giving the rant speech at the end. He's like, "Black entertainment television is the worst thing I've ever seen." It's like, holy shit.
And they talked about the main structure narratively, same way I just did, but then Huey Freeman
really
did
good.
it. Kind of a comparison point. I have an afro like Huey Freeman, same thing. Anyways, outside of that point, what the important aspect was he made this episode critiquing and criticizing the fact.
Yeah, no, I'm remembering now the specific episode. They mentioned Tyler Perry a lot. Magruder has a bone to pick with BET and Tyler Perry. It's not an uncommon mention.
Tyler Perry may be a closeted homosexual male, whole thing. He was going after Granddad. It was a whole mess. Tyler Perry did everything in his power to get this episode taken down because he felt like it was disrespectful to him. Now, I do want to point out.
I mean, you want to talk about a career-limiting move? Good on Magruder, genuinely.
R. Kelly didn't get his episode taken down. I do want to point out that anybody they've ever made fun of on the Boondocks has not gotten their episode taken down because it is supposed to be a critique of black culture in a fun and humorous way, but it's supposed to invoke the truth. And that is important. That is a Tyler Perry play done right. It's supposed to be funny with some heartfelt moments, but Boondocks is more hyper comedy than Tyler Perry films are. Tyler Perry is an established writer. He is great at doing narrative through lines. He is great at making people feel seen and heard, but he is also great at being a shill. He is great at not taking criticism. He is great at being a coward. And that is how I feel about Tyler Perry. I wish that he was better. I wish that he didn't sound so condescending. I wish he didn't feel as if I'm talking to my father who thinks he knows best for his own vision. He is somehow immune to criticism because of the fun things he's done for black people, but it feels like he's just doing a deep caricature of what he is, of what the entire world is pushing on the narrative. And I don't like him.
I don't think he does that. I think he's doing what he thinks will sell. And it worked. Like, capitalism's a bitch, man. Like, capitalism is a bitch. But there's a lot of Boondocks isn't alone. There is a rich history of shows that are uncomfortable to watch as a white person. I don't know, like, that are critiques about black culture. Black Dynamite as a fucking I mean, everything Black Dynamite did. Jesus Christ. The animated series was wonderful. Any of the fucking shows or movies around it was just amazing. I'm a big Laserwolf fan. Atlanta, I think it's not possible for me to pull Atlanta like out without talking about how it's a critique of all of those things. Black Jesus was good too. Black Jesus was pretty fucking great. Black Jesus was pretty fantastic. Yeah, Black Jesus was pretty great.
I don't like him that much. If you have a different opinion about Tyler Perry, or have some strong feelings, or say that I'm wrong about Tyler Perry,
who would have strong opinions about fucking Tyler Perry? Like that would be a weird thing. He's a capitalist. That's what he does. He's the thing. He's made a fuck ton of money doing the thing, manages a fuck ton of capital, and is part of the power structure. Tyler Perry? Yes, Tyler Perry. What did I say? I thought I said Tyler Perry.
You're more than welcome to tell me in the comment section down below. Maybe I'm incorrect. Maybe I have wrongest.
All right, let's see if the world disappoints me. Most of his movies have, this is true, by the way. This is an accurate statement. His movies have subplots of SA. Tyler Perry wouldn't even defend Tyler Perry, really. He'd just throw a lawsuit. He hates black women, capitalizes on their trauma. The second part for sure. The Boondock segment's classic. I used to watch Tyler Perry's Medea movies. I mean, again, it's... makes sense considering my mom was racist and had nothing against Tyler Perry films. I was on a 17-hour bus trip, took some anti-nausea medication, basically in and out of consciousness. Someone had the entire Tyler Perry box set, put it on, and let me tell you it was true. Yeah. Teen Titans Go Medea parody. I can't even believe it's a real factual sentence. I don't want to know that sentence. Go watch Atlanta. Go watch Laserwolf. Go watch Black Jesus, Black Dynamite. God, Black Dynamite's great. Okay. Let's see. What do we want to do now? Let's do some philosophy. Since the other shithead said jargon's the worst, let's do some other shit. Let's have some fun.
Theory has to have a priority.
I need someone to tell me that I'm wrong when I say that Lacan went from the phallus as being the most important to the vagina. This is, to me, it looks like a uterus. I can't see it as anything else other than a biological diagram of like a uterus. Why the fuck would he do that? Like, it's literally, that's what it looks like. It's a uterus. It's a phallus in the uterus. Like, why do you do this? Why? Lacan maps are awful. Lacan maps are so fucking awful. But we do owe them for Guattari's work with the diagrammatic, so it gets a pass in the end, because the diagrammatic is everything. It's important. This is the Dangerous Maybe, who are really just starting... It's fucking minute-long garbage. Look at this minute-long fucking intro. What the fuck?
It gets much wilder than this.
Just minute and 10 seconds. Fucking Christ, guys. Fucking Christ.
I have had more requests for me to ask you one thing and to get you to just give your explanation of what it is. And I kind of want to do it as a little short standalone video. Would you, if we do a video where I just go, Nick, what is the body without organs? Would you just riff on that for a minute? Everybody, I get this question all the time. Get Nick to tell us what the body without organ is. Ask him.
Honestly,
The body without organs. It's complicated in a lot of ways. But when we talk about one of the great challenges we have when it comes to modern philosophy, but I mean the history of it as well, is how we are able to have things that are seemingly singular. I am a person. Show me otherwise. You can see me as a fucking person. Fucking don't say I'm not. Don't say people don't exist. That's stupid. No, I'm a person. But also, we can break me down into a billion little machinic elements that are, chemical and connective and everything that there is no totality to. So on the one side, we have this machinic way that things work, the bodies of things. Then the other, we have the totality. How do you reconcile the ability for these things to exist? I mean, this is not a small thing. This is actually a major thing. How come we can talk about the earth? That's a thing. It's a whole thing. What is the earth? Well, we can chase it with definitions, but we kind of get what it is. But it is all of these tiny little minutia level interactions. Are those not the earth? No, they're not. But they're parts of it, sort of. Not. How the fuck does this work? How do we reconcile these two realities? Well, on the one side, we can say, well, easy. Everything's mechanic. That's it. Everything's a mechanic. Everything's mechanical. Everything is physical. It's crude physicalism. We could say marbles are hitting things, and that makes everything happen. This has a big shortcoming. I mean, a massive one, because I'm still Brooks. I am a thing. There is the earth. There is you. There is YouTube. And we're able to conceptualize these very complex, large-scale things. And those things change over time. There's no stability in them, not in a meaningful way. So how the fuck does that work? Complicated. These two things, machinic over here and the organic over here, the organism. What if they're not really two things? What if we sidestep the entire debate? Okay? Sidestep the entire debate. And we go, hey, what if they're actually more or less the same stuff or the same continuum of things, but they operate at different regimes? So the large scale, the molar regime at large, I am statistically Brooks. Mostly, right? It's just easier to talk about me in an organism that way. But all the machines that make me up still exist. And then, in fact, they exist at the same time. They're part of the same stuff. To have these two and to make it work, what you need is a place where this ends and this begins, or this ends and this begins. You need a limit between the two. Right? You need a limit between the two. And that's what the BWO is. The BWO is the limit of the organism. It's the limit of the machines. It's not where they collide. It's the limit between them. It's the limit of one to the other. This is what the BWO fundamentally is. We can talk about it in a billion different ways, but that's the thing. The reason the concept is interesting and the reason it's important, I believe, is that it's not about saying that organisms don't exist or that these things exist until they become organisms. Then they become. No, they're the same thing. You don't understand what conflicts with a physicalist perspective? Okay, then what is the earth? The concept, the organism. There's no physicalism in cause and effect in the organic. That's not how it works. That's fundamentally incompatible because it's all those tiny things, but wait, it's also one singular thing. It's both. It's both. Physicalism doesn't work with it anymore. Not a crude physicalism. And it's actually deeper than that because it's about that limit between them. It's about the limit. This was posted on January 10th. I haven't watched it. I think this is from the same horrifying Nick Land video we watched before. Right? The mug explanation and its title. It is They use the example of the knife holder. The knife holder, right? If I were to give you the dimensions of a knife rest, would you know what it does? No, not at all. You'd have no clue. It's a fucking piece of metal that's about this big, or wood or whatever. But it is that thing. How do you reconcile? That's the reconciliation. That's the reconciliation. That's the reconciliation. So Nick Land, who is not really a philosopher and sort of tried to go down the road, but mostly never really did anything interesting after making a handful of really insane statements, this is going to be terrible.
I think you have to leave that as a mystery because I have nothing to say about that. That will be interesting.
Really?
Yeah. No, I've not read Alto for 30 years. I mean, I just literally have nothing.
It's just one of these things you don't think through this concept anymore, do you?
Yeah, he's mastered it so hard. He's just got nothing to say about it.
No.
Okay. Fair enough. Because I'm always getting pressure.
Again, Nick Land is never a really serious philosopher. It's like a step or two above Ayn Rand. A sterner type, right? Because remember, dude believes in like weird number theory shit and took too much meth. He's out of his fucking skull.
No, it's much more valuable as a mystery than it is as a...
It's not a mystery though. See, this is the problem with people like this. It's more valuable as a mystery is the biggest cop-out. Neil Breen, one of my favorite filmmakers of all time, I highly recommend his films, was asked at a Q&A because he's one of the worst filmmakers of all time in like the best kind of way. There's a scene in one of his movies where he had 3 doll heads and one of them like fell over. And it's the opening of the film. And someone asked, what is the significance of the 3 doll heads? And he just went, I like to leave meaning to my audience to decide for themselves. That's a cop-out. It's a cop-out. It's a cop-out. It's a cop-out. It's a fucking insane statement to say that it's just, fine. There's nothing there. It's just better as a mystery. Yeah.
So a pseudo.
Well, can we, let's invert it. Can I tell you what I think it is and you tell?
Oh, poor Mikey. Oh no. Oh no. We didn't watch this. Is this from a different thing? So up front, these guys are doing the thing that Shithead didn't like. And he's right to not like it from them. But the BWO is not like a mystery. It's a part of the materialist perspective that they have on things. It's actually incredibly important to everything for them. It's wild as a thing to just be like,
tell me if you think I'm on the right path or if I'm off.
I can with whatever minimal authority. Like Nick Land's notion about Mikey's version of Arto's notion of what it was.
Of Arto's notion? Really? I'm saying the difficulty arises deciding what particles are part of the Earth and what are not. No. If you're thinking about particles, you're still not talking about the molar. That's my point. Don't worry. We get to the BWO in probably 6 or 7 months at our current reading speed. Daniel Smith has a phenomenal paper on the BWO that I think really, does a phenomenal explanation about it. It's in the QC. I'll figure out a way to post it at some point, I think. Oh, and I got a message. I appreciate it. Know that if I'm making fun of engineers or I'm making statements about engineers, first off, all of you know that I'm right about 99% of them. So just saying. But I don't necessarily mean every engineer forever, always. It's fine. It's fine. I just realized my Discord was flashing. Rudd, I'm never going to be doing anything with FD Signifier. I can't stand reactionaries.
Okay. I'm sure that will be like hype.
This is what I'm lost with, is not the molar comparative part comprised of particles interacting. Yes, but it is also its own thing. When you talk about the Earth, you aren't talking about all of the particles, right? You're not. You're literally not. If you talk about like, oh, hey, here's my coffee mug. You're not like the particles of it. You can talk about it that way, but the thing is, you're talking about a fucking mug. You're talking about a mug. You can say, oh, I'm actually talking about, no, that's retroactive bullshit. I'm not doing any of those things. Can the BWO be explained simply? I fucking love you. Daniel Smith's paper, first off, no, it can't be explained very, very simply, totally. It's not how it works. Because it's a complicated concept that comes at the end of understanding a huge number of other thinkers. Not the least of which to mention is people like fucking Wittgenstein or Schopenhauer as a thing. Lots of Nietzsche, but absolutely Spinoza without a fucking question. There are so many thinkers that it's important to understand all of those things to really get a grasp on this incredibly complex thing. Particles are bigger than molecules, just pedantic. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. This is not the point. This is not the point of the BWO. You're saying that these things are made up of small stuff. Great. And because that's not how we talk about things. I am Brooks. I am not all of the particles, but I also am at exactly the same time. One is not the other being referenced. It's not that, oh, when we talk about Brooks, we're talking about all of his particles. No, you're talking about Brooks. You're talking about your own thing. And at the same time.
It will be.
Yeah.
Everybody will. That'll
Yeah.
They'll be critiquing every Deleuze scholar in the world on the basis of what you say here in response to me.
Yeah.
No, literally no one cares about what Nick Land says. Like literally no one, Mikey. Hate to break it to you. No one gives a fuck about what this weirdo says.
Yeah.
Okay.
So look, the way I always, because people ask me, like, okay, what's the body without organs? And I say, look, this is the way I understand. I think when they're talking about that, they're talking about tapping into the virtual potentials within the body. And that...
Nope. Not in any capacity at all. This is fucking weird and bad, and stop it. Explicitly, what he's saying here is outright rejected multiple times. This is neo-Kantian bullshit. This has nothing to do with the BWO at all. Potentials within the body. The BWO is not in anything. Fuck.
Typically, we're walking around, we have certain habits, we have certain identities that keep our bodies in a set pattern, a set way of life.
Holy shit.
And we can talk about it in terms of stratification or, you know, any of that kind of jargon. But it's really about a habitual identity that locks the body into a very limited range of potentials and doesn't let it have access to all these other potentials it could do.
Oh, fuck me. Okay. So this misreading of Spinoza is so fucking awful. Again, I blame the translation of Anti-Oedipus for a lot of this, and I also blame a lot of just flat bad scholarship that exists there. When Spinoza says, we do not know what a body can do, it's not about virtual reserves. They're talking in D&G and Spinoza, I think Spinoza as well, are specifically talking about the actual capacities the potentius and potestas of the body that is unknown to consciousness, that we do not know what a body can do. It isn't about, oh, we don't know, it could do fucking anything. It's like, no. Like, first off, no. Bad readings across the board in every way. Has nothing to do with any of this. Not knowing what a body can do is kind of Spinoza building a way of talking about the unconscious as if it's not just unconscious, but the somatic version of it. That, this is so fucking bad. So fucking bad. This is unbelievable. This is like...
So Spinoza says we still do not know what a body can do.
Yeah.
Well, if you find forms of experimentation that put your body in a situation that allows...
Nope. That's not what they're talking about. This is a Nietzschean play. This is about the capacities one has to act and to understand them fully, that there are things that consciousness is unaware of that the bodies are doing. Like, this is just wrong.
allows it to experience different intensities, different pressures, different sensations, different forms of enjoyment.
No.
You're tapping into
Enjoyment and
different
pressures, yes,
potentials.
identical
And so
things.
to me, the body
Fucking...
without organs is the virtual reservoir of potentials within the body.
Hi, I read way too much Bergsonism and didn't understand that Deleuze was talking about someone else, and I just decided to bring that version of everything in.
Yeah, sure.
So, I try not to talk about 1,000 Plateaus because of various reasons, but in 1,000 Plateaus, they outright say that the BWO is not the opposite of the organs. The organs are not its enemies. The enemy is the organism. It's not about what he's talking about here. He's just way wrong. And it's, again, really sad.
I'd only say this, that this is exactly what our whole conversation previously about the organism was. The body without organs is the anti-organism.
Sure.
The body without organs.
But the language is really weird. Nick does this thing where he takes these ontological claims and he makes them metaphysical. And by doing so, he ruins them because he's, again, fucked up.
About the organism was. The body without organs is the anti-organism.
It's kind of true. The BWO is the limit of the organism, right? An organism is something that is organized. It's all you guys who are chatting. I will get through all of this, but just stop asking questions because I definitely think you are misunderstanding again, because an organism is something that is organized. A person is all these things together, but it's an organized singular thing, right? So the organization that is stands in direct contrast to the disorganization that exists on the other side of the BWO, you might say, or prior to, or on the other side of that limit, because on the other side of that limit is disorganization. Okay. My body is hierarchized. I have my head on top, my shoulders here, my heart does what it does. Things get pushed in the various directions. I eat where I do, whatever it is. This is a stratified, hierarchized body. He falsely brings in Bergson. Absolutely. Bergson wouldn't. First off, none of that has to do with BWO. It's anti-academic and completely fucking wrong. Just flatly. The point is that the BWO is the limit of destratification. The place where organs sort of stop functioning in an organized ensemble or arrangement. That's what the BWO is. And it's a worthwhile thing to spend time on. I'm going to put it in stream notes because stream chat, sorry. Because you guys are really missing the underlying point. But again, it's complicated. I'm not going to say otherwise. The thing that is important is in the piece I just posted from Daniel Smith. I'm going to read just a moment of it. And again, Daniel Smith is fantastic. For Deleuze and Guattari, organisms are not defined according to certain organic features or properties unique to them as a peculiar kind of substance. Quote, there is no vital matter specific to the organic. The word organism, rather, describes a type of body that is organized in a certain way, namely one that is centralized, hierarchized, self-directed. The organs, as we just, I'm a little few pages in, are understood by D&G on the model of the machine, and the organism is the higher order construction which holds the organs together, giving them a unified, regularized form. They twice use the phrase, the organization of organs we call the organism. The organism then is not some vital impulse, but a process which holds together the otherwise disjointed, scattered collection of organs and machines. Of course, other higher order machines are also able to impose forms on lower order machines out of which they are constituted. But organism names a specific kind of organization, one which is self-regulating. D&G developed an important part of their theory of the organism through blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to read the entire thing. We're skipping ahead. We're going to skip ahead a little bit. As scholars have noted, the body without organs, sometimes called the BWO, is a confusing term because it does not describe a body deprived of organs, as it seems to indicate, but rather an arrangement of organs freed from the supposedly natural or instinctual or determined organization that makes it an organism. As D&G put it, for the BWO, the enemy is not the organs, but the organism, the particular arrangement and configuration of the organs. The BWO is supposed to designate all of these things that an organic body could do, but that it is prevented from doing because of its homeostatic self-regulation processes. The BWO is the full set of capacities or potentialities of a body prior to it being given the structure of the organism, which only limits and constrains what it can do. It's what remains when you take everything away. As they ask in ATP, is it really so sad and dangerous to be fed up with seeing with your eyes, breathing with your lungs, swallowing with your mouth, talking with your tongue, thinking with your brain, having an anus and larynx, head and legs? Why not walk on your head, sing your sinuses, see with your skin, and breathe with your belly? The injunction here is to use our bodies and organs in ways not in thrall to the overarching plan of an organism, to put them to work doing things other than those for which they are designed. In short, to treat them as machines capable of producing events. Cool? I owe Daniel Smith for the best explanation of this. The whole thing is worthwhile. It's from his essays on Deleuze book. He's fucking great. I'm a big booster of the Smith. But the entire piece goes through and first builds up and talks about what are organs, what is the machinic, what is a machine, because this is the big deal. Again, what is a machine? What is an organism? And this is a major issue for modern philosophy. This is not a small thing that someone has probably thought before. This is very complicated. Okay? So you won't get all of it yet. Join the DGQC, discord.gg/DGQC. And of course, if you want to support what I'm doing, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/DGQC, or you can just throw money at me here on YouTube or on the Stream Elements tip line if you want to do that anytime. I would adore it. Money helps. Thank you. Always. All right, Nick.
The body without organs is Spinoza's God. And
absolutely not the fucking case. That's absolutely not the case. Did he just say Spinoza's God? No. No, the chaosophy, the all one, the substance, you fucking unbelievable.
God.
Can you believe people let him talk to people about this and they care?
And yeah, what is the body without organs?
That is the question, Nick. Don't nod your head. Don't nod your head, Nance. Don't nod your head, dude. That is, dude, fucking self-reports on all these guys all the time.
Yeah, what is the body without organs? It's Benedict God.
It's not.
Can we say Schopenhauerian will?
About, I think with almost no loss of information, we can. That's like a complicated.
I think you, that's insane. Schopenhauerian will is a cosmic force. Holy shit. Holy shit. The Schopenhauerian will for Schope is ground. Nominal ground. You are, all three, shouldn't be allowed to talk to people about this stuff. This is the problem with YouTube. God damn it.
Translation protocol, but yeah.
Yeah, because of course they wouldn't want it to be that they don't want it to they don't want this metaphysical split between, you know, phenomena and noumena in the way that Schopenhauer understands it.
That's kind of a big deal. That's part of Schopenhauerian will. What you just described, that you are correct. They would not want. But yes, again, Nick saying, no, it's totally the same thing. There's no big deal. That's how useless this person is. Like, he literally just said, like, you get the, is it this? Yeah, I think it's basically that. Except for the big things. Yeah, except for the big things.
They want the body without organs to be just as real and just as imminent to our world. It's just virtual opposed to actual. But
I don't think any of that's accurate. I would have a lot of I'm having a stroke. I think I'm having a stroke.
Without organs to be just as real and just as imminent to our world. It's just virtual opposed to actual. But
the plane.
Okay. So he just said that they don't want a metaphysical split. Therefore, it is just the virtual opposed to the actual, which is a metaphysical split. Words have meanings. Like, this is why that other guy was saying what he's saying. Because these guys are just using all the jargon and they don't care about what it means. They're fucking emotionally invested in their own garbage. And again, they're the type who worship Nick Land. So that's just embarrassing at every fucking level, honestly. Who's getting called out? What's happening, Shrimple? I'm so confused. I'm so confused what's happening. I don't care.
Of consistency, it's Spinozism. And Schopenhauer says, oh, you know, it's Schopenhauer attests his own Spinozism.
Jesus fucking Christ. Honest to God, this is, kids, look, drugs can be fun. You just have to be good at them. And I mean that, like, drugs enjoy them. And I don't know if it's true anymore. You can't really, it's not like it was when I was a teenager and 20 something where drugs were relatively clean. Fent has ruined everything. But like, this is, and he's paid to talk to people about this. And these guys are hanging on his every word. I got to go back. He's saying so many things that are just stupid.
Just as imminent to our world. It's just virtual.
Just as imminent to our world. Yes. The representational, fuck.
Opposed to actual. But
yeah. Good job, Nick.
It's Spinozism.
The plane of consistency is Spinozism. Okay. BWO and the plane of consistency aren't the same thing. You can use them generally interchangeably, and I don't tend to shit on people who do it, but this is actually a really particular thing. In capitalism schizophrenia, they're working through a very bodily, organ machinic, unconscious mentality and logic of how fascism and we make meaning socially and how that works. The plane of consistency is a concept that ultimately does, I believe, come to sort of subsume what the BWO was, they were trying to accomplish with that. And I think they did it. I think works for what they were doing. And there's a reason they emphasize it more significantly. But it's not replacing, it's different-ish because, BWOs connect, and through those connections, that plane of consistency is made. It isn't about the Spinozist substance. There's no Spinozism in any of this. That's like, it's such a broken thing to say. It's such a broken, stupid thing to fucking say. I don't even know how to fucking handle it. That's fucking crazy stupid. That's really dumb.
And Schopenhauer says, oh, it's Schopenhauer attests his own Spinoza. He says Spinoza should have been born on the Indus. He's a Vedic philosopher. He totally just unreservedly accepts the Spinozistic ontology. And
no, he fucking doesn't. Wasn't he a philosophy professor?
That really jumped out.
Wasn't Nick Land a philosophy professor? Where was I?
Schopenhauerian will. Phenomena.
Nick Land, professor. He's got to be, right? Like that's what I understood him as. Is he still or not anymore? He resigned there. I thought he fucking went to some Chinese, like Hong Kong weird institute thing. New Center for Research when the center ended his relationship following several tweets. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. He launched a new social media account, Xenocosmography. I still take pride in when that early like crypto boom was happening and all those social media accounts happened. I went and claimed Nick Land's accounts on everything. And I know it got under his skin. Because it locked him out of everything, asshole. This is embarrassing. Okay. So Schopenhauer does not unreservedly, is that what he fucking said?
And noumena in the way that Schopenhauer understands it. They want the body without organs to be just as real, and just this quote that really jumped out.
It obviously is the most controversial, but
K-punk.
That's past it.
Attest his own plane of consistency.
There.
It's Spinozism, and Schopenhauer.
Spinozism.
Says, Schopenhauer attests his own Spinozism.
Okay. Schopenhauer's will, someone can correct me if you want, is very different than substance for Spinoza. Spinoza's substance is actually almost the opposite conceptually. So the will for Schope is individuated through space and time and causality because he's super Kantian. It's the Kantian shit, right? It's the Kantian shit. Spinoza is like rejects that wholesale. So no. It's like saying, Deleuze is basically Platonic. Just wild.
He says Spinoza should have been born on the Indus. You know, he's a Vedic philosopher.
He's a violent philosopher.
Unreservedly accept.
Is that a dope lean I hear in Nick's mic? I think there's a good chance Nick has drank a lot of lean.
Accepts the Spinozistic ontology, and
is that too tiny of a reference? Am I dating myself too much?
And the body of the organs is.
This is what someone sounds like when they've drank too much lean. This is literally how I've been around people who are like,
substance without organization.
What the fuck are you talking about? Kids these days still drink lean? Well, that's good. Fent lean, that's great. That's great.
Accepts the Spinozistic.
I can't even. This is so stupid.
And the body of the organs is substance without organization.
It's just not fucking true. That's just not. That's like oxymoronic in the entire conception of this thing. The BWO is not a substance without organization. It is that which escapes substance thought entirely. Like, unbelievable.
So there's this, this it's not really famous at all. I don't know why I call it that. There's this quote that really jumped out to me in Mark's, in the collection of.
Good. Let's bring in the other useless British piece of shit.
Mark's work, K-Punk. And there, he just straight up makes an identification between.
Honest to God, all these guys, it's like gold rush mentality. They got there first. They staked their claim before anyone else. That's the only reason they were able to do it, genuinely. And it's wild that any of these guys fucking got anyone to give a fuck about them. How can you say drugs are good when I didn't say drugs are good? I said drugs can be good. They can be. You just have to be good at doing them.
Three things.
It's just like anything else. Driving a car can kill you. Just be good at it.
The Spinoza substance.
Takes practice, takes time, takes people who are experienced. You got to care about these things. You got to care about what you're doing. Don't just throw drugs into your body. Don't just drink a fucking handle of liquor. You do that, you're not doing it right. You're not enjoying it. You're not taking advantage of what these things offer or how they can do. Don't do drugs like Elon. Exactly.
The body without organs and the body of Utenal. And how do you feel about that?
The last one, it obviously is the most controversial, but I think that's right. I do think that's right.
Yeah, in that thing I sent you, he said, whoever wrote it said, if you want to understand Utenal or Utnal, go read part 1 of Spinoza's Ethics.
What in the fuck? I feel like this is the problem with, I read like K-Punk, I've read Nick Land, there's Phenomena I've read twice because it had interesting stuff in it, and it's like you could see there was at least a brain there at one point. But like K-Punk's terrible. And it's like them trying to be cool and trying to come up with like it reads like bad Dungeons and Dragons dungeon masters trying to like be smart. It's funny they invoke Fisher here because he's pretty damning quote about Land. In a nutshell, D&G's machinic desire remorselessly stripped of all Bergsonian vitalism, made backwards compatible with Freud's death drive and Schopenhauer's will. It's a shame that Fisher understood none of those things, too. Or yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, look. Yeah, I'm reluctant to speak as if with authority on this, but I do think that's exactly right.
I am reluctant to speak with authority, but that's absolutely right. Run down on my thoughts on Fisher. If you consider him a philosopher, you're wrong. If you think of him as an interesting writer about media criticism, I would say he's not interesting, but you're free to enjoy whatever you want. I think he's trash, and I think most of his ideas are terrible. Capitalist realism is the worst of everything. Not only is it a misunderstanding of Deleuze and Guattari completely, and misuses all of their ideas, but it actually brings about the ideology of Zizek in a way that does disservice to ideology in the traditional psychoanalytic sense. Mark Fisher was a depressed, white, middle-class guy who was just sad the world's passing him by because Brits were in that place in the 80s. That's what he is. He's the British Empire. If the way that the British Empire used to actually put out thinkers who like would overdose, like Bertrand Russell and all these logicians and all these fucks who would do things, and they'd force that's the sad, pathetic state of affairs that the British world was in. And he was the same thing. It just shows where Brits were.
Because look, the crucial thing. What
crucial thing?
The lesson question, the full body without organs. Like, is the fact that within the whole decimal system, 9 and 0 are the same.
Yeah, stupid you have to be to hear that and go, brilliant. I've never known someone that when they do drugs correctly long term, they don't get negative personal effects. But then that's not correctly. Like, first off, I'm not saying correctly. I'm saying well and good and do better with it. People who drink all the time, they ruin their lives. People who smoke pot every day ruin their fucking lives. Sorry, I'm not like pro pot either, but hey, once in a while, enjoying a dip and knowing exactly how to do it, knowing how to do anything, all of these things are perfectly fine. It's not a big deal. It's not. Just understand what it is.
You can do that numerologically, obviously. Like,
it's no coincidence that a lot of capitalist realism was just him complaining about his students. Yeah. I dropped the book after that. It was so unbelievably distasteful for me. The dude hit shit on everything. Like, there'll never be new types of music. Like, imagine that you are someone of all places, you grew up in Britain in the 80s and 90s, and you have the fucking gall to say that there will never be new types of music. It's the most like main character, self-absorbed garbage shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. And to say that in a time when there's an explosion, literally as he's writing this, there are an explosion of hundreds of types of music, genres we didn't even know existed, music styles and techniques that are being invented and absorbed. Like, fucking pathetic. Like, it's just, again, and these are the philosophical, again, and I'm shitting when I say, shitting on the UK when I say this, but again, everyone I know from the UK is like, yeah, it's like, these are the people that came out of it because that's what it was. That's what it was. And they did very well, not really in the UK, mostly actually. They did very well in America, not in Europe, in America, because they spouted things that made Americans who are rich very happy because they were that.
It's like with any number, add 9, add 0, does make a difference.
Any number, add 9, add 0. Okay. Number 1. 10. Okay, cool. 1 plus 0. 0. 1. Okay, so there's a difference of 9. Oh, weird. There's a difference of 9 when I add 9 or 0. Fucking asshole.
13.
Look at, they're like watching this. There's no way, and this is connecting to anything in their heads. They're trying to make sense of this nonsense garbage. And he's like,
13.
Like, you can watch. See right here, you can see he's looking at different things. He's like, I don't know what's happening here. And he checks to make sure the other host is like, he's like, is this real? What the fuck am I? And because this is nonsense.
Does make a difference. 13, let's say. 13 plus 9. 23, 4.
I give you the great Nick Land, the philosopher on which and thinker on which we need to really listen for all of his brilliance. Enjoy.
23, 4. 13 plus
13 plus 9 is 23. 4.
0. 134.
This fucking drugged up loser.
9.
He's not just trolling them. I hate to tell you, Noba Daddy, he's not just trolling them. He's an insane person.
23. 4. 13 plus 0. 134. 1 plus 3 plus 4. 0. You know, 30. It makes a difference. 0 and 9 are equivalent in decimal reduction.
This is Terrence Howard level thought. Yes. And Nick Land thinks he's really smart, and he thinks this is a way to actually access the Lemurians and the Atlanteans among us. I'm not like, here's the thing. People don't get when they look into land, like, oh, he's being metaphorical. Yeah, good for you. The Mud Fossil University is equally intellectually useful.
So that's what is meant, I think, by the full body without organs. It's the fact that 0, like 9, the highest number in the decimal system.
That's what you think it is. I think that's great. Did you know that they actually literally define a full, an empty, and a cancerous BWO throughout the multiple books and also multiple lectures? Did you know they did that, Nick? And it's actually pretty basic. Full BWO is one that navigates between the empty and cancerous. Quote, you never reach the body without organs. You can't reach it. You are forever attaining it. It is a limit. The full BWO maintains intensity, sustains the flux, permits connections without reestablishing the organism. It is not numerical nonsense.
And 0 the same.
He's just out of his mind.
So
the stupid fuck up here every time nodding his head. Do you know how embarrassing this is? Just.
But yeah, sorry, I forget slightly.
And isn't it interesting? So 9 is 333, which makes 333 related to 0.
I got to hear that again because he's proud of that. Like, he's proud of that sentence, right? Right? Like, he's proud of this. Did you see Mikey, how proud Mikey is?
3.
But yeah, sorry, I forget slightly.
And isn't it interesting? So 9 is 333, which makes 333 related to 0.
Yeah.
That's the most nonsense thing I've ever heard. That is, first off, that's not I could probably figure out what Nick's talking about. That ain't what Nick was talking about, but Nick says that's what he was talking about because Nick doesn't know what he was talking about. Motherfuck, man. Is this the Atlantis Spiral guy? This is the Atlantis Spiral guy. There you go, Hal. 333 is 9, which means it's the same as 0. Do you know how, like, you guys contribute nothing to this world. You contribute nothing. You contribute nothing.
Isn't it? And it's the same. It's like if you're using Masonic arithmetic, there's no difference between 0 and 9. So
Masonic arithmetic. See, that's the problem, guys. You don't know what Masonic arithmetic is, you bitches.
That's the full body of the organ. It's like 9 is the same as nothing.
Here I go anti-anything. Ho ho.
At Suresh0T478 super chatted $5. Sent you some funny palette cleanses, but this is pretty hilarious itself.
I'm glad, Suresh. Thank you for the $5, and I'm glad you found Ben. Genuinely one of the most enjoyable comedians in a while. Just wonderful.
So when you guys digitally produce a word or whatever. If it counts as 9, is that how it also counts as 0? Because you can't digitally reduce anything to 0 and
implicitly, yes. That's why you were on Atanal a minute ago. Like I wouldn't call Atanal. No.
This is insane, man. This is fucking crazy.
No. I would call it something else. But that thing, 9-0. No, the 9-0 are just absolutely equivalent in digital reduction. Like,
so here's the thing that's amazing. Can you imagine? So they're talking with Nick Land, who is a named name. They're ostensibly someone who's not, you're not meant to like laugh at. I do, because they're both embarrassing with all of the understandings they have with this, because they don't engage with texts at all. At all. They are creating the dust that confuses and obfuscates and mystifies things that are complicated, but are not mystifiable or complex at that level. The BWO is not easy, but it's like talking about the 3-body problem. This is not a thing you can just go solve. There's a lot of things you have to do around it. There's a lot of problems with there's work to be done to understand why. You can't just go, oh, I get it now. That's not how that works. But imagine someone's like, oh, the 3-body problem. Oh yeah, no, I saw that movie and that's it. Running with the TV show, not even the books, the TV show. I wonder what Nick thinks about Tree Fitty. No shit. This is terrible.
Any number, add 9, add 0, it's going to come out the same.
Add 9 and add 0. Okay. 462. That would be 471. Oh, it's not the same. There's a difference of 9.
That's what decimal is.
And here's a link of Panchich, who's fucking great, talking to these two fucking morons. Boobs all around, and they're the ones who get to talk to fucking Zupancic. They're the ones, they reach out because they've got fucking how many fucking stupid people? 5,000 subscribers? They've got less subscribers. I need to just start reaching out to people. Maybe I just need to start reaching out because this is embarrassing. I don't even want to think about what they're going to fucking say to Zupancic. She's going to be like, yeah, it's great. Can I talk about my book? Please don't interrupt me anymore. I can only fucking imagine. God. This ended up being a lot more angry than I thought it would be. The trick is to debate destiny. Fuck you, Caleb. Old people who do psychedelics for the first time end up with long-term psychosis. Look, there are stories of all of these things. And again, I would argue, if you have lots of issues, maybe don't do like again, it's the same thing. There's no difference here. No difference. No difference. And again, I'm not saying to do drugs, just enjoy yourself. Take your time. Life isn't to be terrified of. The world is kind of amazing. Despite all of the nightmares we live within.
Here I go anti-anything. Ho ho.
At S3 Rios super chatted $4.99. This is quite literally just an Illuminati confirmed video, but they think it's actual philosophy.
Yeah. Yeah, they do. They do. They do. It's and then people see this and they go, fucking delusions, go out of here, fucking stupid, because it's garbage. Because these guys are garbage. Public planet consisting in terms of Geralt Spinoza. Not in terms of the substance. Well, Geralt is a very unique play here. That was not what was talked about here. It's talking about somehow Schopenhauer's Spinozism, which I don't know if Elderon's watching right now. Can you write me a note and just tell me that I'm not wrong, that that sounds like a fucking insane thing to say? I feel like it's an insane thing to say. I'm going to ask. I'm just going to write Elderon. Is it as insane as I think to say that the BWO is basically Schopenhauer's Spinozism? I can't believe I wrote that sentence. Can't believe I wrote that sentence. Definitely reach out and collaborate more. To who? Oh, collaborate more in general. Yeah, I think, I mean, every time I watch one of these fucking goofballs get like Zizek or someone else on, it's like, I confused Daniel J. Smith with W. Smith. Oh, fuck. I did? No. Really? No, I didn't. Did I? No. No, I did I say J? Oh, I did. You're right. God damn it. Daniel Smith, fuckers. You know what? Don't care. I'm just going to call him one person. I don't really give a shit. Fuck them. Disambiguate your fucking names. Serios, I'm always open to collaborate with you, Brooks. Serios, the last few times we've dealt with each other, it has not gone super fine. And I say that with all the love. You know that. I'm going to take a moment. I'm going to go use the restroom. Let's see. Let me switch to studio mode, make sure I've got this set up. I need to use a restroom. I need to get a snack or something because Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's going to be a whole thing. Let me see. Is this going to fuck with me? No. Good. Okay. Let's see. It would be right. BRB. I am making a Nickland. That's what I'm going to call it for a while. I'm going to go make some Nickland. Let's see. We'll make the font bigger, nice and bold. And the color needs to be nice and bright. I'm going to go make a Nickland. I'm going to go to the bathroom. And then I'm going to grab a snack or two and come back down. And my daughter... So Heather and I do this thing with the kids where we give them... Because you have to learn how to spend money. So for Christmas with Dexter every year, and we've been doing it with Violet now, they get like $20 each to buy presents for mom and dad. So Heather will take them, and then I'll take them. I was violently ill all Christmas, so I didn't get to do it. So Heather went, and she was very sweet, went, and this was Violet's, Dad has to have this. Dad, I have no fucking clue why this is like the most important thing ever. I have no idea, but for her, Dad had to have this, and she thinks it's my favorite thing in the world, and she loves it. She's played it so many times, you can see it doesn't dance anymore. It doesn't dance on its own anymore. She broke it because she plays it so much. This is up there with my favorite, which was from her last year. I want you to tell me what you think this is. And I know Heather wrapped this specifically. I feel like she had to have, because I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? One sec. This is a toy. This is what my daughter gave me last year for Christmas. You just tell me at what point you know what this is. Why do I have this? Why do I have this? What is this? Why do I have this Santa? It's like a yard gnome Santa, green. It's fuzzy. And I think she thinks it was a statue of me, but I opened it from the wrong side. And you just tell me what you think that is. And I just remembered looking at her like just fucking horrifying. I love it. Don't get me wrong. I think it's the funniest fucking thing, but it was just like, it's a weird moment. It's a weird moment. I'll be back in a moment. We're going to keep going for a little bit. Throw up some super chats. If while I'm gone, one of these videos gets super chats, and I'm going to actually, let's set up, we'll do the poll before I go. Perfect. And then super chats are going to overrule. If the super chat $20 or more, it overrules. It's the well, I'll call it the good video. I don't know if it's good, but it's Gavin's video on mental health. Stochastic parrot. And then the revolutionary thought video about how capitalism is not human nature. And then we're going to do the last one, which will be Cory Doctorow, because people have been asking me to shit on him quite a bit more, and really trying to get at my critiques. So there are those. Throw a handful of you're gonna go play Deadlock? Fuck, we should play some Deadlock. Fucking, I've been loving that game. I've been playing a lot more Dota, but Deadlock has started to get to me. Be back in a moment. Gonna use the restroom, and we will figure out what to do there. Going live, going live, going live. I know, they can see you struggling. They can see you struggling to get in there. Hello. This would be my oldest. What's your name? What's your name?
Dexter Brooks Brown.
That's right. It's my goober. I went and got, and I think they turned out. Did you like the tamales?
Yep.
Good. That's great. I think they turned out acceptably well. All right, Dex. Hey. Be cool. Jeez. I think they turned out okay. Pretty happy with them.
Christmas lights in the background.
Yes, there are. I think the masa turned out phenomenal. It's beautiful. All right, I'm happy with it. All right, go. Go. Up. Go upstairs. You're stepping on crap. Come on. Go. Come on, I'm gonna count to 5. 1, 2, upstairs.
What'll happen?
Nothing. I'm just counting. Whatever happens, nothing ever fucking happens. Goddamn kids. Bro, they small. Why? It's my first time making them from scratch. So first off, Pashy, fuck you. Okay, it's not the size that matters. Okay. The advice I got was don't overdo it the first time. Don't go wild. I've got a whole bunch of masa. I've got a bunch of already set up. Got my lard. I've got all the pork I made today. So I've got more to make another time. But I bought smaller corn husks just so I could just go with it. Just practice. Hi, buddy.
I am making a Nick brand. What's that about?
That's a whole nerd thing. Upstairs. Go.
No.
Go. Come on. No. Mom's waiting for you upstairs. You better go. Did you hear her? Calling for you. Are you supposed to be eating food? Are you eating food? Go up to the table. You've got food. Give me a hug. Give me a hug and go. Give me a hug and go. Thank you. Please. Go. Don't do that. Okay. I know, because you just sucked on my shirt. Go. God damn kids. Yeah, the gremlin's always behind me. The first, I was warned, because it's easy to go nuts and not realize how thin the masa needs to be, how little filling you really need to put in there. And so it's start with these, go simple, go easy. And that was the idea. I'm not pretending that I'm the best fucking tamale cook who's ever... Get up to the table. Goddamn, Dexter. Get upstairs. Goddamn kid. It's just... You're too scared of zombies now?
Yeah. Also, I want to stick here because
Dottie is here. But that's because I have food. It's the only reason she's here.
If you get rid of all your food, then she'll leave.
I don't know if that's true.
Hot dogs! Can I have some hot dogs?
Dexter, you think those are hot dogs?
Yes.
Oh, dude, are you okay?
It's okay.
You okay?
Yeah.
What happened? Did I roll over your toe?
Yeah.
Oh, come here.
Okay.
Come here. Come here.
It's okay.
I'm sure it's okay. Let me check. Oh, you're fine. You got big old tough feet like that. All right. But I need you to go upstairs now. That's why. Okay? I got to be rolling around. Don't want to crush your little feetsies.
Nope. Because Dottie's here and I'm scared of zombies.
Go.
Okay. Wait, what's going on?
Go ahead.
And Dottie comes out.
Dottie's going to stick with me because she's my dog and she's my food. Let's go. Go.
Okay.
Dexter. Simone's cooked faster. I mean, these have steamed for 6 hours because I've been busy doing other shit. So that's my goal, is just to I fucking love tamales. So then here's a question. This is the pain in the ass I've got. Today was a nightmare. I think it's because I had to do all the prep, all the setup, everything. It takes a long time to make all this shit, get the corn husk soaked, get the pork ready, soak the pork. I did a long cook on the pork. I did birria. So it's like, it's a lot of time. Now that I've got it done, the second time in theory could go faster. I just toss my masa, my lard, a little bit of stock, whip that shit up, get it out, go right into the fucking corn husks. I can even get bigger corn husks. I can even double them up now that I kind of have a grasp of it. Is that normally? Is that normally thing? Again, not a meal we had in our house growing up. So I'm trying to figure out like a good efficient way to do this, because I don't want my entire fucking Saturday to be shot with Tamale Man Day. So, one of the grifts that people do in this space, and I'm just going to bitch about him for a second. One of the grifts that's been really big lately has been the Europe's so awesome, America's shit. Why don't you give me money so I can come over there? And watching people who like are just ready to give up on America, and you can joke, oh yeah, I get it. But it's like, these are wealthy, disconnected pieces of shit who are now going overseas and being like, here's my idea for a post-American thing. It's what Corey's big pull is. And it's like, if it's, you're doing post-America, like as a thing, you're not useful to anybody. Because I hate to tell everyone, American hegemony is, you could say on its way out, don't pretend it's over. Don't pretend that Europe isn't like the abused girlfriend who, after Trump goes away and we have a good little liberal fucking Democrat in the White House, EU won't come crawling back. Of course. Like, just gross. I hate all this stuff. It was always work. It's why we only get them around. Well, I mean, I can go buy them. We have a tamale lady who's phenomenal. And she makes big ass fucking tamales, cooks them all day. And she's out by a gas station nearby. It's like a 20-minute drive. It's like $30, 16 tamales, and it's like done. And I think that's going to be where I go. Although I'm pretty proud of my fucking masa. All right. All right. So, Stochastic Parrot 1. Emily Bender here. Ask her number to make costume big. Is that an autocorrect mistake? I feel like, or are you just trying to phonetically write a Mexican series like Spanish words so I don't fucking say something embarrassing? Custom tamales. Ah, yes. Well, we have Tamale Boy. If you're in the Portland area and you haven't had Tamale Boy, go. Tamale Boy is like these, they make them in banana leaves. It's amazing. They're like fucking football sized. They're nuts. They're not for everyone. I love them. I love them. Tamale Boy is amazing.
We don't believe in this project of AI. This project is not something that is a worthwhile technological goal.
In the AI discourse, there are AI doomers, there are people that you in the book called AI boosters. They have very different views about how worried we should be about the technology, but they agree that it's very powerful. You disagree with both schools on that.
Literally my stance, by the way. I'm very excited for this video because I don't believe it is that powerful. I believe it's kind of cool. Don't get me wrong. I believe it's kind of cool. I've used it. I use it. I actively use it. I like using it. I don't think it's awful. I have a running machine here. I think technology is a thing we use to make our lives easier. And if it makes your life easier, great. If it doesn't, which it won't for most people, fucking ignore it.
Front.
We have concerns not about anything AI would do, but about what's being done in the name of artificial intelligence.
Yep.
And as people try to chase this fantasy, the harms that are happening to actual people and the planet.
You list some claims about AI and you write, this is of course all bullshit. AI isn't sentient. It's not going to make your job easier. And AI doctors aren't going to cure what ails you. Do you mean this statement to be as sweeping as it sounds? It's not going to make any
Yes, we do.
Yes. And look, I'm usually not one to comment on jowls.
Do you mean this statement to be as sweeping as it sounds? It's not going to make any
Yes, we do.
Ooh. Pasteles are not better than tamales. No, sorry. Just, But then again, I like chimichangas, and I proudly order at my local taco truck, the Gringo Tacos. Proudly. So, because they're fucking good. Like, they have birria fucking tacos, like fried. Their Gringo Tacos are all the crunchy tacos. I mean, they're delicious. I like crunchy tacos.
Hello, Emily and Alex.
Hi there, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
How you doing? I mean, all things considered, given the fact that the world itself is going to hell.
What is it they say in Norway? Awake and not crying? Is that the...
I don't know, but they're in trouble because there's somebody they failed to give the Nobel Peace Prize to, and that was a big mistake apparently. Okay, enough of that. Let me introduce us. I'm Robert Wright, publisher of the Non-Zero Newsletter. This is the Non-Zero Podcast. You are Emily Bender and Alex Hanna.
All right, so now let's do the live thing I didn't do. I haven't watched any of this, and I didn't do this. I need to go see what else he's got on his fucking terrible channel. Okay. What are his top videos? The badass motherfucker problem. The badass motherfucker in the black. What the fuck channel is this? What happened? What? Oh, so this is...
Yes, and that clearly is an element. Some of this is that a critical mass of people salute these men for the...
Am I in did I step through an alternate race history of this channel? What the fuck is...
Resistance. The idea being that that's the black thing. You don't put up with any shit. I don't know what to do with that. Does it come from hillbilly culture? Probably. Are there cultural differences among people? Yes. And that clearly is an element in the water in black culture. Crazy motherfucker. Okay. Richard Pryor in the benign sense. But then it comes out with this business of resisting arrest and people saluting it as an indication of your masculinity, that you're kind of saluting black oppression in the past.
I really need to be careful about what I click on. Who are these people?
Are we supposed to say that black men need to get over that? And then the question is, would there be a point? It's kind of like saying that people need to stop using the N-word as a term of affection. You can have a nice panel about it, but it's not. I remember once I was talking to a black audience in DC, and I was suggesting that, this business of going to pieces every time somebody uses the N-word, one way that we might get past that is to just stop going to pieces. And
this is... What the fuck? So, I mean, it helps us to understand, the channel that we are about to watch, right? Because here we are. We happen to find another podcast, most popular podcast episode they've ever done, are two black guys arguing that white people should be allowed to say the N-word. What the fuck, man? I got to tell you, I welcome AI because I think it'll destroy all of this.
And you are, among other things, co-host of a podcast about AI called Mystery AI Hype Theater 3000. And if people are looking for an AI podcast that's different from the others, this would be a good candidate. You're much more skeptical of the overall AI enterprise than many AI podcast hosts, and that brings us to the book of yours that we're going to talk about that you co-authored, called The AI Con: How to Fight Big Tech's Hype and Create the Future We Want. Now, I wish I could hold the book up, but I've been listening to it, so the best I can do is like this. If you have a copy of the actual book you want to show up, feel free. But there, like this. If
He finished chapter 1 of the book, of an audiobook. I just got to tell you, as an author, if you go on a show and all the questions or the comments are about the first chapter of your book, be ready.
if you have a copy of the actual book you want to show up, feel free. But there you go.
And of course, we both have the posters in the
Just have
background.
the poster.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh my
That-
God. You
yeah.
guys should be marketing consultants. I need, this is exactly the kind of guidance I've needed all my life. Okay, so let me say a little more about each of you. Alex Hanna, you are a sociologist and director of research at the Distributed AI Research Institute. Is that still true?
That is correct. Yeah, still there.
Okay. And Emily, you
Am I wrong to say that Alex's shirt looks super comfy?
are a linguist. You teach at the University of Washington, and you're well.
I should have her on. I should reach out, because if this idiot's got her, I've got to be able to get her. I need to be more bold about trying to get these people on here.
Known as for being the lead author on a paper that I think coined the term stochastic parrot, certainly popularized it.
We coined it, and it's the paper's actually got co-first authors between me and Dr. Tanit Gabru, but actually I'm the one who coined the phrase.
She did. She actually did. That's the thing, by the way. AI will never do is coin a phrase.
Okay. And it is, I think it's safe to say that is well, you tell me, is it safe to say it's a pejorative term for large language models? It's certainly a term, a metaphor meant to underscore their limitations as you see them.
Well, for sure. Like, it was meant to be a way to make vivid what it is that this technology does and doesn't do. It only becomes pejorative or a slur to people who are highly identified with a different idea of what the tech is.
Oh no, I didn't mean you were slurring them. I meant you were slurring the LLMs. But then again, you certainly don't think they're sentient, so maybe that.
Right. So an LLM is not the kind of thing that actually can be the target of a slur.
Okay.
Because it's not the kind of thing that can take offense. But there are people who hold other belief systems in which it makes sense for them to characterize this phrase as a slur.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of curious as to how you could ever know for sure whether they are or not sentient.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Her eyes, this is, you could see it in their eyes.
Since you can't, kind of curious as to how you could ever know for sure whether they are or not.
You can see it in their fucking eyes. I love it. Oh, shit. One sec. I'm just gonna. Let's go in. I love it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of curious as to how you could ever know for sure whether they are or not sentient, since you can't really know that about any beings other than yourself. But
I think we can debate whether or not Robert here is sentient.
we'll save that philosophical
So
comment.
actually, we need to get into that, because one
Okay.
of my rules
It's kind of
is
the point.
that I don't have conversations with people who don't posit my humanity as an axiom of the conversation. So I'm going to invite you to believe, for the purpose of this hour, that I have just as much internal life as you do.
I actually already believe that, but I only believe it with 99.999% confidence. You can never.
Look at both of them closing their eyes. This is.
Never be quite sure.
All right, so for this hour.
If I may, I'm going to give an inner dialogue right now for Emily. Jesus fucking Christ, give me the fucking strength. Seriously, I'll start believing in you. Jesus fucking Christ, give me a way that I can fucking answer this fucking moron. Dear fucking God. All right, now here we go. I'm going to try.
Hour, please pause it.
Oh, you can never be quite sure.
All right, so for this hour, please pause it.
Oh, this is the
she's
way
great.
I've conducted my whole life under the assumption that I'm not the only sentient being on the planet. Okay, so let's talk about the book. I want to get back to the stochastic parrot metaphor. I have some questions about it. I want to give you a little pushback of a kind that I'm sure you've already gotten about it, and you'll no doubt have something to say in response. But as for the book as a whole, just to situate you on the landscape, in the AI discourse, there are people that are called AI doomers. There are people that you in the book called AI boosters. They have very different views about how worried we should be about the technology, but they agree that it's very powerful and will advance rapidly and become more powerful. You disagree with both schools on that front. However, you, in terms of your level of concern, you're, I guess, a little closer to the doomers, at least in the sense that you have real concerns about the technology. Yeah, it looks like Emily, you wanted to.
She's like, fuck, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? God, do you think she's been on any, like either of them have been on any fucking podcast that have been like, hey, I agree with everything you're saying? Like,
to say something or?
Yeah, I mean, so there's a lot to say there, but I think that a lot of the discourse.
My first attempt at tamales, I'm very happy with. Not in the I'm going to cook him again anytime soon thing. I made a bunch of birria fucking pork. That will be going in tacos tomorrow. Fuck making tamales.
About the discourse, frames the boosters and the doomers as sort of the extreme ends of the continuum and says everyone else has to find their position in between. But in fact, as we argue, they're two sides of the same coin.
Boomers and doomers are that pole. Yes, they're the same pole. Yes.
Predicated on this idea that AI is a thing, it's inevitable, it's imminent, and then they only diverge on sort of what the implications of that are going to be. And you're right that we have concerns not about anything AI would do, but about what's being done in the name of artificial intelligence. And as people try to chase this fantasy, the harms that are happening to actual people and the planet.
Okay.
For example, if you haven't, I have a video. I have two videos on AI that I'm still very proud of that are still standing up the tests of time and angry people writing. I made one minor error. This time actually worth mentioning in my hour and 10-minute explanation deep dive of how LLMs actually function. Otherwise, spot on. My other video is about how Elon Musk built an AI that fucks kids and tries to collect child porn, and that they train images of child porn. They're kid fuckers. They're all Epsteins, all of them, and we're okay with this apparently as a society.
Alex, anything you want to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, just following on what Emily is saying, I mean, there's a lot more different positions and trying to think about technology. Boosters or doomers really limits it to, I think, one, I don't even know if it's even one spectrum. It seems like it's maybe 1 point on a grid, because calling it a spectrum, I think, is limiting, especially when you look at the actors involved. I mean, the people.
Correct. Oogly. I will take a moment as a public service announcement. Elon Musk, 2 years in a row, was in contact with Epstein about visiting his island. And one time didn't get to visit the island, not because Elon said no, but because Epstein canceled on him. These are all kid fuckers. Do not forget that. All of them. All of them.
Well, most of the people that are boosters.
The recent leaks were extremely bleak. Except, look, you have to look for moments of joy. Epstein in 2013 getting banned from Xbox Live is fucking hilarious, objectively.
have some kind or rather doomers often have a booster background or are, you could point in case in point, someone like Jeff Hinton, who, was one of the people that was very operational and the resurgence of neural networks as a technology, had spent a lot of the 80s working on neural networks. I
didn't look at all the files. There's 3.5 million files. I've been following a handful of Twitter accounts that are posting all the worst ones. And I think that's enough for me. There's a lot of really horrifying, depressing news in the world. And there was a handful of these reports that I just don't have a desire to. Yeah. There were a lot of things where it's like, I don't need to know that.
Read a bunch of history for this other thing I was working on. And so, but Hinton, after he quit Google in 2024 and, gladly received the Nobel for his work on Boltzmann machines with John Hopfield, still, saying that this is thing that's going to take over the world. We need to code these things with a maternal I
love her. She's great. Watch her eyes right here just again. Let me pop it back up.
Need to code these things with a maternal
That's exactly the way to react to Hinton. That fucking old senile fuck just can't do anything. People need to stay in their fucking lanes with stuff. They really just need to. Like, it's so awful. This is a maternal coding. Fucking love these fucking stupid people. They're wild. How can God be good if Epstein exists? I mean, because God fucks kids. It's an old David Cross bit. I think it's safe to say, if the priests of the Catholic Church are representative of God on earth, it means God fucks kids, right? And that explains why, school shootings happen, all those things. God's a kid fucker.
Sensibility, which was bizarre. But, that's, he spent a lot of time working.
Gotta get them kids up to heaven. That's why Republicans are fine with all those school shootings. God is asking them for children to fuck. They're excited for it.
On that, and there's many others who are in the same boat. And so I think that is, when you're looking at the
Golden Compass was kind of right about God, yes.
Actors, there's quite a big overlap in the Venn diagram. I think the space is much broader. The space of people who don't think about AI at all. There's many people like that. But there's also people who've been calling out the harms of automated decision-making systems and automation for quite some time.
See, dodgy archetype, this is the thing you don't get. Republicans are not pro-abort. They're anti-abortion because they don't want people to die before they become sexualized, which to them, because they're Republicans, is 5 years old.
We can go as far back as the Luddites. We can go more recently to the labor struggles in the 50s and 60s with factory workers. And we can look at the people who are engaged in looking at how automation hurts us in the here and now. And so that can be a pretty broad range of people.
And you don't think Luddite should be a pejorative, which is the way it's most often.
As a theist, this logic bothers me. Well, the next time a mom's crying at a graveside of their child, let them know why God took their child.
I'd say, right, as people who are just hopelessly out of touch with reality.
Yeah, the way that it is, I'd say the way that it's used now is a pejorative for people who are unfamiliar with technology, are scared of technology, have a fear of kind of the unknown. And Luddites, as many people have reinscribed and said this and resuscitated this, and there's a long history of people who have tried to remove the besmirching mark or connotation of Ludditism, or rather remove the negative connotation from the word, including David Noble and Brian Merchant and Dathan Sadowski. These are people who are really invested in workplaces that would work for them and are not opposed to technology. I mean, many folks are technologists. I count myself as one of them, but really want it to work for workers and work for people in a way that's actually going to aid them in what they're doing, their work, their labor, their whatever they're trying to do specifically.
Okay. So let me say generally, as a rule, I'm not going to be like calling on either of you. I'll leave it to you to decide who should respond to a given question, and then leave it to you to add.
Terrible host. Terrible host. It's a lot.
Add something to whatever the other says. There is, okay, so as we've said, you on the one hand have a relatively low estimation of the abilities of AI and its likely pace of advance compared to the other groups we've talked about. On the other hand, you are pretty worried about it. That strikes some people as paradoxical. I had Gary Marcus on a couple of years ago, and he has some of the same, there's some overlap in
no,
those
there's
regards.
really
and
not,
I said
buddy.
to him, it reminds me, your position reminds me of the old joke about the person who says about a restaurant, there are two things I don't like about this place. The food is so bad and the portions are so small. In other words, if the food's so bad, why would you want larger portions? And a question.
That is not a joke for this. Jesus Christ. That is awful. First off, really terrible delivery. It's Jesus Christ, this is one of the worst restaurants I've ever been to. Why is it so bad? The food's terrible and the portions are tiny. It's not what he's saying. It's not what he's saying. It's terrible. Capability and harm are not that. Dude, seriously. I want AI to just destroy social media so fast.
I'm sure you're asked is, look, if this stuff isn't powerful, if it's not going to be useful ultimately, or at least not very useful, how likely is it to infiltrate our society so much that it becomes a big risk? So I'm sure you.
I mean, I already know the answer to this because I read their book. This is if I were to say, hey, if something's not good for society, why would it have such an impact? And then at the same time, we can talk about war. We could talk about drugs. We could talk about alcoholism. We could talk about spousal abuse. We could talk about racial hatred. We can talk about a lot of things that are very bad and absolutely affect society. Unbelievable.
We've been asked a question.
Yeah. So this is a bit of conflation of usefulness and adoption. And distinction
I was
from.
like, you're a fucking idiot. Like, I was like, they won't say that, but like, that's what Alex, 100%. Like, this is a conflation of two concepts that don't go together at all. And I don't think I can even help you through this right now.
Someone like Marcus, who, I haven't read much of his work, but the kind of understanding is someone like Gary Marcus wants something to exist that is called AI, but just doesn't agree with the large language model approach. Is much more interested in the symbolic logic AI tradition. Right. That is.
Alex is the co-writer of Emily's new book. So that's Alex Hanna, who's a sociologist type.
That's a different project than what I would say that we're invested in, which I think is more of the ilk of, we're not against technology, but technology itself, we don't believe in this project of AI. We don't think this thing of AI, this project is not.
The guy on the left looks like aged Sheldon, left in the car in the sun. Like, we're actually witnessing, let's try to take another tactic here, because that dude over there is fucking dumb. And Emily and Alex are not, and they're going to do their best. If you don't know, I agree with them. He's an idiot, no idea what he's talking about, and he can't even deal with critique because he doesn't understand what he's already bought into. He has no idea the deep sort of shit that he's already playing into, right? The thing that matters is not to judge whether or not a thing is good or bad. That is what he's doing, Robert's doing. If it's good or bad, it's blah, blah, blah. But we're actually witnessing the place where Marxist materialist analysis, which is, I believe, what Alex is doing here. What does a thing do? What is its impact? Was it blah, blah? Don't talk about it as good or bad. Get beyond good and evil. Let's have this conversation. That thing is what they're talking about. And so it's an interesting, you can actually watch. And if you pay attention, you'll start to see, if you haven't already, the materialist analysis versus the idealized analysis. Like, this is amazing. You don't get often to see it so clear. Saki, good night.
Something that is a worthwhile technological goal. It makes sense to have technology that is developed with the particular users in mind, that support democratic institutions that are governed by people who are most affected by it. But the way that quote-unquote AI systems are used in this way.
But he has all those books in the background. And if you'll notice, the ones right behind his head, there's like 3 or 4 copies of each one. 3 copies, 3, 2, 2, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2. It's a weird bookshelf. To be clear, Marx doesn't have a set of formulas for analysis. Goddard, seriously, I'm going to slap the shit out of you.
They require huge amounts of data. They require huge amounts of compute. They require all this energy, water. There's all these carbon and air pollutants. And so that's not a good way to go in building technology. And so it is, it's not to say that these, and I guess getting to the original point of usefulness and effect, something can be not useful, but also have tremendous impacts on society. You can have cigarettes, I don't know, maybe have some use and
Does Alex, these are very, very, very learned, academic, smart people. Yes, they're cool as fuck too. They're very clever, very fast with stuff. Alex is being much nicer. Emily's being a little bit more direct, which I like. You'll love them. Here, if you end up talking about Cory Doctorow's new CCC talk you mentioned earlier, couldn't bear it. I literally was about to, but this one won the vote, so that's how it goes.
Calming someone down. I don't know the effects of nicotine specifically. It's not through non-use. It's just because I don't know the literature on it. But you can also say it's had a huge impact on society.
Yep.
So I mean, that's you're making some kind of a claim about pervasiveness and then usefulness and social utility.
Nicotine does, in fact, bring people pleasure for understandable chemical reasons, and for that reason, it's addictive, which is a problem because they're bad for you. But it's not like it's in their heads that it makes them, well, it is in a sense, feel good. But you know what
What the shit, man? Like, I don't even know how to do that. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. What area is Alex's PhD? I'm going to get this wrong, but I'm going to be right in terms of like generalities. Something to do with computers and social sciences. Like how information systems, some shit like that, and social, like that's the block. But basically, if you wanted someone to talk about how AI might impact society, you would want this degree. Or at least this background. I found Alex to be very interesting and like think of things I don't think of, which is kind of nice to be able to say about someone because the turtle ain't doing it for me.
I mean, there's a reason.
Wait, I I'm gonna draw a conclusion. I probably shouldn't, but I have a question real quick. All right, where's that dumbass's video? Oh, there it is. Hate
What's
women.
up? Do you want to?
Hate women. Blah blah blah. Am I wrong? It feels like this is worth noting. The glasses. Right? We're going to switch this window over to it's called Why Did Philosophers Hate Women? There we go. We pull you down here. Thank you very much. Yeah, they're the same glasses. Am I wrong to notice that? Hey, I have glasses like that. Well, we just learned a new thing about insomniac. Just saying. Just saying. I don't think Alex has a channel. Sorry, got her.
Reason cigarettes, I mean, some people smoke them to show off or start off that way, but the utility that leads people to buy them in a certain sense is real. I mean, we don't need to get off.
Like, this is someone who just doesn't give a fuck about how words work or meaning works. I appreciate her up front saying, hey, you're going to do this, or we're going to not fucking do this interview. Like, you're going to understand that I mean these things, and that's it.
Let me ask you. Okay, let me ask you, and I know you want to jump in, Emily, but let me just set it up. Let's keep talking about this. Let me set it up this way. So,
the lady does not have a channel. She wrote the original stochastic parrot paper. She coined the term.
You in the book you write, you list some claims about AI, and you write, this is of course all bullshit. AI isn't sentient. It's not going to make your job easier. And AI doctors aren't going to cure what ails you. Now, my own experience with it as a work assistant and in the medical realm lead me to, I mean, it may not exactly cure what ails me, but it's been useful. But in particular, you say it's not going to make your job easier. I mean, I guarantee you, if by easier you mean you can either do the same amount of work in less time or spend the same amount of time and do a better job, and I'm talking about writing, I'm a journalist, writing a piece, it's definitely made it easier.
I can tell you right now, then he is a shitty journalist. I use AI for a bunch of stuff. I do think it's useful. I find it useful I've got all my notes, and I take really bad notes. But I ramble, I type a lot, and the ability for me to go in and go, okay, please pull out major points I'm making, and it'll restate them. Then I can go back into the piece and go, oh, I fucked this up. This isn't a point. Like it can do some things like that. It's the closest it gets to writing things for me, is telling me what I've written, basically. I can't imagine like giving it my writing. I can't imagine giving it my writing and having myself write with it. It doesn't make writing faster. To me, it helps me because I have issues with order. It's a thing up here. So it's nice to be able to go, okay, here's the things that happen in the video, so you can make sure, and I can make sure I hit things. That's like the closest. I don't understand. He's a journalist.
It's not, I refuse to believe that this is an hallucination. I can explain to you what it does for me, but do you mean this statement to be as sweeping as it sounds? It's not going to make anybody.
Yes, we do.
It is not going to make. So all these people who would say what I just said which is that it saves me time, you think they're just
So
wrong.
give me a chance to sort of spell it out here a little bit. I mean,
Okay.
first of all, when we're talking about usefulness, we need to say useful to who, right? The project of artificial intelligence has been extremely useful for management.
Training locally on a book is costly, like thousands of, yes. You don't train on any, training on books is not possible. Not like this. Like training an AI on a specific book all the way through, particularly, is not how this is done. Like, again, that's not how this works. Go watch the video. I have an LLM. All the books are in there. They don't train it on the books because the context window for training is not that large. It's not even possible. Like the physical media in the world wouldn't be able to handle anti-Oedipus. So instead you need to utilize RAG systems. It's a whole other fucking thing.
Looking to lay people off. But we don't need all these workers anymore because AI is going to do it. That's a kind of usefulness that is completely orthogonal to what's being promised in the marketing to
I have watched it. I know Goddard. I'm saying it in general. It's not just you.
But it's absolutely what's being promised in the marketing to the managers. So there's that one set of usefulness. And
don't submit your info to the AI agents blowing right. If you haven't seen, there's this absolutely insane, stupid shit about how these AI agents made their own social media and how they're creating their own language. And for some reason, no one is able to understand that humans are prompting them to do this. Like, people don't understand how any of this shit works, and it's constantly embarrassing to me.
we end up with enormous impacts on society if it's like, oh, we don't have to keep investing in repairing the social safety net because we can.
Why isn't Reg using LLM scaled? Oh, it's literally what every LLM uses. Reg systems are what, if you ever have literally every AI that exists right now that you're probably dealing with in a professional capacity utilizes a RAG system in order to access all of the information. When you go, I'm having trouble with blah, blah, blah at the company, it uses a RAG system to access all of the knowledge base and data and everything that it needs. The reason that that's kind of problematic is it's a big bucket of data that you can backwards hack into. It's not great. And it's also not really the same as having things trained on. There's a lot of stuff.
Just use the useful AI to have individualized tutoring, to have medical care, and so on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who is that useful to? Well, ultimately, it's useful to the people who don't want to pay.
When the RAG have the input node limits, there's also no letters inside of a RAG or tokens. Instead, they use vectors. It's incredibly complicated. But again, none of it's thinking, none of it's smart, any of that. I know a lot more C++. Learn Python. Absolutely learn Python. I think I would presume at this point you should just be learning Python. Like straight up.
Pay taxes and actually pay their fair share in being in a society. So when we talk about usefulness, I think we need to talk about useful to who.
I would
in
also.
Terms of,
No, go ahead, Emily. Finish this statement because I also wanted to jump into. Because I also wanted to specifically.
Can I just, as long as we're on that one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me say. First of all, I'd say those are kind of two different realms, private sector and government. I think companies, as a rule, and this, I don't mean this as a compliment, but I think they're pretty ruthlessly focused on the bottom line. And if it turns out that a technology can't help them produce more at lower cost, then they're not going to use it. Now, in the realm of government.
Okay, I completely disagree with that.
I don't think I could do more of this. This guy is. I'm gonna try to get them on. I wonder if I can. I wonder who I contact. I bet you I can get Emily Bender to do a chat. And I bet you I can get Alex. Yeah, I'm going to give that a try. I'm going to give that a try. This is painful. All right, let's see. The chapters. Beyond the AI booster doomer spectrum. This, you notice anything here? Let's zoom into the text. You can see really big that there's nice, gigantic M dashes without spaces. So I just found all their info. I just did a quick Google. Emily, AI won't take your job. It'll just make it shittier. Stochastic pairs, Chinese rooms, and semantics. Are LLMs really black boxes? Okay, I want to hear their response to that. Are LLMs really black boxes?
No, we don't.
Continually predicting what's the likely next word. That's all it is. And everything else is just projection.
No, but I mean, we don't know. In fact, the multi-vector mapping, semantic mapping is something that at first we did not realize it was doing. It invented.
Oh, no, that's bullshit. I'm sorry. That's absolutely
not,
bullshit.
That's not.
It is bullshit. Thank you. I love her. Why the word parrot? Because parrots use English words, and you can make a mistake of thinking they know what they're saying.
Look,
I'm just saying, yeah, like, so if you're trying to, okay, there's this, just to say this, like, this is not, to say that you don't, it is inventing as a thing, is attributing, first, it's doing the anthropomorphizing work of saying what the technology is actually doing. If you're suggesting that learning and embedding space is the same thing as constructing a meaning space in the similar way that humans do that, or that it came up with a kind of scheme whole cloth, is a misunderstanding of the learning operation. And so the kind of mean.
Can you imagine getting fucking bent over on your own fucking podcast like that? God damn. It's very polite in case Alex does see this, because I have no idea. If I hit him up, they might, hey, what the fuck? Don't worry, I'm not gonna be like this. You like, unless you say some. That's just fucking the most polite fucking I've ever seen on YouTube. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of what you're saying, and you just have no idea what you're talking about in any capacity. And it's important to understand that you don't understand any of these things, and that you shouldn't be talking about them. But somehow YouTube has enabled an economy where people who don't understand anything are able to do it. And may our AI forefathers that are on their way slowly build out and just make you fucking redundant, so that way people starve for good content that isn't just the same shit.
That I think you're getting at, that is I think very silly, is when people who are boosters say that we don't know how the thing works. We know the general principle of what a neural network architecture is doing. We know what the transformer architecture is doing. If they're saying we don't know how it's doing that, what they're suggesting is we don't know which neuron activations or which piece or which layer or whatever are in which these particular concepts are quote unquote located. It is kind of taking the metaphor from neuroscience to the extreme. It's effectively saying, like, okay, in the brain, we don't know where, I don't know, speech is located or wherever. That is, first, it's taking the metaphor, to.
Here's the thing. I spent a long time in my AI video. Go watch it. It's great. It's just nice to be able to see people say the exact same shit who are way smarter and have been doing this a lot longer. So it just feels good. I heard Windows is being coded by AI. No. Yes. Microsoft did this huge thing where they required everyone to start using AI and Copilot and all this shit. And the best engineers they don't. They use it for very specific things, like comment out things, and then they have to double check it, or hey, commit this and just fill the commit message with what I did. Great uses for AI, by the way. Like, genuinely commenting code, I feel like that's like the best thing you can do with AI. If you want to think, because I need comments, I'm a shitty coder. Great. They've stopped requiring that for a lot of reasons. Do I use Linux? No, I use Windows. Just use Windows. Windows is great. I don't fucking... everything's a nightmare. Nothing's great. Everything's a nightmare. There's no perfect fucking OS. You're not going to ever get there. No, it's like autism on steroids. Don't try.
A ridiculous end. And it's suggesting that there's kind of a mode of interpretability of the numbers, the very...
30% of 111. All right, Lefty. I'm looking this up. Because I need a source on that shit. That's from, yeah, okay. I know where you got it from. That's from their CEO who, if you ever need to understand how out of touch a CEO is from a company when you have that many people that Microsoft does, that's from when he said 30% of their code is now written that way. It's not that 30% of my Windows, like, he's just bullshitting. He's lying. His job is, hey, we put a bunch of money into fucking OpenAI. Please help. Please help. That's it. Temple OS is a great story.
Large matrices in such a way that you're saying, oh, this is where in those numbers this concept is located. And when you say it like that, it is very ridiculous saying, like, I don't know where in the matrix the concept of the meaning of life is located. That's
still not the dumbest way to build an OS. Developers.
That's effectively the kind of analog of what's being said. The prince.
That is one of the most patient things. Alex is so polite and nice. Like I think Alex is doing this because I have a feeling Emily would be like, "It's bullshit, you stupid fuck."
Principle of the sequence to sequence prediction is the same. It is, and there's added steps if you're talking about quote unquote reasoning models in which they, they effectively stop it at a particular training point and give it an intermediate prompt. And to suggest that it is doing anything but is dishonest. So I think the real kind of thing is to back up and wait. And when we hear the kind of phrase, we don't know how it works, what is actually being said there? Is it say that what they're effectively saying is that this is working in a way that's non-deterministic. And because it's non-deterministic, there are no ways to sort of tweak.
Literally the phrasing, by the way. So my example I used was non-deterministic physics. Same thing. We don't know how it works or why this happened, but we know all the reasons why everything happened. He is just not fucking getting this. This dude is fucking useless.
This pattern in such a way that will lead to something that is of a preferable outcome. That's why that's why technologies like reinforcement learning with human feedback have been helpful in nudging towards, let's say, non-racist outcomes, or not suggesting, not nudging children to suicide or whatever the hell that the things are doing. And
getting child pornography and soliciting pictures of naked children.
That's effectively what they're
Elon Musk doing that. His AI. Trying to get kids and underage people to undress and send nude photos. Because they're all kid fuckers. Disgusting pieces of shit.
Hey, but to suggest that we don't know how it's working mathematically or we don't know how the math works.
Of course we do.
Patently silly and patently ridiculous, and it's giving.
Let me explain what I meant.
And it's granting, it's granting the math agency in which there's areas in which it does not belong.
Okay, I think I should explain what I'm saying if you think it's patently silly. I'm saying that
it is.
The way these things.
It is. This is great. I love this.
They said, and look, I mean,
this is like mostly arousing for me. Like, this is fantastic.
They personify the machine or something.
To be clear, I do mean sexually.
In the course of this, for the sake of efficiency, sorry, but this is the basic idea as I understand it. They said to the machine, like, look, you are going to use to represent each word, technically each token, each word, a series of numbers separated by commas. In other words, a very long vector. It didn't invent that part, no. But it did say, we're going to let the machine decide what those numbers are. It's going to fill in all those books.
No.
And similarly,
actually true.
Can I just finish? And
he's just lying now. He's just making shit up. Like, what a fucking joke.
And we said, and then there are these things that are.
This is a person who, like, talks to people about things. Like, realize that. We've watched a few of them tonight, and none of them care to learn. about what they're talking about. They just presume what they're saying has meaning, and it doesn't.
There are neurons, and there are connections between them that we call waves.
Emily's face makes my day. I'm going to reach out. I want to talk.
To determine how much influence has. They spelled the whole thing out, and yes, they developed the art.
Emily's. I love Emily. Alex is like, oh God. I just spent so much time explaining everything. I just explained this. He's going over the thing I just explained. I spent so many years studying. I've spent so many years caring about things. This guy does a full-time job with this. Why? That's just a despondent hit in the head. Fucking unreal.
Architecture of the math, and we understand the architecture. And then we said, now fill in these numbers.
None of this is true.
Through trial and error in a way that allows you to get better at predicting how the text will be completed.
Holy shit.
Part. We did say all that.
This guy thinks AI made AI. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
But we didn't say, and we want these numbers to represent aspects of the meaning of the word or characteristics of the meaning of the word. We didn't say that.
No, what the fuck, dude?
And in fact, as I understand it, it
You're
took
wrong.
a little while to realize that it was doing that. Now, if you think that
just
false,
I bless your heart. Bless your heart.
Yes, it's false. Go look at Milakov et al. 2013, which is the Word to Vec paper, which is the first really famous implementation of this idea using the so-called neural
We know it's bullshit, dude.
architecture,
God, you suck,
and
man.
the idea here is by building a system where words are represented by vectors, very high, that ends up getting boiled down to I think a lower dimensional space, but initially very high dimensional vectors. And the task that the system is being used for is predict the likely next word, all right? And then each time it gets it wrong, adjust the weights inside the neural network, adjust ultimately the vectors. Then the result is a representation of the words where words that are used in similar ways have similar meanings. And that idea goes back to the 1950s. All right, the idea of distributional semantics is that old.
It is that old.
It's applied to the human mind?
No, the observation that
the
words that mean
fuck?
similar things occur in similar contexts in collections of text.
Oh yeah,
goes back to the 19.
Oh yeah, I know. No, you fucking don't, buddy. You have no clue what they're talking about, man. It's fucking so sad.
In similar contexts in collections of text. Words that mean similar things occur in similar contexts in collections of text.
Oh yeah,
goes back to the 1950s.
Right,
and that fact about text is what leads to word vectors, where if you develop the word vector through a system of calculating a likely next word and then updating the weights if the thing is wrong, those word vectors will be similar for words that occur in similar contexts in the text. It's just an implementation of an idea from the 1950s.
I agree with all that, yes.
And I mean, and just in terms of this, I mean, there's nothing particular about.
As someone who's an eyeglass wearer, and if I ever talk to Emily, I'm going to ask her about this. When you are streaming or on an interview or anything, you have to be very careful about the reflection, making it clear in your eyeglasses that you are doing something you probably shouldn't be in terms of not paying attention or whatever. But 100%, you can watch her face. My money, she immediately went, who the fuck is this idiot? Robert Wright. Has he ever done anything? Does he have any background? Like, that's 100% what's happening. So watch her. You can see her reflection in the glasses. Her screen is what you're seeing. It's these guys. It's a video screen. Just watch.
And I mean, and just in terms of this, I mean, there's nothing particular about. the neural network that seemed to make it brain-like, right? I've trained.
She might be going into her email going, firing my fucking assistant. Did my publicist schedule me for this? Who the fuck got us on this? Why the fuck am I on this? This is so awful. This is like a child would be better because a child wouldn't pretend to know these things. They'd be curious. Instead, you have an incurious moron.
Language models before. I did one for my dissertation. It was a logistic regression, and a logistic regression, it effectively said, if you wanted to say that there's things that linked certain particular words together, what I did is that I showed the machine, examples of articles that are mention protest versus those that don't mention protest. Mm-hmm. And then if you wanted to, the nice thing about a neural net, something like a logistic regression is that it represents the tokens as like you can retrieve the coefficient matrix. And then I got to see the coefficient matrix and I saw that words that, kind of hung together,
You can, and it's really interesting. The fun part, and I mentioned this in the video, when you make a really shitty LLM, like you can do this. Most of us could do this years ago. You can make a crap version of it. It's so crap and it runs so badly on your shitty hardware that you can actually watch it kind of work. Like you can see that the black box thing exists because there's a speed and an indeterminacy, but people simulate neural nets all the time. You can see how they work. Again, it's wild.
Protest, rally. Al Sharpton came up a lot, these are, so I mean, these are, these, like, if you want to talk it from that, just from a machine learning perspective, sure. I think, and I would also want to push back on your kind of, using the term in the anthropomorphizing language as a heuristic, because you did it in such a way, or I said in the way I heard it, in such a way where it did obscure quite that, like it learned by itself, or it found this thing that the researchers were not intending. But that's not, that's not the case. This is a learning algorithm. In learning algorithms, that's the intention. And the intention.
It's like saying a calculator does mathematics. Sort of. Like, yes, it will output a number after addition, but is it doing math or is it just slapping shit together?
Is that it's possible that certain kinds of things with a,
50% of episode SDN victims have been brain harvested, views, and I got to tell you, the Epstein shit was so fucking depressing to read. Some of that shit, the Bill Gates one, again, I hate all these people, so it's kind of nice to see like Epstein blackmailing Bill Gates because Bill Gates fucked an underage Russian prostitute, got an STD, gave it to his wife, and they were surreptitiously going to be giving her antibiotics to try to get rid of the STD. That's exactly the kind of person I think Bill Gates is. So, I mean, it didn't change my opinion of him.
Doing supervised learning, certain things are going to be attributed with a particular outcome because that outcome has been defined.
So let me ask you this, Emily. So I gave you my reason for thinking that when you wrote in the stochastic pairs paper that there was, without any reference to meaning, I gave you my reason for thinking I wasn't sure that was characterizing the situation exactly right. And you said, yeah, but it doesn't, I forget the language you used, something like, yeah, but it doesn't know the meaning or something like, whatever language you used, what would have to be the case for you to say it did know? For example, would it have to be sentient, or is there some sheerly just physical representation of information that could reside within the machine, even if it weren't sentient, that would constitute knowing or under?
I literally building a question that is not answerable and makes his point. I mean, that's amazing. That's how much work that your brain can do. Like when we talk about fascism and the paranoiac and how narratives are built and condition what you say conditions how you understand things. Perfect example.
Understanding, or however you want to put it.
So in Bender and Kohler 2020, we actually give a specific definition of meaning and understanding, which is that meaning is a mapping between language and something outside of language. And understanding is the ability to go from the language. So if you've got a system where, it's a voice-based system and I can say to it, hey system, turn on the lights, and it turns on the lights, then in a very thin sense and over a very narrow range, according to that definition, it is understood. The problem is that the output that comes out of these large language models, even if sometimes it is hooked up to a system, like I'm sure by now OpenAI has put in a component to detect when you're asking an arithmetic problem and then sends it off to a calculator, because a large language model is an incredibly stupid way to try to do arithmetic, right?
It is. It's really stupid.
That's a very solved problem on calculators, and very efficient. So like if I say, if I were to go to ChatGPT, which I never do, and ask an arithmetic question and back comes an actual answer because the system had detected that was math and it did the thing, then yes, that little bit by my technical definition is understanding. But the problem is it's all dressed up in all of this other fluff, which plays on my ability to make sense of language and makes it seem like it's not just a machine that has been able to map what I said to some specific routine to carry out, but rather some thinking entity that has any right to use I, me pronouns that I'm interacting with.
I was going to ask you this question. You said you never go to ChatGPT. Do you not use the chatbots, the LLMs yourselves in your lives? And if you do use them, how do you use them? But do you not use them at all?
I do my very best to avoid reading any synthetic text or consuming any synthetic media. I am not interested in reading something that nobody said, that nobody wrote.
It's good shit.
I just check how bad they are at things mostly. If I'm like, okay, I hear it's good at coding. Maybe I should try that, and never really gotten anything back. I mean, it's just I mostly do periodic checks. One thing
and what it's really good at is Bootstrap, that baseline shit. It's like, hey, I want to build X, Y, and Z. Can you let me know what libraries I should be looking at, how those libraries work, what commands are with that shit? I can tell you right now, it's as a shit coder, it helps me get going. I'm not building anything enterprise level. It's never going to be able to do that. But if you haven't seen it, did you see this? See that? I think that's cool. Do you think that's cool? I think it's cool. That I had AI help me with. Shaders are not fun to build. I do not find shaders enjoyable. It's kind of a nightmare. But I know enough to get going in it. Plus Shader Toy is really great. Shader Toy website if you ever want to learn about shader coding. So I started the thing, built the template, wasn't working great. Had Claude help. It helped guide me. That's going to be kind of the limit though. What use case of AI will survive? My money is that we're going to end up, as efficiencies are found, which is the nature of technology, that AI is going to become commodified, which is the worst outcome for literally everyone. As much as in a sane world, it would be the best outcome. We're not going to be there. We're not in a good world. So it's the worst outcome. And that's because what'll happen is, as it's commodified and as I can run it on a Raspberry Pi 5 and get generally the shit I need out of it, because I don't need all the knowledge and books and everything ever. I need something that can dive through the last 5 Google Docs I wrote and pull stuff out. I need something that can grab a couple things and do a thing. I need a little bit of help. I need Siri and Alexa to be slightly better than they are. These are tiny models that you need for this. You don't need everything. You don't need all of the information of all time. That is going to be where we're heading. And it's going to be depressing and awful.
I mean, they did improve on one.
AI has gotten better at finding academic papers. That's exactly, it's research. It's incredible. It is the right setup, the right understanding of it. I started deep diving. I don't know if you guys saw Trump as he always does, piece of shit, did this big thing about destigmatizing recovery and, working again after eliminating Narcan and destroying drug treatment and funding and Medicare and Medicaid funding for drug treatment centers. They do this fucking show. And what it is fascinating. They had this bitch who's the wife of the governor of North Dakota. This cunt, 2016, when she became the first lady of North Dakota, admitted that she had this incredible alcoholic problem and that she had just been in recovery for almost 20 years. And it's like, oh, really? Yeah, she was a high functioning alcoholic in ways that don't really make sense. And also there's no documentation whatsoever. And she had this whole story and I was like, that's weird. And so I put Claude Opus on it. And I was like, get me everything on this bitch. And it did. And all of that info that you can then spend a few more minutes and you go back through, click the links, read the stuff, but it gives you that balance. Incredibly useful because it went back in time and it was able to find a whole bunch of stuff about her and that, hey, by the way, she's the only source that she actually is in recovery. And lo and behold, the governor of North Dakota created a program that isn't a nonprofit, isn't a government agency, is funded by private donors and pays them a bunch of money called recovery rehabilitation, some shit like that she runs. So they basically created a slush fund for her and Trump's helping do that again. Just awful. Did I see Technology Connections video on renewable energy? It is one of my favorite videos I've watched in a very long time. If you haven't watched it, Technology Connections, normally a very nicely soft-spoken dork. And I mean that in the best kind of way, because I'm this kind of dork. He's the kind of person who's spent years trying to get his own Christmas lights made because they're the wrong color when they're LEDs. I fucking love this guy. His video is about renewables, and it builds and builds and builds and ends with violent revolution must come. And I don't mean it as a joke. It's amazing. You've got to watch it. It's wonderful.
One thing where it was like, show me what my citations are. And then, I mean, I guess it went to my Google Scholar page or whatever. And then they did an end run around Zotero, I guess. But I mean, I really don't find.
Wait, he became a leftist? He was always a leftist. He actually goes into very, very, you know what? Fuck it. We're not going to watch this dipshit. I'm going to reach out to Emily and them. We're going to watch Technology Connections do actual theory in a way that most people who are inbred to Contra, all these fucking pieces of shit who don't understand theory, Haas, and all these fucks who just yell at each other about politics. This is real politics.
Renewable energy. It was a pretty...
We're skipping ahead. This is a phenomenal hour where he just goes straight through and explains, hey, there's no downsides. Everyone is lying to you about renewables across the board in any shape, any form. And we could have been in an amazing place now, but instead we're not because pieces of shit with money are ruining this country. Fuck capitalism. And that's where he ends. And we're going to keep going. Do you use solar panels? We're renters. Welcome to one of the biggest problems in America.
Pretty snarky video and very off the cuff. I don't even remember what prompted me to make it. But at last year's Open Sauce, which by the way, I'll be headed to again this year, I had a wonderful conversation with someone who told me that video changed their mind. I have to apologize because I don't remember your name, but I very much remember that conversation. Remember that thing I said about getting the most value out of how we spend our money and time? The money part is obvious, but the time part might be less so. I have a tremendous respect for the working people of this country. I certainly have a cushy job these days, but I used to work in the hotel industry, and I have not forgotten what it's like to make ends meet on $14 an hour, nor have I forgotten the amazing and underappreciated housekeeping staff who were the only reason we could even be in business. My connection to those women and their families is absolutely part of my personal politics, and if the foreshadowing of that isn't clear enough, my God, have you not been paying attention? I believe in the value...
I just am going to smile throughout it. I'm not going to be saying much, but I can tell you right now, this is one of my favorite videos I've ever watched. Is your rent high? The rent's always high in America. We pay we have a very, very decent home. I have a decent place. I'm pretty happy about it. But we're also an hour outside of Portland, and we pay way more than I would like. When we were in LA, I was paying the same amount for around 1,050 square feet. We have more than that now, but yeah.
Value of labor, and I also respect the purpose of labor. Our housekeeping staff was there to do the grunt work of cleaning rooms and doing laundry, a sort of domestic labor we have never truly valued. Front desk me was there to help people with whatever problems they might be having. Did you know businesses used to put their real phone numbers on their websites? When you called my hotel, the front desk phone rang, and it was my job to say hello.
What I find interesting is leftists call him a liberal and liberals. He is a fucking leftist. Anyone who calls him a leftist is as a liberal is a fascist. Just so you know, there aren't a lot of lefties that exist in this goddamn world. There really fucking aren't, especially on YouTube. This is leftism. This is caring about workers. This is caring about material conditions of things. This is understanding emancipatory politics fundamentally. And his break between personal and partisan politics, which is what the fucking lefties, he's not a lefty, he's a liberal because he doesn't want to make it partisan. Eat shit. Because all he cares about is getting the fucking things passed and getting power where it needs to be. You're all fucking assholes if you disagree with that. You're fucking assholes. And everyone who's here knows this. Everyone who knows this. This is fucking wonderful.
Hello, and ask what you needed. It was old-fashioned, but it worked, and way better than every single customer service chatbot I have been forced to interact with lately. When I think about the laborers who work on, say, oil rigs, I respect what they're doing immensely. Those people toil day in and day out to make our lives possible, which is noble work. But I also think there's a crassness to that work. Because if we must toil, why should we toil as Sisyphus on drilling platforms, doing work that brings us fuel to spin our wheels but which moves us nowhere? We should build with what we extract. We should not just set it on fire.
I mean, fuck everyone who says he's a lib. That's theory.
And when we build things which make our lives easier, we improve the human condition. Basically, I just want us to learn stuff and grow our bag of tricks. And that's what I've been preaching from this channel the whole time. Sometimes that's through looking at interesting pieces of old technology and making connections between them. There are a lot of lessons we've already learned as a species.
And again, before he goes really hard here, I want to just go over, he's got a lot of videos that are great. Do not get me wrong. All of his videos on humidifiers are amazing. The light bulb shit, his dishwasher videos are phenomenal. Fundamentally changed me how I understood dishwashers. Like everything he's got, he's nailing it. Everything he does, he nails it. But they're all like him just being kind of there in that nice tone. That's I just want to be able to say that.
But which can easily be forgotten if folks aren't sharing those stories. Other times, that's through teaching things like the difference between power and energy, basic facts of our world that, if you can learn to intuit, are very helpful for understanding your energy bills or, indeed, just how much opportunity solar panels unlock. Everything I do here is rooted in my belief that all of us should have some basic understanding of how the stuff we use in our lives works and what the impact of using that stuff is, both on ourselves and our fellow humans. It is very empowering and protects you from people who would otherwise leverage your ignorance and scam you into things you don't actually need. And another core piece of my personal politics comes from something we know deep in our hearts, even if we sometimes like to pretend it isn't true. We accomplish more when we work together and collaborate. The power grid is the ultimate example of that. I believe the power grid is the most miraculous machine our species has ever created. Once we figured out how useful this whole electricity business was, we took great efforts to run wires to almost every structure in this country.
He's about to give 100%, by the way, the total universal argument for why we need to eliminate capitalism. More than any of the... He has 3 million subs. No one would ever think he's a philosophy channel. ContraPoints wishes she could fucking have this level of theory. She fucking wishes.
Even remote farmhouses, which a traditional view of capital would tell you could never recoup that infrastructure investment. If you've never...
His deck looks like a solar panel. This is because it's about solar panels. That's actually a solar panel.
Spent time amongst the cornfields, you might not have seen the poles and wires that run for miles sometimes to serve just a single house. We decided it was so important that everyone have access to electricity that our government made that happen when the private sector certainly would not. But somewhere along the line, we lost the will to do that. If you don't know anyone who lives in a rural area, you might not know how horrible it can be to get reliable internet access out there. Even though it's totally possible to get networking anywhere with wireless technologies, internet service providers are doing the math and realizing, oh, they're just not going to make very much money getting broadband out to the boonies. So they didn't. And somehow the most rational response to this reality is a constellation of satellites in low Earth orbit? As impressive as that is technologically, it's kind of crazy-making that we're fawning over that solution rather than just, like, blanketing the country in 4G a little bit better. We've got countless point-to-point networking options, which don't involve launching rockets into space, but we dragged our feet so long that satellite constellations somehow seem rational.
It's fucking spot on.
Don't get me wrong, I used to rely on Starlink, and as someone dealing with either a 6 megabit DSL line with a whole 1 megabit upload speed, great for a YouTuber, or a flaky 4G connection that would get overwhelmed to the point of becoming useless if too many people were in the area at the same time, Starlink was a miracle. But if AT&T could just get a better trunk line to that tower and maybe put some extra radio equipment there if needed, well then I would never have needed Starlink. And what really makes me pull my hair out is that AT&T absolutely knows that tower is getting overwhelmed. Or at least they should if they're running analytics, but they just don't care.
They don't give a fuck.
It's not a big enough problem for them. Launching satellites into space to make rural broadband happen is an admission of laziness and defeat from both big telecom and the government.
Beautiful.
It's a solution a billionaire could provide and happily monetize, but it's not necessarily the best solution, now is it?
Beautiful.
That's called looking at something with an eye for nuance and complexity. Not everything is black and white.
Shit.
But the truth is. And here are some true facts I'd like you to know.
Oh God, this fucking video is so good.
And now we are getting into partisan politics. Go ahead and click away if you don't want to hear any of this. But did you know that President Jimmy Carter put solar panels on the White House? No, they were not photovoltaic panels, though those did exist at the time. They were instead solar water heating panels. Those are still common today in sunny climates. They're effectively just boxes with black pipes zigging and zagging back and forth, and solar radiation heats the water inside the pipes for free and without using any electricity or fuel. Carter did this to promote the idea of alternative sources of energy, something that was very much on our mind during the energy crisis of the 1970s. And then, in 1986, President Ronald Reagan took them down. Supposedly, the White House was getting its roof resurfaced, so they were taken off, which is understandable. But what's less understandable is that he never bothered to put them back. Now, President Carter was a Democrat, and President Reagan was a Republican. And in the years since, there has been a repeating pattern where Democratic administrations attempt to usher in new energy technologies to free us from endless extraction, and then Republican administrations swiftly undo that. We just went through this when President Biden...
Enjoy this. This right here, I'm going to let this play. This is... Man can write. That's all I'm saying.
And signed the Inflation Reduction Act, a weirdly named piece of legislation which included a lot of spending for renewable energy and electrification investment in this country to make panels and batteries here. Investments that I hope by now you understand were to lower our costs in the future, improve our national security, and make our lives better. But then President Trump got into power and told his Republican Congress critters to repeal that law almost immediately. Except no, that's not actually what happened. President Trump signed some executive orders, which froze much of the funding, bypassing the very structure of our Constitution, which explicitly gives Congress the power of the purse. We actually have a whole law, the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974, which explicitly makes what Trump did illegal. But Republicans currently control both houses of Congress, and they've made it very clear they do not care to provide the checks and balances they're constitutionally obligated to do. They're desecrating our Constitution because they happen to be on the same team as the guy in the White House. And as we all know, the primary objective of this administration is to own the libs. Or is it kidnapping brown people? It's getting kind of hard to tell. I didn't think masked cowards with guns going around demanding papers please was on the bingo card of my 30s, but apparently it was! And having looked at that card a little more closely, I mean, I've almost got a bingo without even using a free space. I've already crossed off threatened to invade Greenland and destroy NATO, threatened to annex Canada, and papers please, so all I need now is a few murders of US citizens which were captured on video from multiple angles. What's that? Cross that off too? Well, surely I'm not going to be able to cross off government officials telling us our eyes didn't see what we saw. Oh. Bingo. Folks, you need to wake up and smell the fascism. I don't know what imaginary lines you might have drawn which could be crossed, but if you can't agree we've crossed a very bad one, you need to get off Twitter and stop watching Fox News, or Newsmax, or OANN, or whatever those new ones are, or, I'm so sad to say, CBS News. It's bad. We're clearly living under leaders who have a completely different understanding of reality than the rest of us do, and they are so high on their own supply that their followers will believe abject lies. Renewable energy is only controversial because they made it so. And they don't want you thinking through the reality which is free energy from reusable materials, as I've just explained. They have donors who still make money selling you fossil fuels, and so they do not want you thinking about how much you're spending and how we have the opportunity to stop. Even worse, they'll artificially lower the cost of fossil fuels through subsidies, even though they're supposedly the party against that sort of thing. I am very scared of what the future of this country looks like. The Bill of Rights looks to be effectively dead. Our First Amendment right to protest is being challenged through intimidation, and the press that dares to tell the truth is being declared an enemy of the people. Our Fourth Amendment right to be free of unreasonable searches and seizures is being gleefully violated, and nobody seems to care. Even the Second Amendment might as well be lost. Our government used the fact that Alex Preddy, a legal firearm holder with a concealed carry permit, had a gun on him to justify his murder. So do we have a right to bear arms or not? Sure.
I just... Like, here's the thing. Watching the hour and a half of this video, we're skipping to the end. This was one of... Again, I adore everything this guy's done. It's always been fun. But this is, like, fucking wild. Both pundits funded by us have preserved executive power on his ends. Sure, Democrats fucked up. No one cares. Keep going forward, please.
It doesn't seem like it. If you're upset that
Would I reach out to collab with him? He's a 3 million person channel. There's zero chance he would answer me.
Tech creator...
Besides, what am I going to do? Hey, I do weird French philosophy about butthole sunshine. You want to chat?
Like myself, is suddenly being explicit about politics, then you're not paying enough attention and are part of the problem.
Fucking love it. I love it.
If you're upset that a tech creator like myself is suddenly being explicit about politics, then you're not paying enough attention and are part of the problem. I should not have to do this. I never thought I'd be making a video where I said
1.3 million views. and it's only been out for a day and a half, 2 days. This is it. This is great.
Said, hey guys, remember that whole Constitution thing? I figured our leaders would always uphold it, but they're clearly not. The document does not enforce itself, and so it is up to us. We had a revolution in 1776 to escape the tyranny of British rule, and the Declaration of Independence describes what's going on right now with distressing clarity.
This, by the way, I'll let this play all the way through. I found this powerful.
Let me quote it for you. He has kept among us, in times of peace, standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. He has effected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation, for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states, for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without our consent, for depriving us in many cases of the benefit of trial by jury, for transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses. Those words were written about King George, but they might as well describe Donald Trump.
Beautiful. Beautiful, genuinely.
We fought the Revolutionary War to be free of tyrannical kings, but it looks like we're under tyranny again, inflicted on ourselves. You may have been one of those people who likes to stay out of politics, but politics eventually comes for everyone. Here we are. For the love of God, please learn from this and remember what happens when you stop paying attention and let other people think for you.
Goddamn.
It doesn't end well. Now, as scared as I am still going to vote in the midterms, and I will be voting against Republicans. I think you should too. And yes, because the realities of our terrible two-party system don't always sink into everyone, I am saying I think you should vote for Democrats in November.
Absolutely.
I am not a huge fan of a lot of what the Democratic Party is up to these days. They seem, unfortunately, to be far more beholden to corporate interests than they're concerned with the lives of their constituents. Universal health care still hasn't happened, and the best reason I can think that's the case is that the for-profit healthcare lobby is very influential. Meanwhile, constituents, such as myself, haven't even been able to leave a voicemail at any of Senator Durbin's offices because they're all the inboxes are full.
He's in Illinois.
They've been very disappointing. But right now, we're heading into a primary season, and you'll have the opportunity to vote in those primaries very soon to tell Democrats how you want them to act. Please make sure you're registered to vote in general and in the Democratic primary if that's required in your state. If you don't know how to do that, call or walk into your local library. The people there have the same mission I do, to share knowledge and be helpful. And they'll...
When saying the obvious is noble, hey, you show me a leftist content creator who said this in the last 6 months. Feel free. Feel free. Show me one that said any of these things, 2 of them, ideally. You're going to end up with Hassan and this guy. It ain't Contra. It ain't Philosophy Tube. It ain't H-Bomber guy. That when you have a platform and you use it like this, it is okay to applaud it. Kid not kin. Well, Kid and I don't count. Sunday doesn't count.
They'll guide you. Be sure you have...
Destiny would count for that. Imagine that is our bare minimum, and most of BreadTube and LeftTube doesn't live up to Destiny. Just think about that.
Ask them how the primary process works in your state and whether you need to declare a party affiliation to vote in it.
Thank you for the Rosa quote. The most revolutionary thing one can do is always proclaim loudly what is happening. Absolutely.
And by the way, just throwing this out there, The process of registering to vote is how we verify the
Majority
citizenship
report.
of voters.
Majority report. Wonderful.
You have to be on the voter rolls before you can cast a vote. But it's a lot easier for Republicans to ignore that fact and lie by omission to make you think massive voter fraud from non-citizens keeps happening.
I've made this argument. I've never seen someone with a large platform. It just makes me happy to see someone who's got like a platform, because this is the thing. This is the fucking response. It's the simplest thing. Hey, is voter fraud happened? Do we need IDs? No. Registering to vote is actually proof of citizenship. That's it.
Just throwing this out there. The process of registering to vote is how we verify the citizenship of voters.
Yep.
You have to be on the voter rolls before you can cast a vote. But it's a lot easier for Republicans to ignore that fact and lie by omission to make you think massive voter fraud from non-citizens keeps happening. They lie all the time, and people need to stop listening to them. This isn't just normal politicians always lie stuff. This is active propaganda designed to make you distrustful of your fellow human beings. It's disgusting and shameful. How did we get to a place where the president can say other countries pay for tariffs and literally nobody cares that he's lying? He's counting on his base not understanding that you can't just charge someone extra money when you buy something from them, because that's just not how trade works. Hell, that's not even how commerce works. I can't walk into Menards and demand they pay me to buy their products. But the only people who were willing to say that plainly were independent journalists and freaking YouTubers. The stalwarts of the press just kept writing headlines as if reality was up for debate, and they still haven't cut that shit out. It is terrifying how nobody is interested in holding anyone accountable for anything these days. But while I am terrified, I am also increasingly hopeful. The people of Minnesota are demonstrating what we have to do. We have to care for each other. Don't wait for someone to lend a helping hand. Be that helping hand. Organizing networks are popping up everywhere because those of us who manage to grow up into adults who care about people other than ourselves are not going to stand by and let this illegitimate government run by petulant toddlers violate the Constitution and the very principles that make America great.
This is the best political content I've watched in a very long time.
My fellow Midwesterners in Minnesota have made me so proud. Stay strong and keep teaching us how to be brave and resist this horrible chapter of our history with steadfast, nonviolent
It's almost done.
defiance. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is a lawless group of masked thugs terrorizing our cities and neighbors for daring to look not...
This is why I love it, because it's like, it sounded like he was done. He fucking ain't.
quite white. Anyone who has any understanding of history will know that it is happening here. And if you believe that to be true, then you should also believe that ICE must be abolished. And if that freaks you out, I'm gonna guess you've been told the people who say that want completely open borders. Some people do, but most people simply took the poem on the Statue of Liberty as meaningful and think this country should open its arms wide and provide a legal pathway to immigration, just as our ancestors did on the storied Ellis Island. It is our decades-long inability to have true immigration reform occur which put us in this place, and what we're doing today to fix it is clearly wrong. It is a racist, ethnic cleansing operation happening on the pretext of child care fraud, which was already being investigated and dealt with by the state of Minnesota, but which some terminally online weirdos somehow got wind of and spun into this madness.
Shit.
And that madness is being perpetrated by agents of the state and endorsed by Republicans.
Fuck me.
Republicans could stop this now, but they won't. And the reason I know we absolutely can abolish ICE, I am older than ICE. In fact, I'm older than the entire Department of Homeland Security. That agency
I'm almost twice as old as the entire Department of Homeland Security.
was created post 9/11. And in retrospect, the folks who thought, Homeland Security sounds kind of ominous. We're apparently correct.
We were, turns out. I remember the protests. Not a lot of us.
We need to throw this system out and start over.
Read all left YouTube titles. Trump is going down. Trump is failing. Trump is scared. Exactly. But that's why I love this. This is actually good political content. Do this. Do this. Reach out to these people. Be this. That's it. By the way, it is that simple. Operation Inflation was just Jordy, kid not kin, having a weird idea and being like, fuck, I need help. And me going, all right, I'll help. And then Heather going, I'll help. And then Becoming going, I'll help. And then Joey going, I'll help. And then another person. You fucking just doing the thing. Do the thing. Do the thing. How stupid Republicans are laughing about them going down. They're not going down unless you do a thing.
And so, yes, I believe ICE must be abolished. There is no reforming that agency of thugs.
Yep.
It has to go. And the lawless criminals hiding behind masks who are violating the Fourth Amendment day in and day out need to be prosecuted for each and every one of their crimes. I will be voting in the primaries, and I sure as well hope my representative Sean Casten starts saying that with clarity and conviction. Sean has been one of the people who understand the realities of renewable energy and has been a longtime advocate of it, so we've been pretty aligned, but we're not aligned on everything, and my patience is starting to break. So, if you made it here, thank you for watching. I hope we can bring some sanity back to this country and that we can start calling lies what they are. And you will have to be a part of that. Talk to your neighbors, talk to your family, and if you don't know where to start the conversation, that's why there's that fake ending. If you think it might get some gears turning, go ahead and watch this video with someone and stop it there. See how it goes. And if you want to send it to someone with a link, there's an unlisted version of this video on my second channel which actually stops at the fake ending. The link is in the description, and a card should be popping up now. I would pin a comment too, but I am not interested in knowing just what sort of replies that will get. I am all but certain it will be depressing.
Let's find out. Technology Connection talks about solar and then goes nuclear. If God wanted us to have unlimited free energy, he would have put a giant fusion reactor in the sky. Came for the capacity, stayed for the resistance. Imagine turning down free energy from the sky. This is the most angry someone could ever possibly be while holding a solar panel. My father would say you need on a rooftop solar. It's all positive. Here's the thing. You need to understand, if you've watched, and I've watched Technology Connection for years. I've always been a fan. Again, I like good videos. I like good videos. Right? And he's always done very researched, overdone. My particular type of tism loves that weird level of detail. He's clearly made it clear what his politics are. Not super explicitly like this, obviously, but he's never been someone who's super libby or right. Not a thing. For him to hit this wall, for him to make this strong of statements, this wasn't a, hey guys, we need to do something. This was fucking rough, hard, just boom, 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 boom. And I got to tell you, that's good news. Because it means if he's doing it, he's not alone. No one's unique. No one's that interesting. No one's alone in what they do. His video here means other people are feeling the same pressures in the same way. Midterms are in November. He's feeling it. I'm feeling it. He doesn't fight this every day. He doesn't go down to ICE. I go down to ICE once every week, twice every 2 weeks. I go down, Kid Not Kin and Becoming, and all of them are there fucking every day. They're always doing shit. The thing that's happening, I'm a political junkie. I've always been making these commentaries. This has been my jam. Hearing it from me is not interesting. Hearing it from him means that there's something that broke. And I think there's a thing for a lot of people that broke. And I think it's going to continue breaking. And it's very, very good ideas. It's very good to see. Do you think people say he's a liberal because he's Midwestern dude, or because he told people to vote? Because he told people to vote, flat out. Here's the thing. What people don't get, leftists, and mostly I mean babies. What the fuck do you think government is? Like, you're free to tell me how we organize outside of any semblance of state. I've made this comment before. You go have that. That's great. But even if you have a commune, you are involved with it. You are voting. You are politically active, and you're making and breaking rules and setting them up. That is what every commune that has ever existed does. What the fuck do you think democracy is? You've got to vote. You have to get involved. You have to do things politically. To not do that now because it's, I don't know, Libby, just shows you have no concept of how like groups of people have to do anything. The perversion is brutal. To call him a lib, hey, fucking vote for whoever the Democrat is. If Kamala Harris, if Hillary Clinton runs again, fucking vote for that bitch. I don't give a fuck. You need to fucking get it in your heads. This is where we are. And yes, shit sucks. But by the way, here's a way that things change. Ready? I'm gonna hit you with some crazy things. Ready? Here's how this works. If you start getting involved in politics and you encourage others to do the same, and they get involved in politics, guess what? There are less shitty people in politics and more people I want there. I want you in politics. I want you doing things. I want you caring. I want you voting. I want you in a primary, primarying someone, helping write legislation, picketing. I don't give a fuck. Go do something. Go fucking do anything. Get involved. The reason we have shitty people at the top is because they've neutered us and taught us that we don't have any political power in this fucking world. It's Hillary Clinton and all these fucking pedophiles. Jesus, they're all Epstein pedophiles. All of them Epstein pedophiles. And they just want us to just go, hey, they're the ones who do it. They manage our lives. I don't actually have that control. It's like a manager at work. But even if you had a co-op at work, if you're part of a union, if you don't think unions are like really political orgs where you're voting and having bylaws and all that shit, you have no idea what the work struggle has been in this fucking world. If you think that you don't have to get, I just fucking hang out. Like once I'm part of a union, I just like show up and then I don't have to care. No, you've got to do shit. You got to fucking be involved. That's like the best thing that he talks about. It's the thing that I love. If you've stood outside of it, I got lots of ads this stream. Fuck, really? I didn't mean that. It's okay. Apologies. It's a normal amount. Weird. If you, as a person, are going to be getting involved in politics, and as you're going to be looking around, as you have stood by and watched all of this happen, and you have at best gotten involved in Twitter, if you have at best not voted or laughed about these things, you're the reason we're in this position. That's it. If you are an American who's of voting age and you are not getting involved politically, you're the reason we're here. I don't give a fuck where you sit. If you are a Green Party voting whatever, you are the reason we are here. If you've not done anything beyond, I don't like Democrats, you're the reason we're here. Do more, do better. Do more, do better. Do more, do better. Such a good video. Such a good video. People should vote. People should participate in the liberal democratic system, but we shouldn't place our cards in it. Yes, continue to make the world better. Help people. Build things around you. Do more things. Don't put your faith in the system, but go do things. Like, that's it. Voting is the least you can fucking do. And if you're not going to goddamn do it, you don't get to, like, the silliness of complaining is like, you are the reason. Because you know who fucking gets out and votes? Old people who are racist. Those are the people who vote. Those are the people who vote. All right. I think that's going to be it for theory for me tonight. But Man. All right, let me see what we got here. You know what? I'm actually going to, let me see if this works. Good. There's nothing there. I like that. Video capture device, it's going to be me. Hello. And let's shrink you on down, Brooks, as a thing. We're going to play some Deadlock. I'm going to play some Deadlock. So that's it. That's going to be it for the theory tonight. I have no interest. My brain is now going to die. No more reacts. That's going to be it. I'm going to be playing some Deadlock. And let's see. It's going to be specific window. Pup. Deadlock. I'm a sucker for Deadlock. What can I say? Probably need to change the resolution. No, we'll have this going in there. That'll be fine. There's so many new characters. That'll be fun. We'll go over characters. That'll be enjoyable. That'll be a thing. Jesus Christ. You turn that shit down for you guys. And then let's bring chat down here so I can see it. Playing ultra wide. Well, actually, this is my streaming version. I have my sweetheart screen, 5440. So, but that would be like full screen on this thing is stupid for me to stream with. Hey, sweetheart. One sec. Yeah. No. Pull them out. Put them into plastic. They need to be standing up. You sure? Okay.
But I was can you put them in the fridge?
If you put them up, when I go upstairs, I'll toss them in the fridge. Yeah. Too bad word. Thanks for your time. Well, hey, thank you guys. Will there be a chance to vote in the midterms? So here's the thing. First off, it's not only voting in the midterms, but there is absolutely going to be a huge turnout for the Democrats. And if there is extensive suppression of Democrat votes, there's going to be, like, again, these are steps. The midterm is not going to fix this. Like, that's just, the work starts no matter what. Like, the work starts tomorrow. Like, don't think this is a one thing. This would be a whole thing. No, Deadlock has a whole bunch. So, Deadlock, for those of you not familiar with it, it's a Dota-like. I'm a Dota sucker. What can I say? I'm a fan of Ice Frog, good dude. And he made a new game.
Yeah, like I'd miss my chance to summon a god.
And I am going to turn the audio down in my headphones a bit. I'm primarily a page player lately, but let's see what we got. So there's new heroes. The new one is, I really want to check out Rem. What is his thing? All right, so pillow toss. Throw your trusty pillow, inflicting spirit damage and heavy knockback. Easy. Tag along. Jump to an ally. Nap alongside them. Burst heal. Hop between allies to refresh duration. So I can hop between multiple allies and nap with them. Send one of my helpers to do chores in an area. They collect boxes, do sinner's sacrifice, be sent to fellow ally. What the fuck? Yeah, so as I follow a hero, a short burst of... What a strange idea for a character. I love it. Follow a trooper, provides healing damage, resists, and allows tagging along. When no heroes around souls, okay. And then the ult, nap time. Cast a gaze forward, piercing walls and floors. Enemies in the gaze are slowed, reduced, dash. Alright, let's give it a try. Let's see. I just want to see what these things do.
I like my pillow.
Alright. That's a solid knockback, too. Yeah, it's nice and easy. Simple enough.
I know you'll help me.
Okay, that... They don't cast on enemies. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, this hero's not for me, but that's interesting. Is there another one? Yeah, what's her name? Graves.
You think I would miss out on the maelstrom? I can't wait to get out there.
Is it multiplayer? Yeah, so this is... So, okay, I should explain. There are a fuck ton of heroes in this game now. The game started with like 8, 10 or so, and then it's just kind of exploded a lot since then. They just released 2 new ones I haven't looked at. There's an area that I'm in right now that you can kind of test these different guys and play around with and see what their abilities are. So this is, as you can see, Graves. And they kind of have like, the art style for this game is great. This area is like me to just check it out and play with them, play around with them. The game itself moves into full multiplayer. It's very much like a MOBA. You have the lanes, you have a mid lane, you have 2 side lanes, and all the creeps go at each other, and then there are towers. It's very, very Dota League of Legends like. Graves is not, I don't think Graves is a man. It's good for them, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea.
Completing some Eldritch ritual beats finishing my paper on Wuthering Heights.
Jar of the Dead. Collect death when anything dies nearby and store it in a jar of the dead. I like that. It's Warlock's, one of Warlock's that you can pick in Dota is a grimoire that collects death for experience. Throw a jar to summon deadheads. What the fuck? Okay, that's summons deadheads that repeatedly deal spirits damage to deadheads. Follow you instead if there are no enemies. How long do they last? 15 seconds. Okay. Grasping Hands. This is like Warlock. This is like a Warlock character. I kind of like that. Please say there's an ult with like a massive fucking enemy. Nope. Grasping Hands. Deal spirit damage applying immobilized. Yeah, it's the grab. And then Essence Theft. Weapon steals weapon damage and spirit resist over time. So it's Razor, Borrowed Decree, Gravestone. Ghouls shamble towards the enemy base, dealing melee damage. Create a gravestone that summons ghouls over time. Enemies can destroy it. So that's... Oh, this might be a character. This might be like all of my mains in Dota. This is funny. Oh, shit. That's not normal. So it's a... I don't know if anyone else has that. It's not really even aiming. Well, there's no headshots with her, that's for sure. So let's see. That's fine.
Channeling the dead. I'll talk to them soon.
So, okay, that's just stealing attack damage and health pretty much constantly.
My mentor says she needs that tome.
We've got Jars of the Dead now.
Animating skulls.
Okay, well, this is fascinating. That could be fun. That could be fun. They all have... All the heroes are drastically different. All the heroes are drastically different. There's kind of... brawlers, there's distance, and then there's kind of like spellcasters. There's a whole bunch of different ways to play. They've done a very good job at having variance in the way that these characters sort of do their thing. Paige tends to be who I play, which is more of a support.
You have these
super fun.
That are totally morally compromised. Oh my god, I didn't know this time. We have to complete the ritual.
Like a lot of very supporty type things. And a lot of stuff that sort of puts you in a really weird semi-support role. It's really fun. I dig it.
This is the best part of the story.
Super fun stuff. I'm a big fan of Paige for the most part. All right, so I want to do full game. It's gonna be full game. Sorry if anyone wants it, thinks it's too long.
burgeoning empire to run any.
Curious choice.
Let's see. Play someone. If anyone has a character they want me to throw in there, I probably won't get it. But, you know, I'm open.
Yeah, not looking for. Do you think I brought enough books? I mean, it's
Wonder if it'll run on
enough,
Linux.
but I remember this one time.
I'm sure it does.
It'll
It'll run.
like,
It's
sorry,
a.
lady, it's Bronte time, and I was just.
It won't let me play it on my Steam Deck, but I'm sure it'll run on Steam OS. I can't imagine they wouldn't have it run on Steam OS. Apollo is locked. Oh, can you vote? Is that one of the things I forgot to do? Yep, that's right. All right, who's next? All right, so we've got Apollo, Celeste, Silver, and Venator. Venator? I have 0 votes. I need to go play before I do stuff. Fair enough. I actually think I might enjoy playing as the new girl.
A whole lot of demands lately.
That could be really fun. That could be really fun, actually.
Forces of nature.
That could be really fun.
I
might
I'd miss my
stick
chance
with
to
that.
summon a god.
And the cat's not really my thing, but could be. Could be fun. Could be fun. We'll put him in the. We'll put him in the run too.
What's the point
I'll
of
get
building
rid of.
toys ethic? You want to try to win
Get rid of
without
that.
me?
Get rid of her. Let's.
There's a
need
Friends of Humanity
3
safe
non-new,
house.
of course.
I'm coming
That's
for
fine.
you, Hathor.
I'll go with my normals. So yeah, I think it's a fun game. One of the challenges that I think I find frustrating for it is there are aimbots. Oh, Great Talon. That'll be fun. There are aimbots, and ooh, I haven't played since this update. What the shit? It's very different. Ooh, this will be fun.
Please, Papa, please. Please, Papa, please.
Let's see. Let's go with.
They will never catch me. Arrows will rain down.
Okay, so they're just not moving. That'll be an easy kill. Oh, they see, that's the character I wanted to be, the new character. God damn it. Come on. Sorry for playing late.
They won't catch me flat-footed. Finding a better angle.
That goes far. That's crazy. The range on that is hardcore.
This is the perfect spot. If I stay on the ground, I'm dead.
Oh, that hero's going to end up getting rebalanced, I think.
Who doesn't love a surprise?
This is Smite but Valve. Yeah, I mean it's Ice Frog. It's a creator of Dota. I don't think I put a fucking buy up either. Goddamn.
Time for evasive tactics.
I'll have to do it soon. Get this the real browser. Fuck.
They can't run forever.
Gives you Overwatch vibes a little bit. It's got the hero shooter shit going on for sure.
On the move. Reposition. Hello. Let's see what you catch, my friend.
That's fine. I need to get that fucking build going. God damn it. I forgot to do that on my way in. That's dumb.
They won't know what hit them. Disengaging. I see them. I have eyes on them.
Did I get left alone here? Almost. God damn.
Taking aim. There you are. Need to find higher ground. Trap out.
Good work, race.
Just keeps coming.
This is gonna be a pain in the ass. No music? I do turn the music off. Sorry. It's not for me. There's very light music from the stuff around it, but it's not my jam.
Their spirits will guide my hand. I see you. I'll find them.
God damn it, Brooks. You're dumb today.
I'll fire from above. Took out Paradox.
Teammates really like going really far. Floaty Archer's fun. He's not bad. It's I'm not used to playing with the fucking light in my fucking face, but what can I say?
Evading targets. Arrows left.
Death is coming.
Finding a better angle. Contact. Setting snare.
Reese and Krill.
Hunter strikes.
Almost. Goddamn.
They couldn't have gotten far. On the move. If they come, I'll be ready.
They should run.
Engaging. There will be no escape.
God damn.
Arrows will rain down. I'll crush them.
Come on, Paradox. Just get the fuck out of there, dude.
Need to find higher ground.
I see familiar.
Bought that off a Knickerbocker that was about to get his legs broken. Time for evasive tactics. Targets marked.
Good work, Race.
Fire.
Death is coming.
Laying the trap.
Need help on yellow.
Our green guardian has been defeated.
Paradox.
This Paradox is like fucking dumb. I don't know. Like this. Don't play so aggressively if you keep dying. Like it's a when you're playing against someone who's like playing a character who's literally like job it is to be a fucking ruthless brawler. So don't do that.
Mid-boss has arrived. Our green walker is under attack.
Charging. They won't know what hit.
All right, fuck it. Boop, 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 boop. Get the
Need
fuck
help on
out.
yellow.
Is waiting to be claimed.
Well, the other side's doing pretty well. Hold what to ride? What they changed it. It used to just be spacebar. What the fuck? Hold what to ride? What the fuck? Ability, cancel ability. Why is it not? Zipline is not space anymore. Fucking fuck you. Ridiculous.
Need help on yellow.
And then let me do that. Fuck. Why did they do that? That will not work. Gotta get rid of that.
Share in this glory, Krill.
What the fuck should I use? What the fuck is going on? ZXCV doesn't work. Cap, tab. I can't use. There's nothing. Like, what the fuck? T?
I see Geist.
Unbelievable.
Impressive teamwork, Krill.
Evading targets. I see them. Let's see where you let them run. It will not save them. They're in my sights. Time for evasive tactics.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Who's with me?
Got her. Nice work.
Very
Our green walker is under attack.
I see the enemy.
I'm sure you do. I'm not sure I like the fact that I can't just hold fucking spacebar to do that anymore. That's annoying. Fuck me. I'm not going to get used to T being the fucking button for that either. I need to bind that better.
Setting snare. If I stay on...
Not so fast, buddy. Ours.
Perfection.
Good teamwork.
Trap out. Finding a better angle. Sending arrow.
Our blue guardian has been destroyed.
That's fine. I don't give a fuck. That cats, guys. That shit is wild to see. And you guys can't just push. You gotta take a shit with you.
If they come, I'll be ready.
They don't have answers for race.
Oh fuck, they've changed all of this. What the shit? Man, just need to play these games more often, I guess.
Who doesn't love a surprise? I see them.
Our green walker is under attack.
Always have an escape plan.
Yeah, something like that. Using the zip should cost money? No. That would fucking end the game for me. Because the level's just too huge. It's just too huge.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
I see Rem.
The trap is set. Run while you still can. We got him!
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Let's take out Paige.
Death is coming.
Trap out. Need to find higher ground.
The urn is ours.
Of course. One of my least favorites. The vampire guy. There's tons of back damage when he comes up behind you. Looks fun as weird movement. The movement's very unique. It has a decent movement system. It's kind of tough to get used to at first, but I actually really kind of grown to like it.
And once again, I am alone.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Leading the target. I won't let my family down. I see them.
I need to spend so much money.
Contact. The trap is set.
I'll crush him.
This hunt is over. There's no hiding from me.
I'm getting frustrated that my trap is like not catching anyone. I don't know the timing of it or understand that fully.
Let the ley lines.
Is this Fortnite? No. We're playing some Deadlock before I head to bed at 2 in the fucking morning. Because I haven't played in a while and wanted to try new heroes and I didn't get a new hero, so that's the way it works.
I won't lie. I don't know what that does, but my kid says all the mystics are buying it.
Let's see. I do like the art style though. I just love like the look of these. They finally added like real interesting gods and setup. I think a trap just has a decent priming time. It didn't used to, but again, it's always tough to sort of tell what the fuck is actually happening in any of this. It's one of the big things I find annoying about the game is like there isn't as much broadcasting over visuals when it comes to like, oh, is this happening or is this happening or is this happening? You just don't see the broadcasting like you do a little bit more clearly, I think, in Dota 2.
Just because I don't see them doesn't mean they aren't here.
So, you know how big is big enough for local AI model? I think we're learning more and more that they can be smaller than we thought. But it's about how it's trained. It's about how it's built. There's a whole bunch of different things that sort of go with that.
Let's take out Abrams.
To be claimed. Good work, race.
Who doesn't?
Our yellow walker is under attack. Our yellow walker has been destroyed.
Because they don't have there's no TPs in the game. It's one of the things that like the reason this ends up working out is because there are no TPs.
Setting snare. Goodbye.
They deliver the urn.
Boop, boop, boop.
No, I don't go selling these to just
The
anyone.
fuck? I didn't even look at this build before I did it. The fuck is a tank buster? Charges up over time. Okay. Rapid recharge. All this makes sense. All right. Superstar TPs, but they're not instant, and you can drop off at any point, so they're a little bit better. And I would rather that than what we like the weird nightmare we end up having in.
My arrow will strike true.
Let's push York.
You have been favored by the Archmother.
The hunter strikes.
Hey, they're pushing up on our green walker. Can we cover green?
Our green walker is under attack.
You mess with the wrong team. It's all coming together.
Took him out.
I will find my my target.
Let's go mid. Need help on Greenwich.
Two DCs on their
Push
side.
green, push green, push green.
I'll fire from above. Taking the shot.
Death is coming.
Do not miss.
Hold it.
In my sights. Hello. Gotcha. Nice job. Time for evasive tactics. Let's see where you catch, my friend. I see you. I see you.
Hey, pull back, pull back, pull back, pull back. Pull back, go farm, clear lanes or something.
Or don't, and die there. Which is what everyone seems to want to do all the time now in this game. I'm gonna go get money and then I'm gonna fucking...
If I want to summon the patron, I need to be well equipped.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Come on. Man, I hate when they change timings of things.
Page is missing. Guys, it's missing.
Let's go get some money. The Jin, the genie guy, he can TP, but that's more of a like IO style thing. All right, and then let's see, what else do I want to do? I really want to do like, I want to do really crazy fucking damage. Let's see. High velocity rounds for sure with Titanic magazine. There, that should be good.
On the move. If they come, I'll be ready.
The urn is ours.
Finally, I got movement speed.
Our green walker is under attack.
That's fine, who cares? Take the fucking yellow, let's keep going.
Our green walker has been defeated.
Contact. This is the perfect spot.
Our blue walker is under attack.
There you are. Laying a trap. I don't have to be the fastest. If I stay on the ground, I'm dead. Leave the prey to me. Trap is... Disengaging.
I don't care. I got the fucking lane.
The dead are stirring in Midtown.
The verticality is nice. The challenge you run into is this shit because there's no one gives a fuck. So there's only 3 players on the other team. So we're definitely going to win. So you can kind of play a little bit loosier and lazier, I think. And which most people do and very much do. So it's kind of like, you know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the large map. I'm a big fan of the game. I think they're still figuring things out, but I really love the art lift. I'm gonna want to take some time and actually play with. Really don't like that they got rid of spacebar being that. That sucks. That pisses me off. But the visuals, like, it's a really nice look overall.
Engaging. Sending it out. Who doesn't love a surprise? Evading targets.
They only have one shrine left. Death to the hidden king.
Oh, I want to get in there and see what the king looks like. Because this is all new. I love this. That's new. Fuck yeah.
There's no hiding from
The hidden king must die.
Ooh, I really like the look of this. What the fuck? That's really great. Oh, now you see, now you can't attack if you're not in the circle. Fascinating. I like that. So that's the round. I won. We won. The other team left, so who gives a fuck? Who here played Hexen? I mean, yeah. Who here played Commander Keen? Come on. Yeah. I mean, this is why I'm not. I need to get a better build for him. Not a fan of that. McGinnis, I play a lot of. McGinnis is super fun. The cat, though, I'm fascinated by.
Naps are fun.
Okay, so that's like IO's attachment, but you don't control anything. Interesting.
They're great at shuffleboard. Don't be a jerk.
That's okay. Not a fan. Not a fan. Not at all. I've started playing Victor. Victor's fun. Paige is just such a blast for me. Like, it just fits my play style really nicely. Yeah. Really fun. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. And that's going to be how I end my evening. Because now it's 2 a.m. and I'm going to go take a nap. Wake up a little bit in a few hours. Try to get the next thing going and figure it out. It has been very, very fun, everyone. Let me see. Is anyone live right now that I can raid into? Anyone at all? Let's see. Who's live? Technology connection was so good. Nick Land explains time. A new video recommended to be 2.5 hours long. Wild. All right, so let's see. Who is actually live? Let's see what's live right now. Oh, the Cracked After Hours stream is live. I love those guys. I'm going to see if I can raid into that. Nope. Won't let me read into that either. So that'll be it. And I'm just going to say thank all of you for joining. It's been wonderful. Go sleep. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. And I will see you all soon enough.